Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Rockfield Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. People are not born equal. That's the hard truth I learned at age 4. But that was my first and last setback. It all began in Keiki City in China with the news that a bioluminescent baby was born. After that, the exceptional individuals began popping up all over the world. The cause was unclear. There are many theories, from rats carrying a mutating virus to human evolution, even vampire bees, or it could have simply been an accident that was beyond our control or knowledge. Time passed and the exceptional became the norm. Fantasy became reality. At present, 80% of the world's population consists of superhumans with special abilities. The world fell into chaos. And a new profession that everyone once only dreamed about entered the spotlight. Along with the exceptional abilities came an explosion in crime rate. While nations struggled to overhaul their legal systems, brave individuals took up the mantle of heroes straight out of comic books, protecting the people from evildoers. With public support, some quickly acquired the right to serve as heroes in an official capacity. Fantasy became reality. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and this is the story of how I became one of the world's great hero, and arguably the greatest hero of other worlds as well. Izuku Midoriya happily writes about the newest hero that debuted that same morning into his notebook, titled Hero Analysis for the Future Number 13. This is a little or big hobby of his, to analyze quirks, fighting techniques, and even the personalities of any and all heroes that he is able to find. Hopefully, a lot of this information can help support his dream, and if not, it's a great way to keep his mind active. While he's engaging himself, his homeroom teacher swats a stack of papers across his desk and proclaims how it's time for the third-year class to start taking their future careers seriously. He, however, assumes that most of his students wish to become heroes. The students cheer in response, proving his assumption correct. One of his classmates, an old childhood friend named Katsuki Bakugo, scoffs at their classmates' cheers. He proceeds to spout on about his own superiority by declaring how he'll enter UA High, the birthplace of heroes, and surpass even All Might, the #1 hero. Meanwhile, Izuku tries to be as invisible as possible, but that proves difficult, especially as the teacher carelessly mentions that he too wants to attend UA. This, of course, results in the entire class laughing and mocking him. Not exactly the best way to start the day. As Izuku tries to explain his reasoning, Bakugo slams his hand down, setting off an explosion that knocks the cinnamon bun off his desk. Come on, Gikyu. The maniac towers over the cowering Izuku. You're totally quirkless. And you think you can rub shoulders with me? Izuku futilely scoots away. Wait, no, Kaken. I wasn't trying to compete with you. Not at all. It's just been my dream. Since I was little, and well, there's no harm in trying. Try. Try what? The entrance exam. Sparks and smoke from Bakugo's palms threaten to end Izuku's very existence. What can you even do? It's always like this ever since Izuku was classified as quirkless. This only justified what Bakugo had already known. That he's better than everybody else, especially Izuku. Bakugo had always had a giant ego, thinking that he's the most important and best person to have ever walked this goddamn planet. Because he was lucky to be born with a powerful quirk, a gift that he didn't earn and arguably didn't deserve. But that's reality. Sometimes those undeserving are given what others could only dream of having. However, there is always a chance that something will change one's destiny. In a galaxy far, actually in a galaxy very, very close. So close in fact that it's the same galaxy, two spaceships are locked in an epic chase. A large menacing ship with lava-red sacks around the temples and a forward gun that makes up the frontal half of the main hall is firing lasers upon a small blue ship with green markings. The tiny spacecraft swiftly dances around the shower of lasers. However, despite its speed, the large cruiser is able to keep up and land a few solid hits. That said, the tiny ship is not without its own means of attack. The speedy spacecraft simultaneously aims 2 lasers at the large hull, carving into its side, resulting in a few explosions. From inside the battleship's bridge, many black and red humanoid drones monitor and operate the ship's functions and guns. Hull damage 20%. A drone turns to its master from its post at a monitor. But the system is still operational. The commander of the battleship leans forward in his throne, his red eyes following the flight of their target. The commander of the ship is a real freak of nature, especially since his head resembles that of an octopus. His tentacles dangle from the front of his face, like a beard. His skin is pale green with yellowish spots. Noticeably, he doesn't have a nose nor visible ears. He dons a black and red-brownish armored suit with spiked shoulder and arm pads. The commander smashes his fist against the armrest. I have come too far to be denied. The Omnitrix shall be mine, and there is not a being in the galaxy that dare stand in my way. The battleship continues its onslaught. However, the little ship is clearly having trouble keeping its lead. A single shot hits the rear engine, causing the end of the blue ship to explode. The commander watches from his throne. Prepare the cannon. We will salvage the Omnitrix from the remains. As the enemy's large frontal cannon charges, a green sphere from atop the tiny ship fires a green energy beam right at the bridge of the cruiser. The impact sets off a chain reaction of explosions that decimates the tower of the battleship with the commander inside. The octopus-faced being is sent flying back, screaming in pain as flames and shrapnel tear his body apart. Meanwhile, the cannon finishes charging and fires a large beam at the blue ship. 80% of the ship is blown away, leaving the main hull somewhat intact. Just before the hull is ripped apart by the vacuum of space, a silver pod is launched out of the hull. The pod flies through space until reaching the atmosphere of the blue and green planet below. The spherical pod crashes into the ocean. A large cloud of steam rises from the water as the pod floats back up to the surface. As the spherical pod bobs about the water, the ocean currents begin to push the pod towards where it's meant to be. The school day finally ends. Izuku scrolls through his phone, reading up on the incident from that morning. He reaches for his hero notebook, only for it to be swiped away. Bakugo holds the notebook up. We ain't done here, Deku. Bakugo's cronies laugh and jeer upon seeing the title of the notebook. See, come on. Give it back. Izuku begs. Bakugo sneers and claps his hands together, destroying the journal with a burning explosion. Izuku yelps in surprise as Bakugo unceremoniously throws it out the window. The best heroes out there, well, they showed signs of greatness even as students. I'm a perfectionist. I'll be the first and only hero from this crappy public middle school. The first to win the honor of becoming a student at UA High. Bakugo sneers and grabs Izuku's shoulder. Smoke rises from his grip. In other words, don't you dare get into UA. A vindictive gleam from Bakugo's eyes dares Izuku to challenge him. Izuku is shaking, sweat dripping from his face. He can't even look Bakugo in the eye in fear of what his tormentor would do. Even so, he tries to say something. He opens his mouth, but words fail to form, giving Bakugo and his cronies an opportunity to belittle him. From seemingly nowhere, a firm hand grabs Bakugo's arm and flings it away while also pushing the blonde backwards. Bakugo screeches, "What the F dash?" A cool, mocking voice sneers back at the bomber. "Sheesh, you really think you can be a hero when you act like that?" The newcomer combs back his greasy black hair. "Not to mention that foul mouth of yours." The mere presence of this person is enough to snap Izuku out of his daze. "Henzu!" Bakugo growls as he eyes the intruder. Behind him, his cronies back off in fear of the new arrival. "Wichi, what are you doing here?" Henzu Wichi smirks in response, as if looking for trouble is fun for him. "What? Just because I'm in a different class doesn't mean I can't visit my best friend." With that, Henzu slings an arm over Izuku's shoulders. Henzu Wichi is a tall and fit young man with shoulder-length black hair, pale skin, and dark brown eyes with black discolored marks around them, almost as if he hasn't slept for a PRD of time. His attire screams degenerate, with his shirt untucked and unbuttoned, even the sleeves are ripped off, and his pants are ripped. He also wears a padlock necklace with the number 11 on it. Bakugo's growl deepens as his hands begin to spark and smoke. "Back off, Wichi." "Now Blasty, That's no way to greet a friend. Henzu lets go of Izuku and pushes him back away from the hothead. As he does this, his other hand reaches for his back pocket. Shut up, you Bisudi. Bakugo blasts the taller teen. Izuku and the cronies are blinded by the flash. They cover their eyes from the smoke and dust. Bakugo smirks in satisfaction, but it quickly turns into shock. Henzu stands there completely unscathed. Well, his clothes are slightly burnt, but his uniform is so messed up already that it makes no difference. His entire body appears to have changed from skin and flesh to iron. Bakugo kiss and ball his fists. His glare is so intense you would think that he's trying to blow Henzu up with his mind. Izuku begins mumbling to himself. That was Henzu's quirk, osmosis. It can absorb nearly any type of solid matter that he comes into contact with, and it allows him to transform his entire body into the substance. He can also absorb energy, mainly electricity, and discharge it. But admittedly, he does become more erratic and unpredictable when he does absorb energy. It's both a power and versatile quirk. Shut up, sorry. Sheesh. Henzu jabs a finger into his ear in an attempt to recover his hearing. Do you ever stop shouting? Sparks fly out of Bakugo's palms. Shut the F up. Henzu glares at the blonde. Go home, Blasty. Huh. I said hit the road. He slides a large steel wrench out from his back pocket. Or are we going to have a problem? The sparks from Bakugo's hands die down as he eventually ball them into fists. Izuku watches from the sidelines. Henzu's amazing. He's probably the only one at this school that can rival Kaken. The only reason Bakugo doesn't go after him is because Henzu has no desire to be a hero. In fact, he's a thug. Seriously, the first time we met he actually threatened me for my money. He can also pick locks. Locks. Hey, Izuku. I'm pretty sure he's stolen a car before, maybe? 40% sure. Izuku. Also, there was that time he walked in with a blood stain on his shirt. He said it was fine since it wasn't his. Hey. And there was that other time Thump, thump, thump. Quite spacing out. Henzu shouts as he bangs his knuckles against Izuku's skull. While Izuku was spacing out, he had placed the wrench back into his pocket and his skin had returned to normal. Oh, sorry Hachan. Dude, don't call me that. Oh right, sorry. Hey, where's Kaken? The black-haired teen jabs a thumb at the door. They left already. Oh okay. Izuku's eyes fall back to the floor as an awkward silence falls over them. Henzu takes a breath before looking Izuku in the eye. So, you going to tell me what that was about? And like that, Izuku is reduced to the cowering Deku from before. Oh, nothing. It's just Kaken being Kaken. Izuku. Why do you call him that? What? Blasty, why do you call him Kaken? He's not your friend. Izuku's eyes snap up to look at Henzu. Come on Izuku, why do you defend him? Do you think he's going to pay your respect back? Do you think that you owe him something? Izuku can't come up with an answer. I mean, I get it. It would be useless to report him to the teachers or the principal. Henzu's face scrunches up in anger. This society will bend over backwards to please those that they view as perfect, as hero-worthy. And they'll trample anyone who doesn't fit that mold. Izuku's heart drops as he lets those words sink in, and he does have to agree. Even if he went to a teacher for help, he'll most likely be ignored or called a liar. And it would all be so Bakugo could be a hero. I know it sounds harsh, but face it, dude. He points directly at Izuku's chest. You don't have a quirk. Using his other hand, he touches a nearby outlet on the wall. You can't do what Blasty and I can do. He pulls his hand away from the outlet and electricity sparks out from his fingertips. You have to face reality, all right? Yeah, but I can try. A tear falls with Izuku's spirit. Silence occurs between the two. Neither, knowing what to do or say. Sheesh, I can't take this. That's enough to distract Izuku from his depression. Huh. Come on, let's get the hell out of here. I got a friend who can hook us up with some sweet car parts that may or may not have been stolen. Though I have to admit the guy's a rat, and I mean literally he's actually a rat, but with porcupine quills. Izuku thinks about it but decides against it. He's just not feeling up to hanging out right now. Thanks, Henzu. But I should head home. You sure? Izuku simply nods his head in response. His eyes don't meet the taller teen's gaze. Alright, I'll see you later, dude. And try not to let Blasty walk all over ya, okay? Okay. And with that, Henzu takes off to who knows where, leaving Izuku to his thoughts. As Izuku heads home and retrieves his notebook from a fish pond, his thoughts recount his latest encounter with his former friend and his current friend the entire time. Admittedly, they have some very good points. Why bother trying? He's quirkless. How can he ever hope to become a hero, let alone pass the UA entrance exam? How can someone so powerless, so useless, hope to become a hero? He remembers an old video that he loved to watch as a kid, where All Might saves 100 lives, and all with a gigantic and inspiring smile on his face. And he remembers that despite how hopeless, despite being quirkless, no matter how many people doubt him, he must continue to smile. With a determined look, he straightens up and tries to mimic All Might's laugh. I have to keep my chin up and keep moving forward. Unknown to the turmoiled youth, a green sludge begins to ooze its way out from the sewers and reform itself into a monstrous shape. The sludge gurgles as eyes form from the top of the abomination. A medium-sized skin suit to hide in, and just like that, Izuku found himself surrounded by the nasty substance. The sludge swirled around his body, clawing towards his face. The villain's mouth forms above Izuku's head. Don't worry. I'm just hijacking your body. It'll only hurt for a few seconds. Then it'll all be over. Izuku's notebook falls to the ground as he claws at the villain's fluid body, but it's no use. I can't breathe. My body, getting weak. I'm dying. I'm gonna die. His struggling weakens. Someone help. I'm dying. Tears stream out from the poor boy's eyes as sludge and despair consume him. His vision turns to black. Suddenly a manhole cover is launched away, and from it appears a man that is the epiphany of heroism, All Might. I am here. Texas Smash. The sludge villain never stood a chance as his entire body is blown away by the sheer power of All Might's punch. The hero moves so quickly he is able to siphon the villain into a soda bottle he happened to be carrying. Another job well done. All Might looks over and notices Izuku unconscious on the ground. Oops, I hope I didn't hurt him. Bending down, the muscular hero checks the kid's pulse. He's breathing. That's good, and I don't see any injuries. Doing a quick scan of the area, All Might notices a notebook. What's this? All Might grabs the burnt journal and opens it up. So his name is Izuku Midoriya. He continues to scroll through the pages and reads a couple of entries. Wow, these are written in great detail. These are very impressive. He must have some kind of analysis-type quirk. After checking out a few more pages, All Might suddenly slams the book closed. Wait, I can't go through his stuff, especially if I was the one who knocked him out. I know. I'll give him an autograph. Yes. All Might skips to the first clean page he finds and signs it. But seriously, I should make sure that he's okay. The giant bends down and begins to lightly slap Izuku's face. Hey. Oh, thank goodness. Izuku's eyes fly open, and in front of him stands the greatest hero known to man, the #1 hero, the symbol of peace, All Might. He's absolutely amazing. He's larger than life with an immortal smile and amazing hair. He's even drawn differently. And it gets better, All Might even signed Izuku's hero notebook already. Wow. Thank you so much. It'll be my family heirloom. I should have figured that he was a fanboy. All Might waves him off. Now I must bring this fellow to the station. See you on the flip side. A pro battles not only enemies but also time. Wait, I need to ask you something. Sorry, no time. Try sending a message through my site. And with that, the #1 hero launches himself into the air. Thanks for your continued support. While in midair, All Might can't help but notice some extra weight. The hero takes a look. Hey now. Clinging to his leg is the green fanboy. Hey, let go. I love my fans, but this is too much. Izuku struggles to speak in with the wind. Let go now. I'll die. Oh, That's a good point. Need to ask you something? All Might each. Okay, just cover your eyes and mouth. Izuku shuts his eyes and uses All Might's leg as a shield to block the wind. As All Might grabs the kid's back, he can't help but feel his throat scratching at him. Ahem. A trickle of blood forms from the side of his mouth. DMN. After a few minutes of falling with style, the two of them land on top of an apartment building where the Greenette keels over wheezing in fear while All Might instructs him on knocking on the door until someone lets him down. And with that All Might prepares to jump once again. Wait. No. I will not wait. Mustering what little courage he has, Izuku asks the fated question. Can someone without a quirk become a hero like you? All Might pauses, considering the young man's question. Without a quirk? Suddenly a sharp pain courses through All Might as steam begins to pour out of his body. I'm a kid without any powers. Maybe that's why. I think that saving people is just about the coolest thing someone can do. His speech and fondness for heroes gets to him, and finally he smiles cheerfully at his hero with great admiration. The way you save people with that fearless smile. I want to be a great hero, just like YW. Slouched in front of the surprised teen is a skinny blonde-haired skeleton. After freaking out for a minute, the crippled All Might explains his condition. He explains that he was injured 5 years ago and now he can only do hero work for about 3 hours a day. Even now this information is strictly classified and not known to the public. If that were to occur, chaos and villainy would surely ensue. So Izuku promises not to go blabbing about it. At the end, All Might brings the conversation back to Izuku's question. A symbol of peace who saves people with a smile must never be daunted by evil. The reason I smile is to stave off the overwhelming pressure I feel. This revelation is a major shock to Izuku. The hope in his heart begins to fade. A hero should always be ready to risk his life. As for your question, Izuku's heart cracks as despair begins to take root. His mind reels back to the years of torment he's faced by the hands of Bakugo, the laughter and mocking of his classmates, the indifference of strangers and his teachers, the lack of support from his mother, and how his father is no longer present in his life. One can only assume why he left. No, I don't think you can become a hero without a quirk. And just like that, Izuku's dream is crushed. All Might tries to give the boy some comfort with little effect. He says something about how noble it is to help others and that if he wants to do good then he should just join the police, but nothing really registers with Izuku's broken spirit. Except for the last thing that the #1 hero says to him. It's not wrong to dream, but you need to be realistic. And with that the injured hero leaves the boy to his inner sorrow and pain. All Might rubs his head sighing in grief. That could have gone better. Maybe I should have been a bit easier on the kid, after all I know where he's coming from. All Might reaches for the bottle in his pocket. Now to get you to the station, huh? Swiveling back and forth, All Might becomes very aware that he lost the sludge villain. Damn it. The bottled villain is in pain as his vision returns. Where am I? What happened? The sludge villain realizes that he's still under the same bridge. He recalls attacking the green-haired kid and then getting beaten by All Might. Oh yeah, he showed up. He shakes with rage from within his plastic prison. Dimming you, All Might? Well, what do we have here? Asks a sarcastic male voice. The villain peers up and sees a kid with greasy black hair. Hey kid, let me out will ya? The kids grin mischievously. Sure, I'll help you out. You villain. Thanks kid, I really wait, what did you say? Please, you're a pile of sludge and you're stuck inside a bottle. Obviously, a hero must have done this to ya. Am I right? So, what if they did? Listen, if you don't release me then I'll dash. You'll what? The kid grabs onto a nearby light post, electricity sparks out of the pole and flows towards the teen's body. Kill me. The kid raises his other hand and from it electricity discharges, striking the ground and metal nearby. The teen's grin widens with malice. You can go ahead and try. The villain doesn't respond now that he understands the full scope of his situation. Electricity is one of the few things that can actually hurt him. To be honest, if you are a villain then I'm more inclined to help ya. Really? This honestly take the sludge villain by surprise. Yeah, you bet. But there's something you gotta do for me. Sure, anything you want. Hee hee, there's someone I want you to get rid of for me. Izuku is in a daze as he stumbles home. He's too stunned to notice what direction he's walking in. He's so out of it that he barely blinks an eye when he falls over the ledge of the local beach. He lands roughly on the sand below, luckily without getting to many bruises. Sitting up, Izuku hazily peers at all the garbage towering over him. Sighing, he pushes himself up and slowly trudges his way through the mounds of trash. Even the best of the best said it. His tears refuse to stop flowing. Don't cry. You knew already, right? This is reality. It's because I knew that I tried so dead hard. Izuku eventually makes it through the junk and arrives at the ocean. Looking out towards the sunset, his mind begins to wander. Everyone was right. He turns his head towards a nearby trash pile. Unlike this beach, nothing but useless junk and a waste of space. He rubs his nose in an attempt to stop the tears. If only I had a quirk. He starts walking towards the nearest trash heap, which also happens to be the one closest to the ocean. If I had a quirk, then maybe I wouldn't be so useless. He peers down at the lowest part of the junk pile, which sits within the shallow water. His fist ball up as he stares down at the scraps of metal. Maybe people would care about my dreams if I had a quirk. He scowls and his fists tighten. Maybe Dad would still be around if I had a quirk. Izuku screams at the top of his lungs. Why can't I have a quirk? He kicks the trash as hard as he could, putting all of his anger into it. Unfortunately, it did not have the desired effect. Izuku grabs his, possibly broken, foot and falls backward. He screams in pain as he rolls across the beach in agony. That was not the best idea. Izuku leans forward. What the heck did I kick? He wobbles and brushes away the surrounding trash, revealing a spherical metal orb underneath. What is this? The strange sphere shifts slightly and steam spews out from the metal gears and Izuku flinches in response. The orb opens and a bright green light emanates from within. Izuku cautiously peers inside and is very surprised by what he finds. Izuku is rightfully confused, for sitting inside the sphere is a strange wristwatch-like object. The watch is rather large in size. It's primarily black and gray in color with white trims. A black faceplate is centered in the middle, which has a green hourglass shape within it. The green hourglass is what's illuminating the eerie green light. Izuku grabs a metal pipe in his right hand and uses it to poke the watch. Could it be radioactive? He brings the tip of the pipe back towards him and probes the tip that touched the strange device. It's not hot, so it must be safe. Right? The green light seems to illuminate brighter, as if tempting Izuku. Curiously, the green-haired boy uses his left hand to grab the watch. The moment Izuku's hand enters the sphere, the watch seemingly springs to life and wraps itself around his left wrist. Izuku flails his arm about, trying to fling the device away. He bangs the pipe against it. There isn't even a scratch. The glossy surface of the watch gleams as if to tease its new host. Izuku throws the pipe away and tries to wrangle the watch off of himself. Come on. There's got to be some kind of button or switch to get this thing off. The teen presses down on 2 points on the black faceplate, causing a dial to spring up out of the watch. Izuku gazes down at the dial, and that's when he notices that the hourglass symbol from before has changed to that of a diamond. Inside the green diamond is a strange black silhouette that appears to have 4 arms. Izuku cautiously grips the dial, accidentally turning it, causing a new silhouette to appear. The new figure has its head floating above its body with horns curving up from its shoulders. He turns the dial once more, and this time it becomes a tall silhouette that has tendrils on its head and a tail. He's not sure what it is. Maybe it was fate or simple curiosity, maybe even stupidity, but the unsuspecting teen places a single finger on top of the dial and pushes down. The dial clicks in place and a blinding flash of green light envelopes Izuku's entire body. Izuku goes blind. All he sees is the flash of bright green light, and although it lasted less than a second, a strange convulsion surges throughout his entire being, down all the way to every single one of his cells. He can feel his arms and legs stretching as if being pulled, His skull is shifting like someone is remolding it, and an electrical feeling circulates through his insides. In less than a second, the odd sensations stop. Izuku grabs his head as a headache begins to form. What just happened? Izuku asks himself, noticing the staticky sound of his voice. What's wrong with my voice? He checks his wrist, looking for the watch, but finds a slim black hand with gold-colored plugs at the end of his fingertips. My hand. He looks down at the rest of his body and takes note of his black skin and tall stature. Where are my clothes? He tries to cover himself up, but the weirdness of the whole situation gets to him. What the heck is going on? Izuku is so freaked out that he begins running in circles, crashing and bumping into abandoned appliances and trash as he goes. He eventually arrives somewhere in the center of the unofficial garbage dump. There he tries to figure out his bearings and glances over at a trashed car. The frightened teen screams at the face looking back at him. After a moment of screams, he grabs his face and realizes that he's looking at his own reflection. What happened to me? He takes a good hard look at himself. Somehow, he has transformed into a single green-eyed being with black skin. He notices the change in height as well as the 2 tendrils on his head and that he has a tail now. He takes note of the gold plug-like appendages on his tendrils, tail, and fingers. What the heck am I? What did that thing do to me? Izuku tries to clear his mind by shaking his head. The tendrils whoosh behind him. Okay, calm down. Izuku just analyzed the situation. I went to the beach, kicked trash, and then found that what the watch. The transfigured Izuku pats himself until he finds the faceplate of the watch embedded in his chest. He grabs the device and starts yanking it as hard as he can. Get off! Izuku is thrashing about so much that he trips over his own tail and crashes into a nearby trash heap. Ouch, well that didn't work. He rubs his head as he sits up. Oh, how am I going to explain this to everyone? Izuku kicks his legs in the air and falls back. Forget that. How am I going to explain this to Mom? Taking a breath, he calms himself down. I guess it could be worse. Looking over, Izuku notices that one of his tendrils is waving its plug as if it's attracted to something in particular. Curiously, Izuku follows the seemingly conscious tendril, which leads him towards the hood of the trashed car from before. The black tendril shakes above the hood. Curious to see where this goes, Izuku pops the hood of the car, allowing the tendril to latch itself to the car's battery. Almost immediately, electricity surges through the golden plug up the tendril and into Izuku's body. The teen can feel the electricity charging up within him. The current is stopped when the battery completely runs out of juice. Izuku can feel the electricity coursing through him. Raising his hands, sparks fly out from his fingertips. How is this possible? Izuku begins to mumble up a storm. He throws around theories from having been mutated by a radioactive watch to some sort of weird nightmare and so on. Eventually, one consideration sticks in his mind. I have a quirk. A grin spreads across his face. Did that watch give me a quirk? An honest-to-goodness quirk? The sparks in his hands increase. Izuku's grin widens as he extends his hands and a stream of electricity shoots out, frying a junked refrigerator. I can't believe it. This body, this power. I wonder what else it can do. The antennas on his head curve upward as if reacting to something. Izuku hears static, but a clear message comes through that almost sounds like it's coming from a radio. Requesting backup. A villain is attacking the shopping district at Tatooine Station. Izuku holds the side of his head as if adjusting an earpiece. Wait, what's happening? I must be picking up a radio signal. The radio signal continues. Requesting backup for all available heroes. You are needed at the Tatooine Station shopping district. A villain has captured a child. The villain's body is made of fluid that prevents on-the-scene heroes from detaining him, and the victim's quirk is setting off explosions, causing a great amount of damage and fires. A fluid body, a person that can make explosions? No, it can't be. The hostage has been identified as Katsuki Bakugo. Kaken. Izuku begins running towards the street. Tatooine Station is close. If I book it, maybe I can. Whoa. Izuku accidentally leaps into the air. Wow, I can really jump. Izuku lands on the concrete street and immediately begins running. He can't help but take note of his agility. Huh, I'm fast too. At this rate I can make it there in less than a minute or two. If Izuku had continued to listen to the radio broadcast, he possibly could have picked up the latest transmission. This is 13, I'm on my way. Somewhere else in Muzutafu the skeletal All Might had backtracked towards the bridge, but he didn't find anything, so he made his way towards the station to report a missing villain. However, before he can get there, he spots smoke rising in the near distance along with the resonating sounds of explosions and sirens. He starts to make a dash towards it. Please, don't let it be what I think it is. Henzu Wichi laughs from his perch atop a nearby building. Below him the heroes are struggling against the sludge villain and Bakuga's explosions are definitely not helping. This is so great. Look at all these morons tripping over themselves. Behind the black-haired teen is a humanoid rat with black quills on his head. Yeah, a real show. He sounds rather uninterested and would rather get somewhere that's far away from the heroes. The rat pulls up the collar of his orange jacket. So, hey, I helped you track the brat down. Now you got to hold up your end of the deal. He jabs an accusing finger at Henzu. Without looking, Henzu casually slips the rat man a large roll of cash. Come on, you know I'm good for it, Arjit. Arjit smiles and begins his descent down the fire escape. It's always a pleasure doing business with you. The rat leaves while Henzu continues to watch. Henzu's malicious smile widens as Bakuga's explosion causes so much damage that a barrier of fire and smoke prevents the heroes and witnesses from even seeing the futile struggle below. Goodbye, Blasty. This world will be better off without ya. The twisted teen breaks into another fit of haunting laughter. While Henzu takes time to appreciate Bakuga's flailing about, Arjit makes his way down to the ally below. Luckily for him there are no people there to see him. They are all too busy watching the situation. Arjit tucks the cash into his jacket when something tall and fast rushes past him. Huh! The rodent looks over and sees a tall black figure staring wide-eyed at the sludge villain. The rodent mutters to himself, cupping his chin. What's a Kentuctoid doing here? All Might finally arrives on the scene. Unfortunately, he can't see a thing amongst all the smoke and flames blocking his view. Around him heroes are trying to keep the civilians calm while they also deal with the fires. He overhears a few civilians talking about a sludge-based villain and how it captured a child. One civilian even points out that All Might himself was chasing after the villain earlier. All Might's gaze falls downward as he grabs his injury. Pathetic. His hand tightens around his wound. Pathetic. How can I call myself a hero, especially after what I told that boy? All Might can hear the sounds of explosions dying off. I'm sorry, hopefully a hero with the right quirk will arrive soon. All Might gazes up towards the flames and for a split second amongst the smoke and fire he notices a strange symbol moving beyond the inferno in illuminating green hourglass within a black circle. Neither Bakugu nor the villain notice as a tall black-skinned being peers out of the ally and stares at the scene in front of him. It really is Kaken and that same villain from before. Covering his mouth, tears begin to form in his single green eye. It's the same one, so that means it's my fault. I distracted All Might and prevented him from doing his job. His mind flashes back to All Might's injury. And All Might's weak, he can't do anything. It's my fault. Bakugu's explosions stop. This guy can't be caught. We have to wait for someone with the right quirk to show up. Bakugu has his eyes shut as he tries to pull himself away from his attacker. Hang in there, Kaken. I'm so sorry. Bakugu's struggling decreases dramatically. A hero's bound to come. Bakugu is clearly losing his breath. I'm so sorry. Someone will come to save you soon. In a moment of pure desperation, Bakugu's eyes shoot open begging for mercy, begging for a hero to save his life. And in that moment, Izuku's mind went blank as pure instinct took over. He charges head first towards Bakugu. What am I doing? Why am I running? The living pile of sludge notices the stranger charging at him. He gurgles out a roar. Get away from me! The villain takes a swipe to fend off the intruder. Despite the oncoming attack, Izuku keeps charging. Eep! What do I do? What do I do? At a time like this, Izuku's mind flashes to page 25 of his hero notebook and gets an idea. Izuku's tendrils wrap around a garbage can and flings towards the villain's face. Hiya! Garbage flies out from the can and jabs the attacker's eyes. The villain screams in pain as Izuku grabs Bakugo, and with one swift motion he pulls the blonde free from the sludge's grasp. Kaken! Bakugo coughs, breathing heavily as he's pulled free. Who the F dash? Are you? He asks between gasps. As Izuku pulls Bakugo away from his capturer, he tries to explain himself. Kaken Itsuf. Izuku's whipped so hard that he tumbles down, Bakugo falls with him. The villain sends out several tentacles towards the two. You're in my way. Acting fast, Izuku grabs Bakugo and tosses him towards a nearby alleyway that's clear of people and fire. Quick, get away from here. A large tentacle knocks the morphed Izuku into a burning food stand. Ah! Bakugo rolls on the ground a few feet, and when he looks up, he sees his black-skinned rescuer getting knocked around by sludge attacks. The blonde hesitates for a moment but shakes it off. Despite nearly dying, he moves as fast as he can away from the scene. From further down the alley, the hero 13 appears. The hero notices the wobbling Bakugo and grabs his shoulders to help steady him. Hey, it's okay now, I got you. Bakugo's eyes snap up in temporary fear, but he visibly relaxes when he recognizes the hero. Yeah, well, who's got that other guy? What other guy? Bakugo gestures behind him and 13 takes a look. Their eyes widen as the rescue hero witnesses an alien-like being doing its best to avoid being whipped. Honestly, it's not doing a very good job of dodging. A contuctoid? What are they doing here? Why would it take such a risk? Before the rescue hero can get their answers, they're hailed over their radio. 13, are you engaged with the enemy? 13 tries to come up with a reply. Please keep the area clear. The villain is resisting. 13 leads the injured blonde away from the battle. I'll have to deal with the contuctoid afterwards. The sludge villain roars as he continues his onslaught against the wannabe hero. Stop getting in my way. Izuku's body has really taken a beating. He's covered in dirt and grime, and although it's hard to tell, he's pretty sure that he's covered in bruises. Izuku uses his slim yet strong arms to block the attacks. It's not much, but it's something, especially considering how battered he is. Why did my legs move on their own? Why did I jump in to help? I dunno. Izuku endures the quick and powerful blows. Oh, I know why. It's because he looked like... He can't help but remember the look in his childhood friend's eyes. He needed saving. The villains. Sludge begins to swirl around, making a spiral-like motion above the villain's head. The slime screeches as he sends out a powerful attack of spinning sludge. Die, hero! Izuku's tendrils and tail stretch out and latch themselves onto a nearby power box. Electricity immediately begins to course through him. I won't let you hurt anyone else. Izuku balls his hands together, allowing the electricity to charge up. It's time to be a hero. He aims his hands out towards his attacker and a thundering beam of lightning rushes forward. The villain's attack is blown away as the lightning thunders straight for him. Ah! The villain screams in pain as watts of electricity begins to surge through him. All around him, metal and other electronics are getting similar treatment. The blast is too much. The villain's body rips apart, sending bits and pieces of sludge flying all across the burning street. Izuku cuts off the flow of electricity as slime and embers fall around him. I did it. I really did it. Izuku wobbles backwards towards the alley he originally entered from. I did it, and with a quirk no less. Just as the unlicensed hero stumbles back into the alley, the dial on his chest begins to beep and flash red, but it goes unnoticed by the teen even as a red flash of light envelopes his entire body. Izuku falls onto his knees just as he turns back to normal. He gazes at the red illuminated watch on his battered yet human wrist. Finally, exhaustion from the day's events catches up to the teen. He's so exhausted that he falls face forward onto the pavement. And with that, he begins to fade out of consciousness. The last thing he sees other than the red glowing watch is a pair of yellow shoes approaching him. I can be a hero. An hour has passed since the sludge villain attack, The sun has begun to set, yet heroes are still occupying the scene as to help clean up and ease the people's nerves. Their presence, however, does not help Henzuichi's mood. Well, this is Seekus. The black-haired teen is leaned up against a wall from across the street watching as the heroes such as Mount Lady and Death Arms are interviewed and the police take statements. Man, why did that hero have to ruin my fun, sheesh. Henzu is, of course, referring to the guy with the one green eye and tendrils on his head. Well, no use sticking around. He kicks himself off the wall. From the corner of his eye he spots the bandaged Bakugo receiving compliments from pro-heroes that witnessed his quirk's power in action. Looks like you get to stick around for a little longer, Blasty. Henzu absorbs the iron from his wrench and proceeds to punch the cement wall, breaking a small crater into it. He stuffs his hands into his pockets and strolls off. One day, you will get what's coming to ya. Eventually, the heroes are done praising Bakugo, and the police have already gotten a statement from him, leaving him to his thoughts. Throughout the entire time he gave the police and the heroes very little information about what happened. At most he said that he was caught by the pile of crap and then a hero saved him. Bakugo did however say that it was 13 who saved him and who fought the villain, like 13 asked him to. Honestly, Bakugo could care less about which hero took the credit, but what does have him interested is what the weirdo called him. That tall black-skinned freak called him Kakin. The only one who calls me that is Deku. That couldn't have been Deku? Oh, you're right. The guy probably had some kind of telepathic aspect to his quirk or something. Maybe the BSTRD already knew who I was and decided to try and get chummy. Yeah, that's probably it. Bakugo trods off towards home, laughing at the idea of Izuku ever having a quirk. As he leaves, he unknowingly passes by the #1 hero in all of Japan. Pathetic, this is all my fault. The skeletal All Might stands alone. His dark thoughts are all that give him company as he watches pro-heroes, active heroes, heroes that are capable, doing their duty. Apparently, 13 was able to make it inside and handle the situation, but he grabs his injury as if it personally offends him. I wasn't able to do anything. I was useless. All I was good for was watching from the sidelines and hope that someone else would save the day. All Might shakes his head in denial. No, stop that. This was bound to happen eventually, that's why. I need to continue my search for a worthy successor. One that can take my place and become a new symbol of peace. Everything aches as Izuku opens his eyes to a bright blinding light. With his head spinning he can eventually make out a white clean ceiling. Huh. Where am I? Sitting up, his head swinging from side to side, he realizes that he's in a hospital. How'd I get here? What happened? His memory of transforming and saving Bakugo returned to him. Oh yeah, I jumped in and saved Kakin. That was so scary. Maybe it was a dream. That's when he notices that the watch is still attached to his wrist. It green light blinks as if to say hello. It was real. What was I thinking? That was so stupid. I bet I'm going to be arrested for vigilantism. Maybe they think I'm a villain. Oh my god, how am I going to explain myself? Wow, you're sure a lively one. Izuku shakily turns to the door, his eyes full of dread. However, the gleam in his eyes turns to that of surprise, and despite the looming fear he can't help but smile. His eyes sparkle as his terrified and nervous expression turns to one of excitement and joy. You're the space hero 13. Indeed, the rescue hero himself is standing at the entrance of the hospital room. I'm a huge fan. You're so amazing. A top-notch rescue hero with the ability to create black holes that can be used to clear any debris it's dash. 13 cuts him off. Ah yes, thank you. That's very nice of you to say. I am more concerned about you. 13 takes a seat in the chair closest the bed. How are you feeling? Oh, I feel pretty good all things considered. Just a little banged up here and there. That's good. Their voice becomes deadly serious. Now I have some questions for you. The greenette's mouth snaps shut as 13 stares him in the eyes and leans forward. What are you doing here on Earth? Huh. Come on, don't play dumb. Where did you get level 20 technology? 13's voice rises with annoyance. How did you avoid registration? Why did you interfere today? Where are you from? Who sent you? Who gave you that device? Sorry but I don't understand. 13 sighs, leaning back on their seat. Alright, let's start from the top. 13 opens the folder that they were carrying under their arm. According to these files, your name's Izuku Midoriya, age 14, attends Aldra Junior High, and you're registered as quirkless. 13 eyes Izuku suspiciously before continuing. I ran a test of your DNA while you were unconscious, and it came up as purely human. They closed the folder. So, tell me, how were you able to become a conductoid and then revert back to human? Izuku blinks. I still don't understand what you're saying. The space-suited hero sighs heavily. How were you able to transform into the black-skinned being that can absorb and release electricity? I'm not completely sure myself. Well, just explain the best you can. Well, I was at Dagoba Beach and I found a strange metal sphere. Izuku hesitates. If he continues, there's a good chance that the hero will think he's either crazy or a liar, maybe both. 13, meanwhile, encouragingly gestures for him to continue. Izuku continues, deciding to stick with the truth. Maybe his story won't seem as crazy as he thinks. And I found this strange watch. Izuku raises his left arm to indicate the item in question. It just leapt onto my wrist, and when I tried to remove it, it turned me into that thing. 13 cups their helmet as if holding their chin. Interesting. So, why did you engage with the slime villain? Well, my legs that they just sort of moved on their own. I saw Kaken's face and I just thought that he needed saving. 13 takes a moment to think before standing up. I think I understand now. That makes one of them. Izuku still isn't sure about everything that's happened. What did 13 mean by their questions? They were so bizarre, they almost suggested that he committed a horrible offense. Izuku is pulled out of his musing by 13. I think I owe you some answers. 13 points at the newly revealed watch. While you were unconscious, I ran some tests on that watch. That thing on your wrist appears to be level 20, or extremely advanced technology that has the capability to overwrite and reprogram the wearer's DNA to that of other beings. Transform DNA? Yes, it's a device like none other on this planet or any other planet for that matter. This device can break up your human DNA and relater it to that of other living life forms. What are you saying? Midoriya, do you believe in aliens? Izuku stares dumbfounded at the pro-hero. Excuse me? 13, rather than play this gentle, decides to drop the truth. Aliens exist. Izuku's stupefied expression somehow increases. You know extraterrestrials, intelligent life, aliens? Well, they are very real. In fact, it's my job to watch over and monitor aliens that come to Earth, even make sure that they follow intergalactic laws and such. Frisiam? Plumber. Izuku gives the hero a quizzical look. Plumber? Not that kind of plumber. The plumbers are an interstellar disciplinary force that uphold justice across the known galaxies. Basically, heroes but in space. Oh. Izuku's eyes comedically widen in realization. Wait. You're being completely serious here? 13 deadpants. Yes. But that doesn't make sense. Aliens don't exist. I mean, of course there is a possibility, but wouldn't we have some kind of evidence by now? Not to mention this puts science and even our own history into question. There's also the chance that the world's governments are aware of this. 13 can only stare as the teen begins to ramble on into a storm of muttering that lasts for a good length of time. Izuku eventually realizes what he's doing and silences himself, but only after a few minutes have already passed by. When he's done, 13 decides to continue. Anyway, as I was saying, as a plumber, it's my job to make sure that any and all aliens on Earth behave themselves. Usually that isn't an issue. That also includes tracking any and all alien technology, products, and goods. So, I've definitely seen a thing or two. 13 rubs the back of their head. Admittedly, I've never encountered or even heard of anything like this. They gesture towards the watch. A device that can transform people into aliens. The two sit in silence. 13 lets Izuku's mind process everything, while Izuku honestly has no idea what to think of all of this. Izuku fidgets from his uncomfortable seat. So what now? His green eyes meet 13's. Well, this piece of level 20 tech, The look on Izuku's face tells them that he's confused. This piece of technology is so advanced that it would take millions of years for regular humans to make it. For comparison, the Earth has only level 3, arguably level 4, technology. 13 reaches into his back pocket. Ah. Izuku nods his head in understanding. 13 pulls out a small light gray disc that's shaped like a circular hourglass with a bright red dot in the middle. Izuku watches in fascination as 13 touches the red dot. The dot lights up and projects a hologram of a screen where 13 proceeds to type in a few things. What's that? My plumber's badge. I have no knowledge on things like this, so I would like to file a report and see if other officers know of anything like this. Ah. Yup, hopefully we can get this thing off of you. Izuku's inside fill with nervousness. Do you really have to take it? He subconsciously grabs the watch. It's just that this watch, gave me the opportunity to do something. 13 only watches as Izuku continues. It gave me the chance to be useful, to help someone else. Be a hero. So, can't I just keep it? A few tears escape Izuku's eyes as he begs for this. 13's heart goes out to the boy, but they have a job and a responsibility to uphold. I'm sorry, but no. It goes against protocol for humans to possess level 20 tech. Heck, I don't even know what this thing is fully capable of. I can't just let you keep it. 13 looks away from Izuku's dejected appearance. I'm sorry, but that's just how it's going to be. 13 scratches the side of their face helmet. However, according to the test results, the watch has fused with your own genetic structure. What does that mean? It means that it's bound not just to your wrist but your DNA. Izuku's head snaps up in worry. Although I said that you can't keep it, it's not like I can keep you here as well, and trying to lock it in portable case will look too suspicious. The flicker of hope lights up within the teen's heart. Does that mean? Yeah, you can hold on to it for now. It's unclear, but Izuku is pretty sure that 13 is smiling from under their helmet. It should be fine, as long as you don't draw attention to it or yourself. Tears of joy slide down the boy's cheeks as his hold tightens around the watch. Thank you. Don't get too excited, I'm still not sure about what it can do. Also try to avoid using it. The last thing we need is for some lunatic to go after it. Yeah, Izuku chuckles lightly. I wouldn't want that. Definitely. Now, I'm sure you have more questions, but it's gotten pretty late. Let's get you home, alright? We can discuss more later. Yeah, wait, how am I going to explain everything to my mom? 13 smiles and gives the teen a thumbs up. Don't worry, I got it covered. Izuku, honey, are you alright? Izuku is enveloped in a bone-crushing, yet very loving, embrace. I'm fine, Mom. He returns the hug. I was really well cared for. Inko Midoriya examines, making sure there's nothing other than the few bandages dispersed across his body. Oh, thank goodness. You must be starving. I kept dinner warm for you. Izuku smiles brightly. Thanks, Mom. There's a hint of regret in his aura. She really doesn't suspect a thing. As 13 had explained, they really did have this covered. Hashtag. Flashback. Hashtag. After 13 had questioned Izuku, the hero not only generously paid for Izuku's medical bill but drove the teen from the hospital and back to his apartment complex. Before Izuku can head towards the elevator, 13 stopped him. Just to make sure, what's the cover story? After school I was hanging around the shopping district when the villain attacked, and I was knocked unconscious. Then you rescued me, took me to the hospital to be checked over, and even paid for my medical bill. Correct, which works well since I already had my agency call your mother ahead of time when I apprehended you. Yeah. As for the watch, just say that you bought it, okay? K. 13 holds a card out to Izuku. Here, take this. It's my contact information, I'll be in touch. I gotta make sure you're not abusing this thing, and I'll give you any information that comes in about it. Oh, and keep all this alien and space talk down to the bare minimum. Alright, last thing we need is a global panic. Hashtag 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 hashtag, and flashback, hashtag 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 hashtag. After dinner and bidding his mother a good night, Izuku heads straight to his room. He dumps his uniform into the laundry and changes into some fresh clothes. I don't really like lying to Mom, but what can I do? Izuku falls back onto his All Might-themed bed. Today has been one giant roller coaster of emotions. He raises up his fist, gazing up at the alien transforming watch. A hopeful glint shines in his eyes. I know I'm not allowed to use this thing, but maybe, just maybe, I can use it to become a hero. A hero that saves everyone with a smile. Wait, 13 said that the plumbers, that's such a horrible name, are like space heroes. Maybe I can join them, and if I do, I can use the watch. Izuku sits up, raising his fists in determination. Next chance I get, I'll talk to 13 about it. But in the meantime, he stands up, walks over to his desk and grabs a notebook. It's similar to his hero analysis one, except this one has clearly never been used. Once he grabs a pen, he heads for the kitchen. Hey Mom. Inko is busy washing dishes. Yes. I'm going to walk around the block for a little bit, I need some air. Is that okay? Inko would really like to say no, but she has no real reason to. Well, as long as you're nearby, then I guess it's okay. Thanks, Mom, and don't worry, I won't be gone for more than 10 to 20 minutes or so. Take care, sweetie. Izuku hugs his mother, slips on his shoes, and heads for the alleyway behind his building. The alleyway is dark with only a few streetlights illuminating it. Izuku, innocently, places his new notebook on top of a shiny American muscle car that's magenta in color. The car belongs to an elderly neighbor of his. I know 13 said not to use it. He grips the watch almost affectionately. But if I want to convince 13 in letting me keep it, then I have to learn as much about this watch as possible. Izuku writes a new title onto the cover of the notebook, Hero Transformations No. 1. Izuku grips the watch, making sure the coast is clear. He activates the watch. The dial shoots up. The diamond symbol forming in the middle reveals the same tendril silhouette from before. Izuku rotates the dial and takes count of all the different silhouettes. He counts a total of 9 forms before returning to the first form he transformed into. With little hesitation and a lot of excitement, Izuku slams the dial down. A flash of green light envelopes the greenette, and the teen can feel his body changing all the way down to the microscopic level. Ah yeah. The conductoid cheers, grinning happily at his form. The morphed Izuku turns to the muscle car as a mirror uses it to examine his new body. You know, now that I'm aware this is an alien body, I don't feel so embarrassed that I'm not wearing clothes. Oh, who am I kidding? It's still weird. Izuku tries to cover himself, but he knows that there's no point anymore. Well, anyway, Izuku takes a few moments to draw out the general shape and look of this transformation. When he's satisfied with his drawing, he puts down the pen. Now for this form's powers. The 2 tendrils on his head stretch up and attach themselves onto the street lamp that hangs above his head. The tendrils absorb the electricity, causing the lamp to flicker. Izuku removes the tendrils and aims a finger out towards a garbage can. A small beam of electricity flies out and knocks the can away. So cool. Izuku, as the conductoid, takes time to write down what he does know about this alien into his new journal. Agility, can hear radio waves, feeds on electricity, has tendrils on the back of his head, staticky voice, etc. Okay, I should probably give this form a name, like what some pro heroes with transformation-type quirks do. He presses his pencil against his lips. What did 13 call this thing, by the way? I think they said conductoid. That must be this guy's species or something. Izuku jots the species name down before taking a moment to look over what he has written. The words feed and back stick out to him. Feed up back? Oh, I like that. It fits, and it sort of plays off this guy's staticky voice. He picks up the notebook and writes in big bold letters, feedback. Feedback is so excited that his tail and tendrils reach towards the nearest electrical items they can find. Lamp, electrical lines, etc. having charged up on electricity, feedback begins firing small blasts from individual fingers at various items, namely garbage. He gets a little too carried away though. The teen swings his hand to the side and accidentally releases a ray of lightning that's 10 times more powerful than what he's been releasing. The sound of metal being fried and the smell of burning rubber and leather fills the alien's nostrils, assuming he has those. Feedback gasps as his green eye widens in shock. The once shining American muscle car that Izuku was using as a table is now charred with melting tires and burned leather seats. Somehow the alarm is still able to work and is blaring. The conductoid is shaking as he looks upon the result of his carelessness. By some fortunate coincidence, his notebook had been flung off the car, allowing it to evade being fried to a crisp. No, not Mr. Bauman's car. Now for some context. Mr. Bauman is an elderly gentleman that moved to Japan from America many years ago. He's Izuku's neighbor and he apparently runs some kind of foreign grocery store somewhere in the warehouse district. Unfortunately, Mr. Bauman doesn't exactly enjoy Izuku's company. In fact, he doesn't like Izuku PRD, but unlike Bakugo, his reasons are a bit more justified. For you see, Izuku has accidentally caused Mr. Bauman great misfortune, usually involving the man's car, which was the only thing the shop owner brought with him from America. For example, when Izuku was 5, he spotted Mr. Bauman waxing his car. Like a playful child, Izuku tried to inspect the car using a magnifying glass, and he just so happened to notice that the gentleman had missed a spot on the hood of his car. Unfortunately, the son had direct access to the magnifying glass, and because Izuku had the magnifying glass over the waxed hood for too long, the car actually caught on fire. Izuku ran away as Mr. Bauman shouted and cursed at him. There were several other similar instances like this as the years went by. Not wanting to be scolded or seen in his altered form, Izuku quickly retreats down the alley, hoping to avoid his angry neighbor. Feedback rounds the corner, and a few seconds later Mr. Bauman himself makes his way down the alley, having heard his car alarm from his apartment. Ignatius Bauman is a short pot-bellied man with a little black mustache over his lip. He's always wearing his magenta apron and bow tie over a light pink-striped yellow dress shirt with brown pants. Mr. Bauman rushes over to his crisped car. Steam practically explodes from his head. Oh, this has got Izuku written all over it. The grouchy neighbor grumbles various ways to make the teen take responsibility for this. He becomes silent as the bumper of his car unceremoniously collapses to the ground. The following morning. I'm late. Izuku scrambles out of his home and down the street with a piece of toast dangling from his mouth as he tries to adjust his school blazer. I can't believe I slept in. Izuku was kept up late last night. After running off, it took about 4 more minutes for the watch to begin beeping and flashing red, reverting feedback back into Izuku. Izuku also noted that he was feedback for about 10 minutes. He also took note that the watch was red instead of green for another 10 minutes after. But that isn't what kept the teen up. After Izuku returned home and showered, Mr. Bauman stopped by and, despite little to no proof, gave Izuku an earful for nearly an hour. Followed by another 5 or so minutes of Izuku apologizing and explaining that he accidentally kicked a loose electrical wire at the car. Considering he set the car on fire with a magnifying glass once, Mr. Bauman believed him. Izuku continues his exhausting sprint, having just finished his toast. There's no way I'll make it in time. Izuku stops dead in his tracks, skidding across the ground. He jumps into a nearby alleyway and begins fiddling with the watch. I know. Maybe feedback can get me to school on time. He believes that he found feedback's silhouette, but before he presses down the dial he hesitates. But 13 said try not using this thing too much, but they didn't say that I couldn't use it at all. And this is an emergency. I mean, 13 is a teacher at UA, so they should understand the importance of making it to class on time. With that reasoning to comfort him, Izuku slams the dial down. Green energy surrounds him and Izuku feels his body changing. Except it's different this time. He feels himself becoming skinnier rather than bigger or taller, his feet reshape, and his fingers join together. A stretching feeling originates near his tailbone. What a... This isn't feedback. Indeed, it seems that the watch turned the teen into the wrong alien. His current form resembles a semi-armored velociraptor. It has black orbs on its feet and wears a black conoid helmet. The raptor-like alien has a blue face, green eyes, and black lips. The alien skin is blue with black stripes along its long tail. Its arms are thin with 3 sharp black talon-like fingers. It wears the Omnitrix symbol on its chest. Interesting, I wonder what it is. The morphed Izuku tries to move forward, and in a blink of an eye Izuku finds himself across the street. Whoa! A black visor now covers his face to protect it from wind and debris. This guy is fast. From under the visor the reptilian alien smiles gleefully. Like a speeding bullet Izuku takes off, leaving only a blue streak behind him. Man, this guy has such amazing speed. Just look at how he accelerates. Oh, that's a good name, Excelno XR8. Yeah, that's it. To avoid drawing attention to other people and the authorities, XR8 uses various backways and unpopulated streets that he learned from Henzu and his own endeavors in order to avoid Bakugo. XR8 makes it to school in a mere 3 minutes. In fact, he makes it there so quickly he has about 20 minutes to spare. So, to make use of that time, Izuku scribbles down a drawing, characteristics, and the speed of the new alien into his new notebook. Notably, XR8's speed doesn't just involve his speed but his basic motor functions as well. In this case he finishes his notes in less than 5 seconds. Izuku spends a few seconds thinking about what to do until the timer runs out. In 1 second he types and sends Henzu a text asking how he's doing. XR8 taps his foot rapidly waiting for a reply which comes a few minutes later. Henzu is ditching school today. Usually Izuku would have a small panic attack, but this is pretty normal for his best friend. Ah, man, I really wanted to show the watch off to Henzu. XR8's mind reals back to the last thing he showed Henzu. It was a limited edition All Might figurine, and for some reason he lent it to the delinquent only for Henzu to go behind his back and return with a huge wad of cash with him, although he did split some of the cash with him. You know what, maybe I shouldn't mention it. I'll have a real hard time explaining myself. After replying back, a few students pass XR8. When Izuku notices them, he flinches expecting to be ridiculed, but his classmates simply walk right by him without so much as a glance. Huh. Izuku looks at his sharp claws. They must think I'm someone with a mutation quirk. You are so cool. Yeah man, just like a hero. Your quirk's so powerful. XR8 spins around and sees an annoyed Bakugo surrounded by some of their classmates. They seem to be praising him for surviving the sludge villain attack yesterday. XR8 cautiously watches on as the group walks closer. He thinks about hiding but figures that he won't be recognized. Bakugo stomps forward, doing his best to ignore the annoying stupid extras. Bakugo thinks back to yesterday's events, specifically to the strange person that saved him from the slime. TCH, that BSRD. How dare he think of me as some helpless, useless punk. I could have killed that guy if I wanted to. His grip around his backpack strap tightens in frustration as if he doesn't believe that himself. As the group of noisy kids pass by the blue-scaled alien, Bakugo's eyes divert down towards the symbol on the lizard's chest. Bakugo, recognizing it as the same symbol that the other hero had, so he stops and turns towards what he thinks is a person with a mutation-type quirk. Hey, lizard tail. The students surrounding Bakugo shut up and freeze in place, afraid of interrupting their item of worship. XR8 freezes up in fear, which is the only thing preventing him from running away. Why yes. Bakugo points at the watch's faceplate. What's with that FNG badge? And do you know a strange one-eyed tentacle BSTRD with black skin? If so, he raises his palm as if to threaten the reptile with an explosion. Then tell me about him. Izuku is shaking in fear, but with a shake of his head he registers the questions. Badge? Tentacle freak. He looks down where the dial shines on his chest. Oh, it dash. The dial begins to beep and flash red. Sorry, but I have somewhere to be. XR8 gives a friendly yet nervous smile before taking off as fast as he possibly can, which is of course extremely fast. Bakugo blinks and then glares angrily towards where Lizard Tail ran off to. What the F dash? Meanwhile, XR8 makes it to the other side of the school grounds before he reverts back into his human form. Phew, that was close. Izuku wipes the sweat off his head. I have got to be more careful. Gripping his backpack, he noticed that his backpack transformed and reverted back with him. The greenette heads to class. Kakin recognized the watch. He pulls his sleeve up to hide the said object. I better be careful. I don't need another reason for Kakin to come after me. The school day goes uneventfully, especially since Bakugo seems content to keep his anger to himself today. Izuku ignores everything. His mind is only focused on 13, the plumbers, and what other aliens he has access to. He even tries to theorize if certain events in human history were caused by extraterrestrial influences. Building of the pyramids, UFO sightings, Area 51, even Atlantis. As the end of the school day approaches, Izuku can't help but write a few of his thoughts into his journal, allowing the classroom to empty out. He also took time to text 13 about the next time they can talk. As Izuku packs up, he gets a text from 13 asking him if he would like to stop by their agency. They figure that Izuku has many follow-up questions to ask. Izuku grabs his hero transformations notebook and heads for the exit as he eagerly replies with yes and promises to meet the hero in an hour. Hey, Deku. Izuku turns stark white and shakily turns towards his old childhood friend. Weiss, Kakin? Bakugo eyes Izuku's wrist. What's with the stupid-looking watch? The greenette slowly averts his eyes towards his wrist where the watch, with its green hourglass symbol, is in full display. He had forgotten about covering it up with his sleeve. Bakugo growls. That's the third time I've seen that thing. He raises his palm in a threatening manner. Tiny explosions pop from it. What is it and why do you have it? Oh, I bought it. Yeah. I got it yesterday at a little gift shop. Bakugo scowls. You better not be lying to me, you little sheet. I'm not. I swear. Good. Bakugo turns away so he can fetch his backpack from his desk. Seeing that he's free to go, Izuku waddles towards the exit, clutching his new notebook for comfort as he goes. Bakugo glances back and spots the nun-burnt notebook and notices the word hero on it. Hold it, nerd. Izuku freezes in place. A tear leaks from his eye. Bakugo jabs an accusing finger at the notebook. What's with that? Izuku follows the angry blonde's finger, but his brain is too nerve-wracked to reply. And in that brief moment, Izuku's instincts went into fight or flight mode. Izuku seemingly flies down the hallway, leaving behind a trail of terrified tears. Get back here, shitty D. Izuku can hear the sounds of small explosions coming after him. What do I do? What do I do? Oh, it's of course. He won't recognize me if I go alien. I need a better way to refer to transforming. Rounding a corner, the teen activates the dial and disappears behind a flash of green light. Izuku can feel his head widening, his eyes bulging, but for some reason his entire body shrinking at the exact same time. All this occurs just as Bakugo catches up with him. Du. Bakugo turns the corner with smoke emanates from his hands, but his target is nowhere in sight. Damn it. Where's that bastard? The completely set-off Bakugo charges down the hall in order to hunt down his prey. The sound of detonations eventually gets further away. Phew, he's gone. For now, at least. A tiny bipedal amphibian steps out from behind a garbage can. The little guy has gray skin, a wide head with large green eyes and rectangular pupils. The face dial of Izuku's watch is lodged onto. It's back. Izuku takes a moment to examine his new form. This form worked out better than expected. After all, if I turned into Feedback or XR8, then I really would have gotten Kakin's attention. The tiny Izuku shivers at the thought. Even with Kakin gone, I have another problem. I'm so tiny. And Kakin is still after me. The frog-like alien takes a deep breath. Maybe this new form will work to my advantage. It'll be harder for Kakin to find me if I'm only 5 inches tall. But he'll recognize the watch if he sees it. Plus, I could accidentally get stepped on. So, how do I get out of here? The little guy looks around and spots an air vent near the ceiling. After further scanning, he notices that the janitor left his mop and bucket cart in the hall. The amphibian smirks. A few seconds later, one would be a bit shocked to see a gray frog riding the janitor cart towards the wall. The cart slams into the wall. The change in momentum launches the mop forward, allowing the frog to grab on and be flung towards the vent. Izuku crashes into the vent cover and tries to grab it, but he slides down, he adjusts his fingers and he stops moving. That's when Izuku realizes that this form can stick to walls. Huh, I probably could have climbed up if I had known. Izuku takes a moment or two to unscrew the vent with his finger before crawling inside. Once inside, he takes a moment to take a little pride in himself. I guess being little has its advantages. Now how do I navigate this place? Izuku taps his chin in thought. He then squats down and begins drawing out an overview of the school with his finger onto the dusty floor of the vent. Well, I'm near the science room, so I'm on the east side of the building, and if I remember correctly, the air conditioning units are over here on the roof. Based off that, I can determine how the vents are laid out in comparison to the school facilities, and thus I can find the best route to get outside. Izuku points at his exit and jogs towards it. Strange, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I'm pretty smart on my own. However, it seems that this specific alien species has an increased intellect. As Izuku makes a few turns here and there and even a high jump at one point, he can eventually spot sunlight in the distance. The entire time he's trying to come up with a good name for this alien. IQ? Tiny genius. No, how about a student? That's even worse. Izuku glances at his gray hand. Gray anatomy? Gray matter? That's it. I shall call this new form gray matter. Gray matter pries the exit vent open as he declares his name to the world. Gray matter smiles proudly as he takes a breath of fresh air and enjoys the heat of the sun. Not to mention bask in the fact that he managed to avoid Bakugo. Gray matter peers down and sees the barrier surrounding the school a mere 5 feet away. Walking back a few feet, human feet, Gray matter takes a running stance, and with a determined look in his eye he sprints towards freedom. The gray alien leaps off the vent, flying through the air, and lands safely onto the barrier. From there he sticks himself to the side of the outer wall and safely climbs down. Just in time for the watch to flash red, transforming the alien back to human. Izuku glows with pure joy that he got away scot-free. Happily holding his backpack and notebook, Izuku heads off for 13's agency with high hopes. Hi, 13. Izuku is so excited that his yell actually shakes a few items in 13's office. 13 adjusts their helmet's earpiece just in case Izuku's voice becomes too loud again. Oh, hello Midoriya. Good to see you. 13 places a few papers onto their desk. Izuku replies from his seat. Nice to see you too. Listen, I filed the report about the watch, but I have yet to receive any information back, and there hasn't been any requests or reports made for its location or return. Izuku sits up with a hopeful look. That said, I'm still not completely comfortable with you having it. Izuku slouches in his chair in dejection. I understand. Not to mention, you already used it 3 separate times. 13 grabs their computer monitor and spins it around, showing several images of Izuku in his various alien forms. The photos seem to be taken by various security cameras. One photo is Izuku in the alleyway as feedback. Another is a photo taken while he was zipping around as XR8, so you only see the streak of blue, and the last photo is of gray matter climbing down the school wall. How'd you get those? Like I mentioned yesterday, my job as a plumber is to monitor any and all alien activity on Earth. That includes teenagers that don't follow directions and use alien devices as toys. Izuku bows his head. I'm sorry. 13 sighs. Luckily for you, I am able to erase footage like this in order for aliens and those associated with them to remain discreet. But that doesn't mean it's a sound system. Even if people assume that it's just someone with a mutation, there is still the risk of aliens being exposed. 13 glares at the ashamed teen. What you did was incredibly irresponsible. Do you understand that? Izuku is trembling. He feels so ashamed that he can't look the pro hero in the eye. Why yes, and I'm sorry that I disappointed you. 13's eyes soften. I'm not disappointed. Heck, I'm not even mad at you. They lean back into their chair. I'm a bit frustrated by all of this and with myself. After all, I really should have expressed the severity of this situation better to you. And I'm just worried about what the watch can do and what unforeseen consequences it may have. So, I shouldn't be allowed to use it. Izuku grips the watch as if it'll be ripped away from him. It'll just be a strange watch that can't tell time. It'll just be something useless. A tear drips from his freckled cheek. That's how it should be. Oh, that okay. The tears begin flowing. Izuku tries his best to hide them by slouching forward, allowing his hair to cover his face. 13 watches on in thoughtful reflection. This boy. He means well, but he lacks restraint. Then again, that might be expected when one grows up without a quirk. Seeing everyone do amazing feats like it's normal, but never be able to have what makes yourself unique. This watch really is a dream come true for him. Can you answer something for me, Midoriya? Izuku sniffs, rubbing his eyes as he picks his head up. 13 looks the young man in the eye as they ask him a question. Why do you want to be a hero? Izuku thinks about his answer before answering. A quirkless kid without any powers. But ever since I could remember, all I've ever wanted to do was be a hero that saves everyone with a smile. A smile that inspires and gives them hope. And honestly, I nearly gave up on that dream. Izuku holds the watch up in appreciation. But then I found this watch and it's able to give me powers. Powers that I could only dream about, powers that I would hopelessly wish for. Yet here it is sitting on my wrist. So, maybe it's a sign that I can be a hero. Izuku's eyes burn with a silent passion that's determined to prove his self-worth. And 13 can sense it. All right. I believe that you can be a hero. Izuku stares wide-eyed at the rescue hero. Really? Yup, and I'll help you make that dream into a reality. Really? Izuku shoots up out of the chair with a mix of disbelief and excitement. Yes, but there will be some caveats. Anything is fine with me. 13 holds up a finger. Don't go using the watch for personal gain. Don't tell anyone about the watch, aliens, or the plumbers. Izuku comedically bows rapidly. Okay, I promise. Wait, there's a third condition. The last condition is that you must assist me in plumber work. Izuku gives the hero a surprised look. Excuse me? You heard right. You see, the plumbers on Earth are extremely understaffed and bringing in pro heroes could complicate things. Also, while employed under the plumber name, you will be allowed to keep and use the watch as you see fit. So, this is also in your favor as well. Tears of joy begin to form. So, this really means, yes, you can be a hero. 13 stands and raises their hand towards the boy. I will help you achieve that goal. Thank you, that means a lot to me. Izuku clenches at his heart as he tries to prevent himself from crying. 13 pats his shoulder and lets him get his emotions out. I wonder if I should tell Midoriya about him. No, it's not my place to tell. Perhaps someday he will find out for himself. In the meantime, I'll watch over him. Who knows what the future has in store? Early the following Friday morning, a tall, muscular mutant with red skin and 4 arms is hauling around junked appliances and trash. I'm sorry, but why am I doing this again? The Red Hulk turns towards the street where 13 is watching him. 13 walks over towards the red alien. You need to get a handle on your powers. This place is secluded, free of the public eye, and well hidden. The perfect place for you to train and practice. Not to mention you can do some real good for the public by removing all of this waste and trash. If that's the case, the red alien easily chucks the broken appliances onto the side of the road. Then 4 arms is perfect for the job. 4 arms flexes to emphasize his point. 13 raises an eyebrow at the morphed Izuku. 4 arms. 4 arms sheepishly smiles while 2 of his hand rub fingers and another hand rubs the back of his neck. Yeah, I've been given these aliens names. Oh, I guess that's all right. I don't really have a problem with it. They will later regret that statement. Where is all this trash going anyway? The metal is going to UA where the support course can make great use of it. The rest is going either to the recycling plant or the dump. It's always good to recycle. Also, I wanted to show you this. 13 hands the red alien a binder. 4 arms flips through the binder, reading the title. The All-American Dream Plan? A new colleague of mine wrote it up for me. It's a detailed training regimen to help you prepare for the UA entrance exam in 10 months. I did however edit a few things here and there to accommodate for alien transformation training. The four-eyed alien grips the binder a little tighter. Do you really think I can do it? 13 places a hand on the kid's shoulder. Of course. Thanks, I do have one question though. What's this physical and stamina training? Oh well, because of the transformation time limit you need to be able to hold your own without it. 13 takes the binder and flips to a different page. This will help build your strength, speed, and stamina so you can last long enough to transform after the 10-minute recharge time is up. Fittingly, the watch begins to flash red. Speaking of 10 minutes. Izuku squeezes his arm and pats himself. A single tear forms from his eye. Goodbye, muscles. Don't worry, hopefully with this you'll have your own. 13 hands Izuku back the binder before taking a look at their phone. But for now, you should get to school. For this morning, I just wanted to explain how we'll be going about your training. Right, so I should come back right after school. Correct. Alright, I'll see you then. And thanks for everything. You're welcome. Izuku slings his backpack over his shoulder and runs off for school with a grateful smile on his face. I'm going to have to work hard. Izuku glances down at his wrist. It may have been luck that I found this, but that when you think about it, I haven't earned it. That's why I'll make it my goal to clean the entire beach. I'm going to train and work hard, and I'll prove that I've earned this gift. And I won't let anything stop me from becoming a hero. Izuku pushed through the school day. The only thing on his mind was his preparation work for the UA entrance exam. After reading through the entire All-American Dream Plan, why does that sound like something All Might would write up? He figures that he should try and fit in as much physical training as he can in his off hours. Home, school, etc. Izuku writes all of his ideas down into his regular school notebook, not wanting to risk attract Bakuga's attention again with either his hero nor alien notebooks. To be honest, the hot-tempered and foul-mouthed blonde has actually been behaving himself today. Well, he's still cursing and shouting at people, but he has yet to blow anybody up. So, that's a good sign, right? At the end of the school day, an arm flings itself onto Izuku's shoulders. Henzu Wichi nonchalantly smiles as Izuku freezes up thinking he was Bakugo. Hey buddy, sorry for flaking out on you yesterday, but I needed to blow off some steam. Why yeah, I understand. Izuku shy looks away. But that what got you so upset? Nothing really, there's just this guy that's been bugging a friend of mine and he won't cut it out. I tried to get him to go away, but it didn't work out the way I wanted it to. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Dude, you're so naive. Henza smiles anyway. Thanks man. The black-haired teen spots Izuku's watch. Henza's eyes widen in surprise and annoyance, recognizing the green symbol as the same one that black-skinned tentacled hero was wearing when he rescued Bakugo. Cool. Where'd you get it? Izuku pulls the watch out of sight. That was a gift. Yeah, a very special gift. Henza doesn't look convinced. It came from a very kind and friendly store owner that I know. Izuku is sweating profusely as Henzu considers his answer. Is that so? Henza shrugs. I have no reason to doubt ya. So, you want to get a bite to eat? Sure, but really quick, I have somewhere to be later. Sweet, what is it you have planned? I have, training. Izuku flinches, expecting a bad response. Henza frowns. Training? For what? Don't tell me. Izuku shyly presses his fingers together. Well, the test is 10 months away, so I should start training sooner rather than later. Dude, although I like your resolve, and this is going to sound harsh, but I gotta ask. Why are you doing this to yourself? Izuku silently gasps before asking in a near-silent whisper. What do you mean? The rugged teen sighs heavily in annoyance and disappointment. Quirkless. Izuku's heart drops. Even if you train as hard as you possibly can, even if you get accepted, you'll always be at a major disadvantage. You'll never be able to compete on the same level as everyone else. Izuku is shaking, his breathing is hitched, but he does his best to come up with a reply. You don't know that. I can still give it a try, can't I? Henzu TSKS. Whatever, I still think you're wasting your time. Hell, I still don't know what you see in heroes. Izuku immediately becomes defensive. But they're so cool they dash. Save me the propaganda, man. Henzu waves Izuku off before stomping away. Where are you going? Aren't we going to get something to eat? Henzu's hand grazes a nearby light switch, absorbing the electricity. Nah, I lost my appetite. Instead, I'm going to go blow off some steam. A small amount of electricity discharges from his hand as the dark marks under his eyes spread further down his face. Henzu smiles maliciously. Or maybe I'll go beat up some whelp for some sweet cash. Izuku watches as his disgruntled friend marches away. There he goes. Izuku takes his time leaving the school. What he said hurts, but I know that he means well. Besides, I've got the watch now. A small smile begins to form. I can compete and stand tall with everyone else. That's why I'm training to get stronger, to get better, to become a hero. Smiling brightly and with a glint in his eye, Izuku looks towards a bright future. I will become a hero that saves everyone with a smile. Smiling with glee, Izuku sprints towards the beach and his goals. And so, began Izuku's hellish training under 13th supervision and coaching. The Rescue Heroes experience as a teacher really pulled through in keeping the teen motivated. Every week they would focus the training on one alien transformation. For example, 1 week Izuku practiced using feedback's powers and abilities by absorbing electricity from abandoned electronics and then blasting designated target, trash, across the dump site. The next week, XR8 was running around the trash while also avoiding being SCKD up by surprise attacks from 13. The following week, 13 provided many different types of puzzles, questions, and equations to test gray matter's knowledge. They also had the little Galvin run across the junk piles as if in an obstacle course. The 4th week, 4 Arms was hauling tons of trash across the beach with various techniques. However, what was the most grueling thing for Izuku was when he wasn't in alien form. Whenever the watch timed out, 13 would have him train his body for an hour before he was allowed to continue practicing. While as a human, 13 would have him haul trash through various methods as to help develop all of his muscles rather than a select few, even bringing out exercise equipment every now and then. Then of course there was Izuku's own personal training regimen. He began the habit of doing small exercises while in class by bringing in smaller weights. He would jog early in the mornings, and he even got his mother to cook healthier foods for him. He also stopped using the watch outside of training just in case he ran into Bakugu or Henzu in one of his altered forms. Throughout his training, he did manage to make time to hang out with his best friend, Henzu. Even if most of the time it results in Izuku having a heart attack or getting into trouble. Much to his mother's dismay. She really doesn't approve of Izuku's friendship with the delinquent, but she allows it cause he's her son's only friend. As for school, Izuku managed to keep up and excel in his classes. Partially because 13 would actually allow Izuku to use gray matter to do some of his homework as to test the alien's intellect. Heck, it's actually gotten to the point that 13 brought in some advanced workbooks from UA. Another plus side is that Bakugu seemingly decided to outright ignore his childhood friend, but every now and then he tried to put Izuku's in what he thinks is his place. And this is what Izuku's life was like for the next month. Throughout the month, he also learned a few things about the plumbers and aliens. So, yes, aliens to live on Earth, but they keep their presence on the down low and keep to themselves most of the time. Most of them can easily blend into modern-day society since they can pass themselves off as having mutation-type quirks. However, there is not that large of a population of aliens on Earth for several reasons. No real reason to come to Earth. The Earthlings have yet to achieve efficient space travel, but mainly because of the heroes and quirks. With such powerful heroes that are trained to take on powerful villains, it's a bit of a risk to have one discover their identity for fear that the public will see them as a threat. Plus, even conquering cultures of alien don't interact with Earth, seeing it as too much of a challenge and a waste of resources. That leaves a small population of quiet and peaceful aliens that choose to make Earth their home. Because of this, these aliens don't cause any trouble, hence why the plumbers in Japan are understaffed. There isn't a lot of reason to prioritize resources for a division that gets no trouble from the aliens they're supposed to be monitoring. And as things are now, that's not really going to change any time soon. Somewhere above Earth's orbit, a damaged space cruiser is currently undergoing repairs. Within the medical bay there is a large cylindrical recovery tank that's filled with tentacle-like wires, all of which are attached to a green-skinned octopus-like alien in a comatose-like state. Nearly half of its body is burned away, with much of the body missing, such as an entire leg and arm, and even part of its upper body. A red and black humanoid drone approaches the tank while observing a monitor. Vitals are stable. Waking in 3, 2, greetings, Master. The commander awakens from within the tank. A respirator attached to his mouth is assisting his breathing. Taking a heavy and painful breath, the alien speaks between gasps. How like this? The monitor drone replies. 730 hours. Conscious for a month. Report. Where's the Omnitrix? The Omnitrix is not in our possession. The alien commander is so angry that he would destroy the monitor drone if he could. What? The battle nearly cost me my life. And you say, the Omnitrix is not in my possession. Sensors indicated that a probe was jettisoned from the ship before it was destroyed, and it landed on the planet below. The monitor drone generates a projection of Earth. While you were under, Master, we have been monitoring the Omnitrix. We've been able to pinpoint when and where the Omnitrix has been activated. Use? As in someone has already claimed it. Yes. Have you tracked it down? Yes. The wearer of the Omnitrix seems to be located on Earth in a country called Japan. For a split second, the commander looks surprised and then intrigued. Earth? I know of it. It's the fire breather's home world. And if I'm not mistaken, many beings on that planet are equipped with unique powers and abilities. The commander considers his options. This complicates everything. If the population of this planet become wise to my intentions, there is no thought that they will rise up to challenge me. I need to think about this strategically. It's Friday, and Izuku had agreed to meet 13 near the warehouse district. As Izuku nears the warehouse that 13 directed him to, he excitedly ran up to his trainer, who is already waiting for him there. Hi, 13. 13 futilely tries to cover their ears. You have got to stop doing that. Sorry. So, why are we here? We are here because you need a change of pace. Excuse me? 13 gives Izuku a stern look. You've been overexerting yourself. Izuku rightfully looks ashamed, probably for being caught. The All-American Dream Plan was designed to efficiently get you in shape while making sure that you could handle it. However, you haven't been following it. Instead, you've been pushing yourself far too much. Izuku looks away in embarrassment. How could you tell? When you're a teacher, you pick up on things like this. 13 chuckles to themselves. So, I figured why not change things up for today. For today we will be doing some plumber business. Huh, like a mission? Izuku smiles excitedly. No, nothing like that. This is more of an inspection. Inspection? Izuku looks at the large warehouse. Does it have anything to do with this building? 13 smiles and waves Izuku towards the doors. Follow me and find out. Oh, and try not to get overexcited, alright? It may start a panic. 13 opens the large metal doors, stepping inside. Izuku hesitates before following. He has no idea what he's in for. Is he entering a secret alien base, an alien hive? Just what kind of horrible monstrosities wait for our young hero within this gigantic warehouse? A grocery store apparently. Yup, just a very large and normal grocery store. Well, mostly normal as long as you can ignore the non-human shoppers, bizarre foods and products, and the strange smells. Aliens, not humans with mutation, but real alien from across the cosmos are going about their business. Each one of them is different. They're slimy, creepy, fast, and strong. They're every shape and size. Each one more bizarre than the last. Some, however, are wearing regular human clothing, since most if not all of them can pass as mutated humans. For example, there is a pink rabbit-like alien with what looks like metal encases his yellow eyes who's buying a bag of tentacles. There's a fat alien with pale pink and dull purple skin with a large round nose, for eyeball, and a blue tongue. The yellow Hawaiian shirt is nice though. There's also an alien that has an egg-like exoskeleton with the top half made of glass, two thin robot arms on the side, and a metal mouth mimicking sharp teeth in the front. Within the egg are two eyeballs held up by a green-like slime. Obviously, some have an easier time blending in than others. And they are all shopping for delicacies, products, and supplies that are literally out of this world. Hell, some of the food products still look alive. This is amazing. Izuku furiously scribbles away into his Hero Transformation No. 1 notebook, making new sections for aliens not in the watch, alien items, and other information. 13 tries to quiet down the excitable teen. Midoriya, stop. You're scaring everybody. Indeed, the strange aliens are ironically weirded out by the kids' muttering and frantic writing. Some even leave the store, worried about their status as aliens being exposed. 13 eventually has to drag Izuku by the collar because he's too absorbed in his hobby. The space hero drags Izuku towards a food counter near the center of the giant store. Behind the counter is an elderly gentleman who's busy restocking cans. How are you doing today, Mr. Bauman? Izuku stops writing as a sense of dread runs down his spine. Mr. Bauman sets down the last of the cans before turning around with a friendly smile. I'm doing well, thanks for asking. Izuku? The teen and old man stared at each other for a few seconds, unsure about what to do. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? They both ask at the same time. 13 raises an eyebrow. You two know each other? Izuku is the one to reply. Yeah. We're neighbors. Mr. Bauman gives the teen a suspicious look. Yes. And last time I checked, you're no alien. Izuku opens his mouth to ask a question, but the shopkeeper beats him to it. And no. Before you ask, I am not an alien. 13 claps their hand together. Well, this makes things easier. I wanted Midoriya to get acquainted and familiar with this place. Mr. Bauman slams his fists onto the counter. No, no, no. Get out. Get out. Get out. He jabs a finger in Izuku's face, making the teen flinch. I will not have this walking disaster in my shop. Izuku raises his hands in surrender while smiling sheepishly. So, you're still mad about your car? Mr. Bauman leers into Izuku's quivering face. I'm furious. 13 cups their chin. Car? Wait, was that the one you fried as feedback? Mr. Bauman raises an eyebrow. Feedback? Oh, yeah, there's another reason why we came to you today. 13 leans in, raising their hand to cover their mouth, which is unnecessary since they already wear a dark helmet at all times. We need to inspect a few things out back. The old man becomes silent. He walks away from the counter towards the south end of the store. Silently, 13 gestures for them and Izuku to follow. Mr. Bauman gets to the back of the store. There he takes them to the back room. From there Mr. Bauman heads to the freezer, leaving the other two outside. There he reveals a hidden keypad behind some hanging meat, and he types in a code. In the back room with Izuku and 13, a hidden door opens up from the wall, revealing a secret panic room. Mr. Bauman locks the freezer room as 13 leads Izuku inside. Once inside, Mr. Bauman locks the room shut. After making sure that no one is spy on them, Mr. Bauman speaks. Alright, let's make this quick. The sooner you're out of here, the better. He glares at Izuku when he said that last part. Oh, come on, Mr. Bauman, that's not fair. Mr. Bauman simply grumbles to himself in response, trying not to curse in front of a pro hero and a plumber. 13 steps in before the situation escalates. Let's move on, shall we? The plumber gestures for the teen to hold up his left wrist. Please, take a look at this. Mr. Bauman leans into to examine Izuku's watch. What is it supposed to be? 13 can't help but admit that they feel a little disappointed by that answer. We were hoping you could tell us. Izuku finally snaps, not completely understanding why they're here. I'm sorry, but what can Mr. Bauman tell us about it? I mean, I once had to show him how to record stuff on the TV. Mr. Bauman was about to scold the boy, but 13 cut him off. Mr. Bauman owns one of, if not the best, intergalactic grocery stores in all of Japan, meaning any and all alien life forms come here to shop, making Mr. Bauman one of the best informants out there since he has direct access to gossip, rumors, and other information. Mr. Bauman adjusts his glasses, examining the watch. Tell me, what do you know about it? It's a device that transforms the wearer's DNA to that of several different alien species, albeit for 10 minutes at a time. Mr. Bauman takes a minute to think. Sorry, but I've never heard of anything like this before. A thought crosses the store owner's mind that makes him frown. Does your mother know about this young man? Izuku's legs begin to tremble. Well, no, not exactly. At least Izuku has the sense to look ashamed. Mr. Bauman shakes his head in disapproval. I guess it's not my place to say anything. Another thought enters his mind and his deposition turns to anger. Wait a minute. You were wearing that thing when I lectured you a month ago. Izuku blanches. Why, yes. So, you lied about the faulty wiring accident? Izuku gives Mr. Bauman a sheepish smile. Mr. Bauman facepalms. I can't believe I bought that story. You're going to pay back the damage you did to my car. But Mr. Bauman. No buts. You're going to take responsibility for what you did. 13 sees an opportunity here. Actually, this will be mutually beneficial for everyone. Not taking his eyes off Izuku, Mr. Bauman inquires clarification. How so? Midoriya will work here at your store every Saturday to pay off the damages. Izuku's eyes would have popped out of his head if they weren't attached to his skull. What? But what about training? You've been pushing yourself too hard. Working here will allow you to take it relatively easy while also getting familiar with the alien community in Japan. Izuku considers the proposal such as the fact that he can meet new aliens and learn a whole lot from them. I guess that works for me. 13 and Izuku look to Mr. Bauman. I suppose it works for me as well. 13 nods their head in approval. Good. They turn towards the greenette. Also, I think we can work in some more alien practice while you're here. Izuku immediately perks up. Really? How? 13 grabs the watch, activating the dial. Go ahead and try this alien out, it's a real team player. Izuku gives his mentor a very curious look. The monitor drone sprints towards his greatly wounded commander. Master, the sensors have detected the Omnitrix. The alien commander remains silent for a moment. Send an infiltration drone to retrieve the Omnitrix. The commander has a coughing fit. After calming down, he continues. Kill the wielder of the Omnitrix, if that is required. Clean up on aisle 9. That'll be 39,126.77 yen. Can anyone tell me where we keep the flubbergusts? Figure it out for yourself, buddy. Excuse me, customers, there is a 20% discount off all blue milk. The number of aliens inside Mr. Bauman's store has greatly increased. However, most of the alien population is actually one person. Running around the store are child-sized aliens, all of which are wearing a miniature version of Mr. Bauman's dark pink store apron. The aliens have white skin, a black and white face, and black shoulders. The little employees' hands are large with 4 digits and stubby feet. They each have 3 fin-like growths on their heads, and gem-like orbs on their arms and waists. While the little aliens are roundabout, Mr. Bauman is busy hand-drying a glass cup with a contempt smile on his face, enjoying the lack of stress and work. This is working out better than I thought. 13, who is sitting at the booth, nods. Agreed. One of the short aliens sits next to the plumber. Yeah, I'll say. The slacking alien takes a sip from his soda. Mr. Bauman's eyebrows scrunch. Shouldn't you be working? I'm taking my break. 13 and Mr. Bauman glance over to a second clone that's seated next to the first. This clone, however, is writing away in his notebook. I'm just doing some observations. Don't mind me. Mr. Bauman and 13 stare blankly. Mr. Bauman shrugs. I guess it doesn't matter. 13 gains the 2 aliens' attention. So, how's the new alien? The clones smile brightly. He's awesome. The second clone nods in agreement. Ditto. The first clone looks over to his counterpart. Oh, that's a good name. The other clone scratches his head. I'm not so sure. Then let's put it to a vote. All those in favor of the name Ditto say aye. In less than a second, a small army of clones multiply out from the first alien, and all together they state their votes. Aye. The first clone jumps for joy. And democracy has won the day. This election was rigged. Mr. Bauman rubs his head, trying to prevent a migraine. Quiet down all of you. And get back to work. Nearly the entire army of Dittos salute in response. Yes, sir. They then disperse across the store to help in various tasks, minus the first Ditto who took his seat back. You know, Izuku, at this rate you'll pay up your debt in another month or less. Sweet. Ditto looks up towards Mr. Bauman with a hopeful glint in his eyes. So, all is forgiven? Mr. Bauman scrunches up his face in thought before giving a calm smiling. All is forgiven. Woohoo! A knocking can be heard from behind the large entrance doors. A Ditto manning a checkout booth is the first to hear it. The knocking continues. The little clone decides to see what's making the continuous noise. Alright, I'm coming. I'm Comditch. A decent-sized explosion sends the Ditto flying. Mr. Bauman, 13, and the rest of the Dittos stand at attention hearing the blast and the clone's scream of surprise. Back near the entrance, the down Ditto rubs his head as some of his fellow comrades help him up. One of the customers, an alien that kinda looks like their flesh is made of marshmallows, yells out in fear. What the heck is that? A 40-foot-tall red and orange robot bursts through the entrance. The tall attack drone has humanoid-like features, large metal claws, large red insect-like eyes, and 3 insectoid legs. The alien customers begin to scream and panic as they make their way to the exits, all the while Mr. Bauman, 13, and other Dittos get them all to safety. The assault drone steps forward, locking onto the surprised and cowering Dittos, specifically onto the symbols on their heads. The robot's eyes glow red as a laser beam fire out. Acting fast, the Dittos merge into one clone to avoid the beam. The remaining Ditto scrambles away in fear, screaming all the way. The robot gives chase, shooting lasers at the fleeing alien. As the robot rampages, the other extraterrestrials are stampeding away. One of the Dittos is heavily bothered by their terrified expressions. The same Ditto glares up at the rampaging intruder. Meanwhile, the Ditto being chased dives behind some shelves. The robot takes aim, ready to blast its target. A tin can clanks off its head. Hey buddy! The robot turns its metallic head. If you mess with one of me, then you mess with all of me. The Ditto holds his hands up wide as other Dittos stand with him. The robot actually takes a step back as if wary of the increasingly large army. What's the matter? Are we too much to handle? One of the clones folds his arms together, looking very smug. If you wanted a fight, then you should have brought some friends with ya. The robot's eyes blink before taking a moment to scan the entire store, picking up on all other Dittos in the area. Now fully understanding the situation, the bot's metallic shoulders begin to shift and 2 orange and red discs fly out. The discs begin to expand until they become UFO-shaped drones with thin insectoid arms. The hover drones aim target lights at the bewildered Dittos. The Dittos are too stunned to move. One of the clones deadpans a look at the clone that decided to be smug. You just had to say something? The once smug clone smiles in embarrassment. The hover drones open fire on the Dittos, who scream in fear. A few even have tears in their eyes as they run away. The assault robot joins in on the onslaught, blasting lasers from its eyes. The Dittos manage to avoid the blasts, but the same cannot be said about the store shelves. As the Dittos spread out, so do the attackers, the latter trying to eliminate as many clones as they can. One of the lasers detonates a little too close to one Ditto. The Ditto is blown away, skidding across the ground. The morphed Izuku can feel the heat from the blast burning his arm, and his harsh fall doesn't help matters. 3 other Dittos scream out at once, despite only one of them being hit. That hurt. The downed Ditto looks up at the other 3. Wait, you felt that? I did. I felt it too. Another Ditto points at his clones. Wait, how did you guys feel that? You weren't even hit. A looming shadow falls over the small group of clones. Hovering above them is one of the hover drones, aiming its blasters at the distracted aliens. As the Dittos stare up in horror as the blaster makes a buzzing sound as it prepares to fire. The wind picks up, dust, debris, and store products begin to flow towards a single point. The hover drone gets pulled by some invisible force as food and broken shelves fly around it. Also being gravitated away, the Dittos multiply to form an alien chain that attaches itself onto a metal pole, The chain them re-emerge with themselves until only one Ditto is attached to the pole. The hover drone is eventually executed into 13's black hole. 13 covers their finger, stopping the attack. Midoriya, you're a Splixen? No, I'm an alien. Yes, an alien that has shared senses. Another Ditto seemingly pops his head out from a pile of cans. What does that mean? It means a hover drone latches onto 13 trying to push them away. 13 in turn tries to pry the enemy away. If one clone feels pain, then all clones feel it. Oh, is that all? No. 13 manages to push the drone over their head, letting it fly a distance away. 13 activates their quirk, sking up the hover drone. If one of your clones die. A mechanical clank resounds over them, drawing 13's and Ditto's attention. The assault robot towers over them, flexing its metallic claws that shift and change to form into dual-arm cannons. The cannons begin to charge up as the metal monstrosity takes aim. More Dittos pop out from their hiding places as the main Ditto gulps. Then, we all die. The robot opened fires, sending the heroes diving for cover. 13 slides away towards the store's center food stall. They then jump over the counter to use it for cover. A blast launches a Ditto towards the stand. The Ditto rolls on the ground before slamming into the side of the food stall. The dizzy Ditto lands upside down against the booth. The Ditto shakes his head, regaining his senses. What do we do? 13's eyes furrow as they stand up, watching as the assault robot gets distracted by other Dittos running around. We stand and fight. Another Ditto pops out from one of the cupboards. What? But what about the other heroes? Someone must have noticed by now and called the police. No, they wouldn't. The Ditto that slammed against the booth joins 13 behind it. How come? There's a holographic cloaking device around the entire perimeter that prevents bystanders and heroes from noticing this place. What? Isn't that convenient? It sure is, replies the Ditto in the cupboard. I was being sarcastic. 13 jumps back over the counter. Come on, we need to stop these things. But how? I'm a short alien with no speed nor strength. I can't even shoot lasers. How am I supposed to help? I mean, if just one of me dies, then rest of me will die. Izuku is truly inhabiting the Dittos because each one of them in the vicinity begin to mutter and ramble on in a panic about what he can and cannot do. 13 places a calming hand on the nearest Ditto. Izuku. The reassuring voice, a clearly practiced and well-tuned voice that came after years of rescuing panicked victims, instantly calms Izuku right down. So much so that even the other Dittos that aren't even present quiet down as well. Kneeling down, 13 looks the alien Izuku right in the eye, their gaze silently saying that everything is going to work out. We all have one life. Life isn't a video game where you get restarts and extra lives. This is reality. And in reality, everybody only gets one chance, one life. There are never do-overs. Once you're gone, you're gone. Ditto frowns, feeling very scared and even smaller than he already is. Life is fragile, but that is what makes life so precious. Because everyone only gets one life, we need heroes that are willing to put their lives on the line. To ensure that the innocent can live their lives out in peace. Izuku meets 13's eyes, their words really resonating within him. Do you think you can risk your life for others? With a determined glow in his eyes, Ditto stands straighter and gives the pro hero a nod. 13 nods back. Then it's time to be a hero. 13 and Ditto march towards the rampaging assault robot. More Dittos join in formation behind the two. The remaining Dittos around the store join in, but rather than join the procession, they all morph back into each other, bringing the number of Dittos down to noticing the lack of targets. The robot turns to face off against the approaching heroes. Standing tall, Ditto raises a fist and proclaims, "Bring it on, you giant tin can!" Only for the watch to flash red, reverting all the Dittos back into a single bewildered Izuku. 13 stares wide-eyed at this new predicament. Time for another lesson. You can't save others if you can't save yourself. Such wisdom. Outside the warehouse store, Mr. Bauman is running as fast as he can, which isn't really that fast, to his American 1967 muscle car. That car is his most prized possession. He'd be crazy to leave it behind and risk having it get destroyed by the manic robot or worse Izuku. He fumbles with his keys trying to unlock the door. Once unlocked, he steps inside and sighs a breath of relief. The bane of Mr. Bauman's existence bursts out of the emergency exit door screaming in terror at the top of his lungs. Izuku is in such hysteria that he slams into the side of Mr. Bauman's car, denting the hood. Adrenaline allows Izuku to ignore the pain as he moves himself away. As he runs, the greenette shouts back an apology. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bauman." Mr. Bauman steps out of his car shaking his fist. "Izuku, get back here and clean up this mess." The side of the store is blasted away as the assault robot smashes through it. Hanging onto its shoulder is 13. The space hero does their best to wrestle the robot away from the fleeing Izuku. It works a bit, throwing the tall robot off balance. The robot sidesteps, nearly stepping on the American muscle car. Mr. Bauman crouches down, begging for the menace to not damage his car as the robot's insectoid legs dance around the vehicle, nearly smashing it to bits. The robot grabs 13, prying them off of itself. 13 is able to pry themselves from its grip, falling down to the cement below, and narrowly landing on Mr. Bauman's car. Mr. Bauman watches as the robot begins to march in the direction that Izuku took off from. Holding their head, 13 aims their finger directly at the robot. The gravitational pull slows the monstrosity down. In response, the robot turns its head, its eyes light up before launching a beam at the hero. 13 ducks, ending their attack, with the laser whizzing past their head. The beam continues its path. Unfortunately, that path leads right towards Mr. Bauman's car. The laser passes right through the side of the car as if it was made of paper, leaving a gaping circular hole right through the center. Mr. Bauman falls to his knees as 13 continues the battle. No, not again. Meanwhile, Izuku continues running with tears leaking from his eyes and a terrified expression on his face. He doesn't have a destination in mind. In truth, he just keeps running. He eventually recognizes a few streets and corner stores that he usually passes by whenever he goes to Dagoba Municipal Beach from school. He figures that hiding amongst the large heaps of trash will be perfect for laying low, at least until 13 can reach him. It doesn't take long for Izuku to reach the involuntary junkyard. It's enough time for the watch to finish recharging. Izuku bends over, breathing heavily, trying to regain his breath. Slowing down his racing heart is not Izuku's main concern, rather the regret he feels is. After all, he left 13 behind to face the metal menace alone. Sure, the customers and Mr. Bauman were able to escape, but that doesn't lessen the pit in his stomach. How could he leave his mentor, his teacher, the first person to believe in him, behind like that? 13's last piece of advice enters his mind, that one cannot save others if they can't save themselves. This advice circles in his mind, until it clicks. There is no shame in retreating. After all, if he stayed, he would have just been dead weight, slowing the professional hero down, and putting himself in danger. But now that he's safe, 13 can focus on the fight without worrying about him. Also, that robot was really scary, so it works out that he was able to skip. Izuku smiles softly in relief. At least I'm safe here. The sound of a helicopter resonates overhead, getting increasingly louder. Curiously, Izuku looks up, he spots the source of the noise, and his eyes expand with dread. The assault robot crashes down onto a junk pile, smashing it into the sand and generating a cloud of dust that swirls around the metal beast. The robot towers over Izuku, its beady red eyes glowing with the intent to harm. The instinct to run is there, but Izuku's legs refuse to move. His mind replays recent events, the rampage at the store, targeting him, and 13's lesson on heroism. Right now, with nobody to worry about, with no witnesses, it is the perfect time to be a hero. It's hero time. Izuku slams down on his watch. The boy can feel his body changing within the green energy. He feels his jaw lengthen and his teeth sharpening. He can feel his skin turn dry and flaky. He can even feel gaps in his neck forming. Eventually the odd sensations end. Now standing on the beach is a tall fishman with a mouth full of protruding sharp teeth, webbed hands and feet, greenish-gray skin, and a lure like that of an angler fish sits upon its forehead. Whoa, now this is cool. The robot shifts, From its shoulders 2 more hover drones emerge. The fishman growls. "What's the matter? Can't take me on alone." The assault bot slams its claw down, but Izuku is too quick on his feet, ironic since he's a fish out of water. The alien fish uses the bot's arm as a springboard at the same time that the robot pulls its arm free from the sand. The force of the jump propels Izuku towards one of the hover drones. Expanding his mouth, displaying his sharp, jagged teeth, Izuku takes a giant bite out of the drone. Izuku lands safely onto the sand just as the remains of the bitten drone combust and crash into a junk pile. "Man, I'm going to have to clean that up later, gee." Izuku is having trouble breathing. He's actually gasping for air. So much so that he almost feels like he's choking, like he's completely running out of oxygen. That's when he holds his neck and realizes something that should have been pretty obvious to him from the start. He has gills. The robot and the remaining drone charge, firing lasers at the fishman. Izuku barely avoids the onslaught as he rushes towards the ocean. With a mighty leap, Izuku dives into the refreshing and breathable water. The fish alien takes deep breaths. Looking down, Izuku notices that his legs have merged together to become a mermaid-like tail. Up on the beach, the assault robot aims its arm cannons down towards the waves, firing a barrage of lasers into the water. Acting fast, Izuku swiftly and somewhat gracefully evades them all. Meanwhile, the hover drone flies over the water trying to pinpoint him. Izuku leaps out of the water and with one chomp Izuku grabs the drone and pulls down into the water, where it leaks oil, sparking from its gash marks before shutting down. Making sure to finish the job, Izuku lodges his sharp claws into it and using his increased strength to tear the drone in half. "I think it's time to go after the Whopper." Izuku pops his head out of the water before diving back down just in time to avoid getting his head vaporized. The assault robot continues its barrage of attacks using its sensors to lock on to Izuku's alien watch. Unfortunately for the tin can, Izuku is too quick for it, especially in the water. Izuku lunges out of the water grabbing onto the robot's right cannon. He takes a bite ripping off the robot's arm. "Lose something, tin can?" The robot uses its last claw to swipe at the fishman. It hits its mark launching Izuku into the sand, and acting fast the robot pins him down. Apparently not. The robot leans in its eyes glowing, aiming a laser for the fishman's head. Not letting fear take over, Izuku grabs a metal pole and lodges it into the robot's arm. With the grip loosened, Izuku wiggles free just as the laser blasts the sand. The detonation was too close and powerful that the robot's face is damaged by its own attack. The robot sparks as it straightens up, not giving it a chance to recover. Izuku tears through 2 of the bot's legs. The robot tips over, falling onto a pile of scrap metal. A large piece of metal pierces through the robot's right shoulder, making its right cannon useless. The robot shakily turns its head, sparks flying out from its eyes and neck, trying to find its target. Izuku jumps up, his piercing claws at the ready, and stabs through the chest of the downed robot. The sound of gears shifting stops as the glow of the robot's eyes dim. Izuku frees his scaly hand from the robot, taking a few deep breaths, before remembering that he needs water. Turning around, Izuku dives into the shallow shore so that at least his gills are in the water. Izuku smiles in contempt. "Ah, much better." With his back turned, he fails to notice the red ice blinking back to life. The robot's head shakes violently as it aims one final attack. It never gets the chance to, however, as it and the entire scrap heap it was laying on gets sucked up into the nothingness that is 13's black hole. "Midoriya, are you alright?" Finally taking notice, Izuku reels around. "I'm real good." "Ha, 13, you should have seen me. I was ripping through these guys like they were nothing." 13 approaches the water. Understandable, Pisces volans are known for their powerful jaws that can rip through anything. Izuku cups his chin, or where his chin would be, but fish don't have chins. "Jaws rip? Rip jaws?" "Yeah." Rip Jaws smiles, happy with his name. He takes a mental note to write that name down in his notebook. After some time, Izuku turns back to normal. Together, 13 and him look out to the open ocean, simply enjoying the fresh ocean breeze and the gorgeous view. 13 places a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Good job today, Midoriya." Izuku is a little nervous to ask. "Really?" "Oh yeah." For being untrained in combat, or hero work in general, you did amazing work today. And it's true, he not only fought off 3 killer robots all on his own, but he also helped guide aliens away from danger back at the store when he was Ditto. Also, because he went to the beach, he was able to avoid involving other people and heroes into the mix. Thanks. Don't mention it. Though it is a bit concerning. What is? That robot was targeting you. Do you think it was after the watch? Maybe, can't be too certain. Who knows, maybe it just didn't like your hair. Why wouldn't it like my hair? And why does that even matter? 13 gives Izuku a deadpan expression. What I mean is that I have no clue why it came after you. Oh. 13 waves it off. Don't worry about it. Just take the day off tomorrow, alright? And in the meantime, I have to file a report. I'll also look into what that bot was after. 13 doesn't look very happy, probably because this will take too much paperwork that's going to keep them up for several hours tonight. Izuku nods. Sounds good. Also, 13. Thanks for saving me today. 13 pats Izuku's head, fluffing up his already messy green hair. It was no problem at all. The alien commander examines the footage that was broadcasted by the assault robots and its drones. The commander glares at the sight of the Omnitrix upon the Splixons. The image of one of Earth's heroes interfering really frustrates him as well. And the sight of the drones being torn apart by the Pisxis Vol and infuriates him to no end. The Omnitrix should be his and not in the hands of a lower life form. His entire plan, his ambitions are falling apart because of some child. Yes, the most upsetting piece of information received was that of a human child wearing the Omnitrix. The most powerful weapon in the galaxy is controlled by a being whose species haven't been able to achieve space travel. Talk about pathetic. Yet, here it is, a small boy with green hair and a freckled face is all that stands between the commander and his quest for galactic conquest. Unfortunately for the boy, this being has experience with removing obstacles that hinder his ambitions. A week has passed since the robot attack, but no mention of the robots ever made it onto the news. As it turns out, 13 wasn't lying about the giant hologram around the warehouse. Nobody noticed a thing. Plus, as a bonus, the robot actually turned invisible to escape 13 before using its legs as helicopter blades to go after Izuku. So, no one witnessed it flying over the buildings. Training picked right back up with Izuku's strength training combined with some practice as Ditto. According to 13, his physical capabilities should transfer over to his alien forms and vice versa. So, with an army of Dittos, Izuku took to clearing the trashed beach. Unfortunately, he was 10 times more exhausted by the end of each workout when compared to before. It also doesn't help that Ditto is half his own size. Saturday eventually rolled around. Early that morning, Izuku set off for Mr. Bauman's store only for the old man to kick him out. According to Mr. Bauman, he literally can't afford to have Izuku anywhere near his store, claiming that he's the reason for ruining his store and scaring his customers. Of course, that isn't completely true, but in Mr. Bauman's eyes it might as well be. So, with nothing else to do, Izuku decides to text Henzuichi, figuring it's been a while since they've hung out, while treading off away from the warehouse district. Henza gets back to him rather quickly, complaining about how early it is, but suggests that they should head over to the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. There's a new arcade there that he's been wanting to scout out. Smiling happily, Izuku heads for the train station. Somewhere in Kiyoshi Ward, a man dressed in a brown business suit slams his fist onto the door of a rundown and shabby apartment building. The windows are cracked and boarded up, the sides of the outer wall are falling apart, and the cement walkway is cracked. Yo, Animo. I know you're in there. Open up. Getting no reply, the man pulls out a key, unlocks the door, and steps inside. The apartment is cluttered with filthy tanks and cages strewn about with various animals from fish, lizards, birds, and rodents. The TV appears to be left on in the corner of the large room. The man holds his nose. Smells like a zoo in here. He walks through the apartment, stepping over the smaller cages, looking for the only human resident. Entering the farthest end of the living room, the man curiously watches a large frog hop about its terrarium, oblivious to the figure approaching him from behind. The man turns around and yelps in surprise. How did you get in? Demands a scratchy-voiced old man. The withered old man has greenish skin, long white hair that clearly hasn't been washed in weeks, and crooked teeth. The man's clothes are dark and ragged. They too have not been washed or mended to seen as his shirt is torn up in places. The man composes himself, fixing his tie. The key, I am still your landlord, remember? Maybe not because your rent is 6 months past due. Anemo stares at the man as if he's crazy before shrugging him off. All my funds go into my research. He says it in a way that sounds like that should have been obvious. Now get out. You're disturbing me. Anemo turns away and fiddles with something on his desk. The landlord gazes at the state of the apartment, noting the smells, grime, and animals. Looks like you were disturbed long before I got here, pal. Listen, Doc. You and your furry friends are out on the street unless you pony up the green. Anemo smirks. Pony up. He turns, opening the terrarium, and reaches in for the large frog. Interesting choice of phrases. He places the frog on the floor before reaching for something from his desk. You must be an animal lover. Then you're gonna love this. Anemo equips himself with a very strange device that looks like it was put together with various pieces of kitchen utensils, pieces of household appliances, and other small electronic devices. The helmet part of the device is literally a bowl strainer with 2 long antennas attached to it. Strapped to his chest is a circular disc with red lights and various dials. Staring at the device, the landlord bends over, holding his gut in a fit of laughing. Ignoring the laughter, Anemo continues. This is my transmodulator. Tell me, do you know what my quirk does? The landlord wipes away his tears, standing back up. Why would I care? You should. My quirk allows me to alter the DNA of animals as long as I understand the physiology of the species. Admittedly, my quirk is not all that powerful. The most I can do is give these creatures longer lifespans and make them a bit bigger, maybe even change their pigmentations. However, this device will change all that. It will accelerate the mutation process at a genetic level. Observe. Pressing a few buttons and rotating a dial, the circular chest piece and the ends of the antennas spark red. The red sparks form into thin beams that fire out and begin to surge into the bullfrog. The frog starts to grow larger and larger as its warts begin to expand on its back, horns burst from its head, and its muscles convulse. The landlord falls back, screaming in horror as a giant mutant frog with bull-like horns and 4 red eyes stares down at his cowering form. Smiling like the maniac he is, Anemo explains the other function of his invention. Oh, I should also mention that this device gives me complete control over my creatures. Anemo begins to laugh hysterically to himself as the extra-large amphibian leans towards the horrified landlord. Like the monster it is, it gulps up the landlord before he can even blink. Panicking, the landlord desperately tries to free himself. From outside the frog, one can see the desperate attempts for freedom of flailing about in its enlarged throat. Haha, I'm sorry I can't hear you. Sounds like you got a frog in your throat. Ha. Or is that the other way around? Anemo nearly falls over in laughter as the thrashing begins to diminish. Anemo eventually stops laughing, sighing. He rubs his eyes. My work is truly brilliant, but how am I, Dr. Aloysius J. Anemo, supposed to show the world my genius? Leaning against his abomination, Dr. Anemo wonders what to do next. He doesn't have a lot of options, considering he's seen as a mockery by the science community. He has no connections, no allies, and no money. All because no one can see the potential in his quirk or in his mind. He can evolve animals, give them power that quirked individuals would be envious of. They would upstage heroes and bring a new order into this world. Yet they deny him of his rightful glory. That's when, out of corner of his eyes, he notices the TV flash to a commercial advertising the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. Dr. Anemo grins, a plan hatching within his mind. Ah, just what the doctor ordered. The Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall is huge, with stores that sell nearly everything you can think of. The mall is so large that other companies rent out their own parts of the buildings. For example, one part of the mall is used to house a radio tower. Izuku, however, is outside the mall, wandering around through the expansive parking lot. Where is he? He turns here and there, searching for Henzu. Henzu texted him saying that he's near the east side of the parking lot, but this place is overcrowded with people and cars. A heavy hand made of red steel grips the lost teen's shoulder from behind, making Izuku freeze up. "Give me your cash if you know what's good for ya." Izuku visibly relaxes. "Does it even matter? I mean, you're probably going to make me pay for everything today anyway." He turns smiling at his best friend. Henza grins, shrugging his shoulders. "Fair point." He releases his quirk, turning his skin from a red metallic color back into flesh. "Good to see ya, buddy. It's been a while since we did something like this." "Yeah." Izuku can't help but feel bothered by the fact that Henzu was red, because when that occurs it's because of when he absorbs something he also gains the pigment of said object. "Did you break into something?" Henza doesn't even flinch at Izuku's bluntness. At this point both of them are used to this sort of interaction. Instead of looking embarrassed, Henzu looks almost proud. "I may or may not have broken into a car or two, besides it's not like you got any proof." Izuku internally deadpants. He's too much sometimes. With hearty laughs the two head for the mall, passing by a red car with a busted window. Izuku has a great time at the mall. They window shopped on their way to the arcade, with a few stores catching their attention. The greenette was practically drooling at the sight of the hero merchandise store, his eyes mesmerized by all the posters, figurines, and other collectibles. So much so that Henzu had to drag him away. Even though Henzu was annoyed by the sight of the store, he did find Izuku's reaction a bit amusing. They eventually get to their destination, a brand new and expansive arcade with all the latest gaming technologies and games of all genres: shooting, dancing, racing, and even pinball. Henza dominates most of the competitive games such as the racing game, Street Fighters, and air hockey. That said, Izuku does prove himself at the co-op shooting games, skee-ball, and most solo-player games. At one point Henzu got into an argument with a group of delinquent high schoolers. Izuku tried to break them up before a fight broke out, but Henza got an idea. A few minutes later, Henzu is walking away a little bit richer after defeating the punks at Street Fighters. Although, Izuku is pretty sure he cheated by absorbing some electricity to shock his opponents in order to throw them off. Deciding that it was enough, the duo decide to head down to the cafeteria for some lunch. Izuku folds his arms, feeling very disappointed while also trying to avoid bumping into other shoppers. "Why did you have to do that?" "What?" "You know." Realizing what he meant, Henzu rolls his eyes. "Come on, Izuku, they were asking for it. Someone had to put them in their place." Izuku mutters under his breath. "You didn't even win fairly." Henzu suddenly stops becoming serious. He turns so he can face his friend face to face. "You've got to stop thinking like that." Stopping, Izuku's eyes widen. "Like what?" "That playing by the rules is going to lead you to success." News flash: the concept of fair and square is total bullshit. Those rules are only in place to stop those that are superior from outshining their inferiors. Henzu folds his arms, his eyes soften slightly, but he holds his serious expression. "This is something that you ought to know by now." Izuku's head droops. "That doesn't make it right though." What's right and what's wrong are totally subjective. Izuku is not entirely sure what his friend is talking about. Realizing this, Henzu continues. "Okay, for example, stealing is wrong, right?" "Of course." "Okay, but what if someone stole so they could provide for their family? Is it wrong then?" "That's a tricky question." Well, if they had the time, I'm sure they could find another way." Henzu shakes his head in disapproval. "Time isn't the problem. It's society, it's the rules that govern it, that can lead people to break the rules, to not play fairly." Izuku is still not sold on this idea. Ultimately, life ain't fair, so why should you play fair? If you have the skills to survive and provide for yourself, even if it breaks the law, then you should be able to do it. Henzu notices a girl strolling towards them. Izuku hasn't noticed. She has shoulder-length chestnut hair with two longer clumps curving towards her round face. She is completely oblivious to the two of them within the bustling crowd. She passes them by without so much as a glance. As she walks away, Henzu turns back to Izuku. "So, if I need cash for some new game system, then I should be completely justified to take it?" because I have the ability to do so without anyone noticing. Henzo holds up a little pink wallet that clearly isn't his. Instantly Izuku understands the situation. He pickpocketed the poor girl. Henzo, stop. You can't do that. Relax, she didn't even notice. Henzo smirks, feeling very cocky as he waves the wallet around. Besides, it's not like you'd rat me out. Hey, that's mine. A feminine voice with a cross tone yells back at them. Henzo twists around as Izuku silently begins to panic. Behind them stands the same girl that Henzo just pickpocketed. She is a short girl of slender yet feminine build. She is fair-skinned with a perpetual blush on her cheeks. Her eyes are large and round, their irises a warm brown. She's wearing a dark pink t-shirt and black gym shorts that extend to her knees, and white shoes. She holds her hand out, trying her best to look firm. Give it back, she demands with as much conviction as she can muster. Henzo gives Izuku a look, smirking mischievously, seeing an opportunity to have a teaching moment for his friend. Henzo gives the girl a nasty grin. Ah, you want it? Then you're going to have to take it back. Henzo touches the ground, absorbing the tile, thus changing his skin to the hardened substance. The round-faced girl tries her best to stay composed, but it's clear that she's not so sure about this anymore. But that's all the money she has. She literally can't afford for this thug to take it from her. Henzo is able to pick up on her hesitation. After years of taunting and picking fights, you pick up on people's mannerisms, especially when it comes to confrontations. Clearly this girl would like to run, but she won't for whatever reason. It's an opportunity to show Izuku that if she's capable of taking the wallet back, then she earned it, but if she has to use her quirk, thus break the law to do so, the better. Even if she doesn't, Henzo will still get his point across by using his quirk. That if you want something, you need to have the will to break the rules to get it. Izuku, not quite sure what's going on, doesn't want a fight to break out. Last thing he needs is for the authorities to arrest them for thievery and illegal quirk usage. With one swift motion, Izuku swipes the wallet from the taller teen's hand. He falls onto his knees, bowing for forgiveness, holding up the wallet like an offering. I'm so sorry. Please forgive my friend, he didn't mean it. The girl's eyes pop out for a minute, staring at the begging brunette. And no, I'm pretty sure he did. Even Henzo has to agree. Yeah, I did. She scowls at him while he smirks in response. I'm really sorry. Please, I'm begging you, don't report us. A fountain of tears gushes out from the brunette's eyes, so much so that it begins to soak through their shoes. Other customers notice and begin to move away. The girl steps back, avoiding the growing puddle. Okay. She takes back her wallet. Izuku sniffs, regaining himself. Thank you. Henzo rubs his ear. You're too loud. The girl firmly grips her wallet. That said, I don't appreciate being robbed. Henzo opens his mouth, readying a smartass remark, but Izuku jumps back up onto his feet. Here, I'll make it up to you. We were just heading to the cafeteria. I can pay for your lunch. You can get whatever you want, it'll be my treat. Henzo isn't so sure it'll be that easy. Nice try, Izuku, but there is no way she'll accept. Her reaction is not what he's expecting. Her eyes are glazed over, glowing with excitement, as drool drips from her gaping mouth, as if imagining all the tasty treats she can have. You gotta be kidding. As the girl happily accepts the offer, the three teens don't notice a smelly man with a large box walking past them. Dr. Animo gazes up at the pet shop a floor above them. He smiles, putting his crooked teeth on display. The round-faced girl holds her cheek, tongue sticking out, enjoying the delicious jumbo sundae that she ordered. It's so good. Henzo is sitting across from her with a plate of cheese fries. He's taken slightly aback by the result of his thievery. I wasn't expecting this. Izuku is sitting between the two, tears streaming down his eyes. All he has is a cup of water. My poor wallet, it's empty. Deciding not to feel down, Izuku attempts to distract himself. So, can we assume that all is forgiven? The cute girl nods her head, dipping her spoon in for another scoop. Oh, heck yeah. After taking a bite, she puts down the spoon. Oh, I guess I should introduce myself. My name is Achiko Uraraka. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya, and this is Henzo Ichi. Izuku becomes very nervous now that he realizes that he's actually having a conversation with a girl. It's nice to meet you, Midoriya. Her smile turns mischievous as she shifts her attention to the black-haired thug. And it's nice to know the name of the person who robbed me. Now I can properly file a report to the police. Henza growls. Huh, where was that confidence earlier? That immediately shuts her up. She pouts, making her cheeks puff out in annoyance. Izuku immediately jumps in, trying to mediate the situation. So, Uraraka, what brings you here today? The distraction works. Oh, I'm just browsing for today, trying to get the lay of the land. She becomes embarrassed, rubbing her head. I actually don't have enough money to buy anything too big. Henzu sits up straight, deadpanning. Then why did you stand up to me? Lay of the land? Did you just move here? No, not yet. Well, maybe. It depends on if I pass the UA entrance exam. The freckled-faced boy immediately lights up. You're going to take the exam too? Yeah. Wait, so you're taking it too? This is so great. I'll know somebody, maybe we can help each other out. Why yeah? Henzu throws his head back in exasperation. Not another one. Achiko looks to Izuku for clarification. He doesn't like heroes all too much. What? Achiko can't help but stare. How could you not like heroes? What is there to like in the first place? Achiko looks ready to argue, but from the corner of her eye she can see Izuku gesturing and shaking his head. Understanding that he's saying not to drag out an argument, she shuts her mouth and sits back. Izuku gives her a grateful smile. I don't get something. What's that? How are you two friends? She points at them. I mean, you're so nice while he's so mean. You like heroes and he doesn't. You follow the rules and he's a delinquent. Henza grins and gives her a thumbs up, taking the insult as a compliment. I can answer that question. Said delinquent leans onto his friend. This guy, despite his hero obsession, is one of the most honest and loyal people I know. No matter what bad sheet I pull or drag him into, I know he'll have my back, and I have his. Right, buddy? Alright. Truth be told, Izuku is not sold with his own answer. Of course, he'll always have Henzu's back, but as for the honesty part, he's going to have to disagree with that statement. After all, he still hasn't told Henzu about his watch, or at least that he has a quirk. Sure, he promised 13 that he'd keep it a secret, but he did consider telling his best friend about it. Maybe he should say something now? If he gets into UA, then he's going to find out anyway, plus 13 and him have already come up with a cover story. Hey Henzu, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Before Izuku can tell him, a loud rumble and an eruption of screams resonate throughout the shopping mall. A cloud of dust and smoke emerge from the opposite end of the mall from the cafeteria. Some patrons, mostly those with small children, make their way to the exits as fast as they can while most of the bystanders stand and watch. What was that? Is it a villain? I wonder which hero is going to show up. Achiko is freaking out. Oh my god! What are we going to do? Henza replies he's really annoyed by how dumb some people can be. Leave, obviously. Henza grabs Izuku by the shoulder and begins leading him away. Achiko fearfully follows them, unsure about what to do. While being led away, Izuku can't help but wonder what's happening. Force of habit is nagging at him to get his hero analysis notebook out, but there's no way Henzu is going to let him stay and watch. Achiko glances back at the smoke, fear and surprise spread across her face at what she sees. Without a second to waste, she throws herself at the two boys. Get down! She shoves them to the ground with her just as something big and screeching whooshes past their heads. Henzu, flipping himself over, snarls. What was that for? The teen's voice softens, staring wide-eyed at the monster flying above them. Izuku, rubbing his head, looks up and begins shaking in fear. Flying above the open roof of the mall is a monster of a bird. It looks like a giant 6-foot-tall cockatiel with gray sharp feathers, a jagged beak, and piercing red eyes. The mutant bird gives a terrifying and rattling cry before swooping down on the shocked crowd. People finally realize the situation and begin to panic, throwing the entire mall into chaos. The bird tries to snatch up a few customers only to grab their bags or miss them completely amongst the chaos, although it does manage to knock some poor people over. Izuku is shaking watching the chaos ensue. What is that thing? Henzu picks himself up. Whatever it is, I'm not staying to find out. Henzu gestures to a nearby emergency exit. It's gone unnoticed by the fleeing patrons mainly because it's in a narrow hallway between two food stalls. The three rush over with Henzu flinging the door open only to stop dead in his tracks with Izuku and Achiko slamming into his back. Izuku's nerves are really getting to him. Why'd you stop? Looking up he gets his answer. A giant monster frog with horns is staring down at them with 4 red eyes. The 4 individuals hold their gaze, unable to look away. Never mind. And with that, the 3 kids scramble back through the emergency exit just as the frog lashes its disgusting green tongue at them. Luckily, Henzu is able to slam the door shut before it can reach them. Catching their breath, they check up on the situation within the rest of the mall. It's a complete disaster. Although there are clearly less people around, there are still a few that are unable to escape the onslaught, for the entire mall appears to have been taken over by giant mutated animals. There are not only more mutated frogs and birds, but giant hamsters with spider-like eyes, mutated goldfish that have grown legs that look like a combination of fins and reptile feet, and saber-tooth-like cats with spikes protruding from their backs. Achako is nearly in tears. What the heck is happening right now? There are monsters everywhere. Henzu is not able to come up with a reply, even he finds the scene disturbing. Izuku's heart beats faster, his breath stiffens, as he watches innocent people being attacked. Their screams and cries of fear fills his ears. They're begging for help, for someone to save them, for a hero. We have to help them. It takes the other 2 a minute to realize what he just said. Henzu spins around so fast that Izuku thinks that his head would have flung off. Are you crazy? Achako speaks up as well, although she looks a bit hesitant as if she wants to agree with Izuku instead. The heroes should be here soon. There's no need to put ourselves in danger. No, they won't be. If they were, then they'd be here already. What do you mean? That frog was guarding the exit. Not just to keep us in, but to keep anyone from getting in. Achiko puts 2 and 2 together. As in keeping the heroes out? Izuku nods, his eyes turning serious with worry. Yeah. Henzu throws his head back, really annoyed by the news. Typical heroes are all talk and no bite. There's something else bothering Achiko. Wait, if that thing and others like it are on guard and other monsters are attacking, then that means this attack was planned. Yeah, there must be a villain running around turning pets into monsters and is able to organize them, probably with some kind of mind control. The greenette begins to ramble on into a storm of muttering. The muttering weirds out the chestnut-haired girl. He's really good at figuring these kinds of things out, isn't he? Henzu deadpants. You have no idea. Izuku looks out again. He spots a TV across from them. The TV is on the news channel and is broadcasting the attack on the mall. From what he can tell, several heroes have arrived on the scene, but as he thought, frogs are guarding the entrance, mutant birds are blockading the sky, and even monster fish are patrolling the sewers. Help is clearly not coming anytime soon. We're wasting time. We need to save these people. Henzu smacks Izuku over the head before hoisting him up by the collar. Don't be stupid. How are you supposed to help them? You're quirkless after all. Achiko's eyes widen in surprise. She had honestly thought that there weren't any quirkless people left in Japan, at least those that are around her age. Yet he wants to be a hero. That's crazy, but also kind of inspiring and noble. Izuku's eyes shift downwards. Even if I'm quirkless, even if I'm crippled, even if there is no hope, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I have to do something. It's a hero's job to save everybody. He locks eyes with his friend, daring him to try and stop him, his soul burning for action and to carry out his words. Henzu glares back, feeling very frustrated right now. Izuku's words ring throughout Achiko's head. Save everybody. Henzu looks away, his hair blocking the view of his eyes. That's very admirable it is, but you... quirkless. Henzu shoves Izuku against the wall. What do you expect to do? Go out there and run around like a tasty treat for all those things? No, I'm going to run out there and save them. Abandoning his reservations about his quirk, Izuku activates his watch. Henzu raises an eyebrow and Achiko stares in awe at the alien green glow emanating from the strange device. Izuku rotates the dial, finding the correct transformation, and slams the dial down. In a flash of light, Izuku disappears and is replaced by a blue raptor-like creature. You can stay here if you want, I won't force you to help. Henzu's mouth drops in pure shock, and Achiko's eyes expand in surprise. Oh, I'm not quirkless by the way. Exa 8 stats a matter of factually. He then notices a mutant hamster approaching a fallen girl. Look, I'll explain later, but for now. A visor covers XLR8's face before he zooms away, leaving the other two in a very stunned and confused state. Henzu continues to stare as the morphed Izuku zips around grabbing victims before they can be harmed and getting them to safety outside. Henzu notices the TV broadcasting the news from it. He can actually see a blue blur moving in and out of the mall, leaving behind surprised and dazed people. His shock, however, turns into frustration. How could Izuku do this? How could he lie to him? Has he been lying the entire time? Was he just playing everyone? He'd be impressed if he wasn't one of the people being conned. Achako is amazed at what she's seeing. Her new friend just shapeshifted into a dinosaur that can run at lightning-fast speed. It's incredible he's doing exactly what he said he would. He's saving everybody, but she thought that Wichi said that he was quirkless. Meanwhile, Exa 8 is dashing across the mall, snatching up people left and right before taking them outside and away from danger. He considered grabbing a hero or two and taking them into the mall, but they are too busy preventing any mutants from harming the people he just saved or the crowd of spectators that has formed around the entire mall. As he re-enters the mall, a well-timed tongue lash from a giant frog trips the speedster, sending him crashing into a few tables in the cafeteria. Luckily, his helmet is strong enough to prevent a concussion, but his body aches in pain. Ouch! The frog croaks just before it lunges itself forward, its mouth wide open to scoop up and chomp down on the blue reptile. Exa 8 flinches, his arms raised to protect himself, but nothing happens other than the sound of croaking moving away from him. Opening his eyes, he stares as the giant frog floats skyward into the air while it struggles to regain its balance. That's when Exa 8 notices Achiko standing there with her hands raised forward. She couldn't stand by and do nothing. Izuku is out here and giving it his all. She can't stand by and watch as he gets eaten by a monster. With confidence, she presses her hands together. Release! The mutant begins to plummet, crash, landing onto a small kiosk. XR8 dashes over to Achiko. Uraraka, that was amazing. Was that your quirk? Is it gravity-based? Is it an emitter or a mutation? Can you use it on me? Achiko can't possibly answer the barrage of questions, especially since XR8 is throwing them out a mile a minute. It's my quirk. It's called zero gravity. I can make anything that I touch weightless. She furiously rubs the back of head, feeling very bashful. Wow, so cool. The frog begins to stir. It corrects its orientation and lashes out its tongue. Acting fast, XR8 grabs Achiko and runs away, allowing the tongue to smash into a table. The frog continues its attack, with XR8 just barely managing to avoid the tongue lashes. XR8 makes a mad dash for the nearby escalator. It should take them up to the second floor and away from the amphibian. Before they can make it, one of the mutated cats pounces out from above, blocking their path. Unable to stop, XR8 slides past the feral cat, slamming into the wall. He uses his body to cushion the blow for Achiko. The frog joins the saber cat, the two beasts growling as they prepare to maul the downed teens. The monster feline goes first, pouncing with its sharp black claws out and ready to slash them to ribbons. XR8 instinctively moves to cover Achiko, while she herself cowers in fear. Get away from them! The sound of clanging metal bashes into the large cat's head, redirecting it and sending it crashing through the store window. A metallized Henzu, having absorbed the matter from a metal pipe, couldn't let those two idiots get into trouble without him. He's the ultimate troublemaker. It's an insult if he stays back and misses the opportunity to break those stupid quirk regulation laws. Plus, the prospect of fighting giant monsters is way too awesome to pass up. Henzu turns to the other two who are staring at him in complete surprise. Don't gawk at me. We have some heads to bash. He backhands the frog's tongue away before it can hit him. Also, Izuku, we're going to have a long talk after all this. Achiko and Izuku look to each other. They nod in agreement before getting up. XR8 begins spinning around the frog, distracting it. It works as the frog tries to lash out at him but misses every time. Achiko presses her hands onto Henzu's back, pushing him up into the air. When he rises above the frog, she releases her zero-gravity effect and he plummets downward. He pile-drives into the frog's skull, smashing it into the ground and knocking it unconscious. Henzu raises his fists into the air. I gotta admit, that was pretty cool, he proclaims, grinning like an idiot all the but Achiko gives a big thumbs up. Yeah, it was. XR8 smiles as well, but a distant scream startles him. We're not done. There may still be some people left. Achako frowns. You're right, we need to do something. We scour the mall and save whomever we can. Are you with me? Yeah. Henzu jokingly postures himself to look like he's thinking. Fine. XLR8 smiles in appreciation. Then let's be heroes. The three unlicensed heroes make their way through the mall. Luckily, most of the mutants have migrated outside the mall to help prevent pro heroes from entering. That said, there are still quite a bit of them within the mall itself. With their speed, strength, and support, they are able to fend off or at least distract the mutants, allowing XR8 to speed any victims away. Fortunately, there are not many people left behind. Each of them gets a moment to shine throughout the next few minutes. Within a closed store, XR8 took a frog for a spin by using its own tongue to tie it up by running around it. In a video game store, Henzu punches a mutant hamster so hard in the face that he shattered its giant teeth. He also may have taken a game or two with him as he left. In a furniture store, Achiko uses her quirk to move a large couch that she uses to pin down a mutated goldfish with piranha-like teeth. Later, inside a bookstore, Achiko levitates a fallen shelf that landed on an unconscious woman. XR8 picks the woman up and speeds away. Achiko immediately barfs up what looks like rainbow glitter. The side effect of her quirk has finally caught up with her. Henzu fends off another mutant hamster. You alright? Achiko coughs. Why, I just need a minute. XR8 returns, tackling the hamster and knocking it away. I checked the rest of the mall. We can make a run for it now. Henzu reverts his skin back to normal. Was that a pun? Yeah, I thought it would be funny. Between breaths, Achiko chirps in. It needs work. Noted. Anyway, we'll do this one at a time. I'll get you guys outside, and we can leave the rest to the heroes. Achiko nods. If she tries to talk, there's a good chance that her breakfast will join her lunch on the floor. Meanwhile, Henzu walks over to a broken cash register, grinning like a Cheshire cat. He immediately snatches up any loose bucks. XR8 bends down to pick up the round-faced girl who's covering her mouth. Good job, hero. He picks her up bridal style. Achiko looks away, blushing. Yeah, you too, hero. XR8 grins, but his delightfulness is cut short by the sound of beeping and a flash of red light. Izuku immediately falls over, with Achiko landing on top of him as he returns to normal. Izuku has a hard time breathing with Achiko sitting on his chest. Achiko is too dumbfounded to move. Henzu finally notices Izuku struggling underneath the confused girl. What the hell happened? Achiko finally scrambles away as Izuku sits up. It's my what quirk? It's my quirk. I can transform, but only for 10 minutes. Cool, so just transform back. I can't. It takes another 10 minutes for my quirk to recharge. We really need to have a talk. Before Izuku can respond, more rumbling and animalistic cries shake the mall. Achiko chokes out in confusion. What was that? They sneakily peer out the store window, seeing even more mutant pet animals patrolling the mall, large dinosaur-like turtles, horrifying lizards, and nightmarish rabbits. There's even more of them. Achiko whispers harshly as the three of them sneak back towards the end of the store to avoid detection. What's even causing this? A fixated look crosses Izuku's eyes. The villain. Henzu immediately recognizes that stupid look. No way. You can't be serious. Achiko is rightly puzzled. What is it? He wants to go after the villain. What? Izuku has the decency to look embarrassed. The heroes are still stuck outside, and there are even more mutants. If they get out, they can cause a disaster. Not to mention haunt people's dreams for years to come. We have to at least slow down the villain's plan until a pro-hero can get here. Henzu can't help but be frustrated. Do you have a death wish or something? Achiko doesn't agree with that statement, but even she has to agree with him. He's kind of right, Midoriya. You don't even know where the villain is. That's true. For all he knows, this may be a horrible accident caused by radiation or a secret government experiment that's gotten loose somehow. Izuku's mind fills with every possible detail, explanation, and question. What do they want? What are they after? What is their quirk? Where are they? Izuku's mind spins these questions around his head, until it all clicks together. The cell tower. Achiko tilts her head. What? The cell tower. That's what the villain is after. Why do you say that? Nothing is being taken, not even the money. Henzu's eyes dart to the cash register that he stole from. It's true, the mutant hamster didn't even glance at the money. And even their assault. They weren't trying to keep people in, they were trying to chase them out. Izuku's reasoning begins to make sense in Achiko's mind. And look where the monsters are coming from. Achiko glances over the shelves, noticing that the monsters are all headed away from the same direction. From the same direction as the cell tower. Yup. Henzu folds his arms. But why would the BSTRD want the cell tower for? Control. He clearly lost Henzu and Achiko. If they can control these things, what's to say they can't control other animals, or make even more of them? Achiko considers the possibility. As she thinks about it, Izuku's logic makes more and more sense. What if this is only the first wave, the calm before the storm? What would happen if more monsters appear, or even if everyday pets go wild? The damage could be too great. The brunette nods, her hair bouncing slightly. Okay, let's go get that villain. Izuku is a bit surprised. He really thought that they'd be unwilling. Really? You sure? You don't have to do this if you don't want to. Achiko shakes her head. It doesn't matter if I want to or not. I have to do this. I can't stand the thought of people getting hurt by these things. I'm with you, Midoriya. Izuku gives her a grateful smile, one she is happy to return. Izuku glances at Henzu. He doesn't have to ask, but he does. What about you? Henzu looks away, feeling very annoyed and upset. You with me or not? Izuku hesitates before continuing. Or was all that talk about having my back a lie? Anger flashes in Henzu's eyes and Izuku immediately regrets saying anything. Henzu ultimately gives in. I've got your back. He gives the shorter teen a small smirk. You know, I'm kinda proud. That was a really dirty trick you just pulled. I learned from the best. Izuku turns, gazing out at the ever-increasing threat as his companions join his side. Let's do this, guys. His eyes fixate onto the distant cell tower and their goal. It's hero time. I know, boo-boo. A cliffhanger, boo. But it had to be done. I decided to split CH4 into 2 parts because it ended up being 50 pages long. I'm also hoping it will allow me time to work on CH6 since this is the case. That said, please expect CH5 to be up sooner rather than later. I'll probably post it either on Monday or Tuesday. Please leave a review. I absolutely adore hearing from you guys. That's right, I have officially incorporated Achiko Uraraka into the narrative, so get used to seeing her around, obviously. I loved writing for Dr. Onimo mainly because his character is so cartoonish and over the top. Do you guys like the inclusion of this character? Also get ready for a new alien next chapter. Any guesses which one it is? The weekend All Might is strolling through the now repaired and calm Tatooine Station shopping district. He stopped by to do some grocery shopping and to reflect on his failure from a month ago. Pathetic. This place may be up and running with happy faces and a peaceful atmosphere, yet he wasn't the one to help make it that way. No, he had to uselessly watch while someone else, a real hero, stepped in to clean up his mess. Damn it. He already had the slime villain captured, but he allowed himself to be distracted. No, he will not blame the boy. Actually, he feels even worse because of what he said to that kid with the mop of messy green hair and freckles. He'll never forget the boy's face when he told him to give up on his dream. Pathetic. He needs to fix this. Maybe he should track the boy down. Izuku Midoriya was his name. It would be pretty easy. He could just ask Tsukachi to look him up for him. But what would he say? What could he do? Would the boy even want to talk to him? He knows that he himself wouldn't want to. A small crowd has formed around a TV store. They appear to be watching the news. All Might is so lost in his thoughts to notice. We're live outside the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall, where animal-like monsters have gone on a rampage. All Might stops and spins around. He tries his best to look over the shoulders of those in front. He can see the local news anchor standing in a parking lot. Behind her he can see a few pro heroes wrangling what appears to be a large hamster. According to our sources, the pro heroes cannot enter the premise thanks to monsters blockading the entire mall. Even the sewers are blocked off by fish monsters. A pit forms in All Might's stomach. However, one hero may have gotten in and has saved a number of victims. A clip plays. It was taken by a handheld phone, so the picture is not that good, but it's enough. The cameraman is outside the mall watching the heroes fighting a mutant frog. A blue blur passes by them all. The camera spins around, showing a confused and startled woman with disheveled hair and clothes standing there as a gust of wind rushes by. The blue blur returns several more times, and each time a new person is rescued. All Might watches in amazement. He can't think of any hero with that kind of speed or wears blue. Sure, there are speedster heroes out there like Ingenium, but this doesn't appear to be his work. Maybe they're a new hero or someone who's not as well known. Yet there they are running headfirst into danger, putting their lives on the line in order to save others. A real hero unlike him. He's supposed to be a teacher soon and he has to find and mentor a new successor. But how can he? Sure, there's Sir Nitai's recommendation, but what if he crushes his dreams too? What if he's not good enough to teach, to mentor, to inspire others? All Might shakes his head. No, stop it. Don't think like that. Just keep smiling. The young broadcaster continues her coverage while running. We have a new development. More monsters have emerged from within the mall and are now driving back the heroes. We have been ordered to evacuate to a safe distance. Monster turtles, lizards, and rabbits charge out of the main entrance where pro heroes intercept them. All Might glares at the offending beasts. That's it. No more standing by. He is determined to fix his failure and he can start now. The number one hero pulls out his cell phone, making a quick call. Tsukachi, I need you pick me up from the Tatooine Station shopping district. He takes off hoping to meet Tsukachi halfway. Meanwhile, 13 watches the same broadcast from his desk computer at their agency. They immediately recognizes the blue blur as Izuku's XLR-8 form. 13 rubs their head, trying to stop a migraine from forming. This kid is going to drive me insane. Somewhere within Earth's orbit, the damaged alien cruiser is still monitoring the Omnitrix's activity. The commander is alerted about the Omnitrix activating again, thanks to their sensors pinpointing where it was activated. The monitor drone pulls up the same news broadcast that All Might was watching. An idea forms in the commander's head as he watches the mutant animals engage Earth's heroes. The commander has a hard time speaking from within his medical tank. This is an opportunity. The cell tower is located in the middle of a large open ceiling room, surrounded by other service units such as air conditioners, fans, vents, electrical boxes, etc. A scientist with shaggy white hair and pale green skin can be found at the base of the cell tower. Dr. Onimo has installed makeshift computers and wires all across the tower. Mutant cockatiels are perched among the tower and other mutant animals patrol around it. He continues to jury-rig the wiring trying to gain control over the cell tower. Soon I will show the world the genius of Dr. Aloysius J. Onimo. He plugs in a few wires into the circular device on his chest. With this cell tower I will be able to broadcast my mutation ray throughout a large area, and with my transmodulator I will gain control over all those wonderful mutants. And then, and only then, will everyone see my genius. Dr. Onimo laughs maniacally, dreaming of his scientific victory. Behind a nearby air conditioning unit, Izuku, Henzu, and Achiko sweat drop. Wow, he villain monologued and everything. They are really surprised that the villain was so idiotic to spill out all that information. The three of them had snuck their way over to the cell tower using the stores, benches, and anything else to hide themselves from the mutants. Achiko even floated them across from the second to the third floor to avoid a prowling mutant cat. They arrived at the cell tower in time to hear Dr. Onimu's evil plan. Coincidentally, the time it took for them to get there gave Izuku's watch enough time to recharge. Henza can't take his eyes off the madman. This idiot is the one attacking them all? Achiko and Izuku look downward with embarrassed grins, unsure on how to respond. Achiko looks to Izuku for answers. What do we do now, Midoriya? Well, thanks to his cough speech we now know his full plan and quirk. So, the best course of action is to get that device. Izuku points at Dr. Onimu's odd helmet and the device on his chest. But he's being guarded by mutants, how do we get close? Izuku takes a second to think and consider the options. I'll draw them away with one of my transformations. That's when you guys will double-team him, get the device, and smash it. Achiko looks like she wants to say something but doesn't. Henzu, however, notices. Take Uraraka with you. Both Izuku and Achiko don't see the question coming. What? Two of you will make better bait, plus if something goes wrong both of you can cover for each other. Besides, I don't think the quack is actually that dangerous on his own. As if to prove his point, Dr. Onimu zaps himself while hotwiring. Izuku nods. Okay. He turns to the brunette. You ready? Yeah. Then let's go. The three split up with Izuku and Achiko going left while Henza heads right. Once in position behind an exposed air vent, Izuku gives Achiko a pointed look as he activates the watch, allowing the faceplate to shoot up. Once I transform, they'll know that we're here. Are you sure you want to do this? Achiko's eyes tell him that she's more than ready. Alright, it's hero time. Izuku slams the faceplate down, hoping for 4 arms, and sending out a flash of green light as a result. The mutants and Dr. Onimu's attention are instantly drawn to the flash of bright light. They spot, standing behind the air vent, a large bipedal turtle with holes in the front of its shell with large flipper-like arms and stumpy legs. The turtle looks at his hands. Oh. Achiko's eyes widen. Oh. Why oh? I've never used this guy before. The morphed Izuku states simply, shrugging his shoulders. Achiko blanches as she screams in shock. What? Dr. Onimu's voice calls out to them. Hey, who are you? Izuku turns his head, finally realizing that all eyes are on him. He rotates his head, making sure that there's nobody else they could be looking at other than Achiko, who they haven't noticed yet from her crouched position. Oh, me? I'm, you know what, I'm not really that sure. Can I get back to you on that? Dr. Onimu snarls. Are you mocking me? You dare mock the genius that is Dr. Onimu? What? Oh, yeah, totally. I am totally mocking you. Yeah, you are such a bad man. Achiko gives him a look from behind her hiding spot, silently asking if he's serious. Izuku shrugs as if to say that he's trying. How dare you? Somehow his horrible attempt at mocking the villain works. Before he knows it, something fast tackles him to the ground. A big mutant cat has him pinned, its claws digging into his chest. There is no pain thanks to the shell, even if it does have holes in it. The cat growls and takes a swipe at his head. Instinctively, Izuku retracts his head into the shell. Oh no. Let's not lose our heads, all right. Dr. Onimu slams a fist against the side of the cell tower. What are you waiting for? Kill him already. Izuku's arm reach up, trying to swat the mutant away. No, get away. With his arms flailing about, they begin to straighten before beginning to rotating much like a fan. The spinning rapidly increases until a large current of air begins to levitate the cat off of his chest. The surprised mutant is shocked, but before it can process what's happening, the wind picks up, sending the cat flying. Dr. Onimu looks completely outraged. What? Izuku stops spinning, popping his head out to look. Huh, so that's what he can do. Achiko stares in awe before shaking her head and helping the large turtle onto his feet. What now? Looking over to the psycho, Dr. Onimo growls while his mutants group around him snarling. He jabs a finger at the offenders. Get them! The mutants charge. Achiko and Izuku scream. Run! They both take off with Achiko taking the lead, seeing as Izuku is having a hard time running with his stubby legs. One of the mutant hamsters jumps onto Izuku's back, making him fall down face first. Izuku tucks his head in, his arms and legs begin to rotate again, and his entire body begins to hover off the ground. As they are lifted up, the hamster loses its balance and falls off while unintentionally pushing the hovering Izuku forward. I can fly. Hey Uraraka. Achiko looks back while running. Yeah, whoa. Using his shell, Izuku pushes her onto his back. Hang on. Izuku propels the two of them away as the mutants give chase. The morphed Izuku heads towards the main stretch of the mall. Achiko can't help but smile at the sensation of flying. This amazing Midoriya. Terra Spin. Excuse me? Sorry, Terra Spin is the new name for this form. What do you think? I like it. Something big and feathery knocks Achiko off Terra Spin's back. A mutant cockatiel that was patrolling the sky spotted the two teens running away and had swooped down to intercept them. The cockatiel gives an ear-splitting cry as it grabs Achiko before taking off down the mall's main open hall. Uraraka. Terra Spin chases after them, swiveling between pillars and indoor trees. Achiko wouldn't be lying if she said she wasn't scared out of her mind. Is this how it ends for her? No, it's not. She has to become a hero for her parents. She won't let some overgrown chicken get in the way of her dream. Twisting her body, Achiko presses her hands onto the bird's leg, hoping that the zero gravity will throw it off. It does. When the bird tries to make a turn to avoid Terra Spin, it flaps its wings down, but the force is so strong that it propels the bird towards the side, where it crashes into the side of the second floor wall. The impact is enough to drop Achiko. Seeing the new development, Terra Spin speeds up as Achiko begins to fall. Terra Spin stops rotating, grabs Achiko, and lands on his back, sliding across the tile floor until coming to a stop. Are you okay? Yeah, I think so. Roar. A loud roar startled them as the horde of mutants that's been following them finally catches up. I got this. Terra Spin's arms straighten and his legs merge to form fan-like blades. The appendages begin to rotate and a current of wind hits the mutants at full force. But it's not enough to deter them. They force themselves forward, pushing against the wind. Achiko frantically looks around looking for a solution. One comes to her. Hold them off for as long as you can. Okay, but hurry. Back at the cell tower, Henzu is hiding behind an electrical box. He watched as a flash of green light and Izuku's horrible attempt at insults somehow managed to distract Dr. Onimo. Dr. Onimo then idiotically sends all of the mutants after Izuku and Achiko. Admittedly, Henzu assumes that Izuku transformed back into his blue raptor form. Henzu walks forward and leans against the electrical box, crossing his arms and trying to look cool. What's up, Doc? Henzu's question startles Dr. Onimo, who flails his arms about in surprise. What? Another one? All right, Doc. Henzu grips his trusty wrench, absorbing its matter and turning his skin into iron. You ready to take your medicine? Dr. Onimo growls, but he soon transitions into a fit of maniacal laughter. The teen is thoroughly confused. What's so funny? Dr. Onimo wipes a tear from his eye. You see, I'm not that kind of doctor. For you see, I am a scientist. One that specializes in mutations and animal biology. Would you care to see my greatest experiment yet? Dr. Onimo excitedly rubs his hands together. Henzu becomes very alarmed as the ground begins to shake and a loud growl can be heard as something big approaches. Meet my greatest creation. Dr. Onimo violently laughs as a monstrous being towers over the teen, who struggles to keep his composure. And like the idiotic and campy villain he just has to add another villain trope into the mix. And your doom. Back in the main hall of the mall, Achiko is running around and pressing her hands onto anything that isn't bolted down, while Terra Spin continues his whirlwind as the mutants inch their way closer and closer. Midoriya, use these. Terra Spin pops his head out of his shell, taking a look at all the tables, carts, stands, and trash cans floating in the air. Oh, I get it. Terraspin flies back behind the floating items. The mutants take advantage and run forward. With Achiko safely behind him, Terraspin renews his whirlwind, launching the large objects at the terrifying creatures. With the objects moving quickly, Achiko returns their weight, making them the perfect blunt weapons. None of the mutants are able to avoid the attack, with each of them getting smacked around, immobilized, or knocked away. When there appears to be no risk of being attacked anymore, Terraspin stops the vortex and lands beside Achiko. Great plan. Although it was a little more destructive than I would have liked. Terraspin's sweat drops at the sight of the wreckage. Garbage is lying everywhere, the floor is partially torn up, the indoor trees are missing leaves, and of course mutant animals are lying about the place. Achiko gives an awkward smile. Oops. Well, at least it worked. It sure did. Now let's head back. Hopefully Henzu was able to stop Dr. Onimo. Without being told, Achiko hops onto Terraspin's back, who immediately flies them back towards the cell tower. Terraspin goes through the mall, not flying higher than the 3rd floor since there are still some mutant birds patrolling the sky, although they seem to be engaged with flying-based heroes and police helicopters. Now that the threat has passed, the teens make it back quickly, but they are in for a surprise. Dr. Onimo stands victorious, laughing with pride, the antennas on his head glowing red with flying red sparks. But that is not what has the teens so scared, but the monster standing beside him. A 3-headed dog that looks like it was summoned from hell itself, a Cerberus. The hellhound is about 20 feet tall. Its fur is a mix of gray, black, and red with glowing red eyes and menacing fangs. And it's using a metallized and banged-up Henzu as a literal chew toy. Even with his skin made of iron, Henzu can still feel the pain of the sharp giant fangs trying to pierce through his hide. The head chewing on him tosses him up, and the middle head snatches him by the foot. Henzu is in too much pain to put up much of a struggle. He tried his best at fighting off the monster, but it was far too strong for him. All he can do now is will himself to keep his quirk activated or risk being eaten alive. Dr. Onimo continues to laugh while Achiko and Terraspin are too stunned to even move. Yes, soon my ingenious plan will come to fruition. I will have full control over every single animal in all of Kiyoshi Ward. Just a few more minutes and I will have achieved greatness, huh? Terraspin and Achiko have the same reaction. He gave everything away again. But what can they do? To be honest, they've been really, and I mean really lucky today. Seriously, nothing they've done should have worked as well as they did. And now, they're up against a giant 3-headed monster that managed to take out their best fighter. They have to do something. Even the insane doctor himself said that his plan is nearly complete. They don't get another minute to think up a plan before something big crashes right between the opposing sides. Dust and a large gust force everyone to cover their faces and to brace themselves. Dr. Onimo, however, is frozen in time with a proud and ambitious expression on his face. Something tall and made of metal moves within the dust cloud. Its red insect-like eyes scan the area before locking onto the symbol on Terraspin's chest. Terraspin instantly recognizes the newcomer. It's another attack robot. It's identical to the one that attacked him less than a day ago. And like the last one, this one instantly draws its attention towards him. The robot lifts its insect-like leg, but it stops when a shout reverberates from below it. How dare you? Dr. Onimo is definitely not appreciating the interruption. I will not let some government-issued toy interfere with my genius. Destroy that abomination of science. The 3-headed dog unceremoniously drops Henzu, who bangs against an air conditioner unit. The Cerberus growls before lunging at the robot, taking a bite out of its arm and ripping it off. The robot's eyes flash red as if to display how set off it is. In response, a total of 4 hover drones are ejected from the slots within its shoulders. The hover drones take aim and open fire upon the Cerberus. The dog's 3 heads bark and bite back in response, managing to bite down on one of the drones that got a little too close. With all the threats distracted, Terraspin sees the perfect opportunity to get both Henzu and Dr. Onimo. Quick, while they're fighting. Let's grab Henzu, the device, and scram. Achiko rotates her head between the battle and Terraspin. You sure? Yeah, I mean it's not like it can get any worse. As if the universe itself was listening, another attack robot smashes into the ground behind the two teens. The two shakily look up at the menacing figure. Oh, never mind, it just got worse. I'll hold it off. Terraspin generates a powerful vortex and slightly pushes the robot back. Uraraka! Get Henzu! On it! The chestnut-haired girl sprints towards the downed Henzu, who after his fall reverted his skin back into flesh. Not concerned with being seen, Achiko leaps and bounds over rubble and vents before pressing a hand onto Henzu's back, making him float. She pulls him by the arm like a balloon and away from the fight. Looking back, she sees that Terraspin is grappling with one of the robots while the other robot is blasting lasers at the Cerberus faces. One of its heads managed to take down one of the other hover drones. She stumbles as the ground shakes from the battle raging behind her, but she manages to get Henzu and herself to a narrow hallway that looks like it leads to several maintenance and tech rooms. She leans Henzu against the wall and out of sight before exposing him to Earth's gravity. She finally takes a real look at him. He's banged up, covered in scratches, and is that saliva? Henzu breathes heavily, looking up at Achiko. Where's Izuku? He's there. Henzu struggles to move his head, but when he does, he isn't happy with what he sees. Even as a transformed bipedal turtle, Henzu can recognize Izuku no matter how he looks. He just gives off a certain air or aura that screams foolish dedication to heroes. But what's really got him upset is that not only was Izuku hiding a transformation quirk from him, but that he has more than one transformation. What else is he hiding from him? How long has he been hiding the truth? How many times has he lied to his face? Achiko decided to check up on the situation. It's not good. Shrapnel and pieces of the hover drones are scattered across the battlefield. However, 3 other hover drones have joined the fight. They probably arrived with the second attack robot. From the corner of her eye, she notices that one of the dog heads is chewing on a 4th drone. The first attack robot is wrestling with the mutant hellhound as one of the heads tries to bite it. The robot blasts lasers from its eyes in response. Dr. Animo is crazily shouting orders at his mutant dog. He is very aware that he has lost all control over the situation. Finally, 2 drones are circling the second robot as it holds Terraspin down by the back of his shell. Luckily, Terraspin managed to take cover in his shell as the metal enemy fires lasers at his armored hide. But the heat of the lasers are slowly working through his tough exterior. With Izuku in need of help, Achiko doesn't hesitate to run right into the fray. Her lack of hesitation should have been a clear mistake to her, especially as a shower of lasers dance across her path. Jumping to the side, Achiko looks up to see the 2 other hover drones levitating over her head, their blasters aimed right at her. Achiko can't look away as a threatening buzz of the blasters charging can be heard. This is it? I'm going to die. I couldn't save Midoriya or Wichi. I won't be able to give my parents the life they deserve. Achiko closes her eyes, accepting her fate, but she would rather not like to see the end coming. A rumbling can be heard in the distance. At first it is soft, a mere whisper, but it grows increasingly louder. So much so that all parties slowly freeze in place, their caution taking hold as they try to identify the source. And in less than a second, a powerful gust of wind zooms seemingly out of nowhere, smashing into 2 hover drones, knocks back the attack drone, and grabs Terraspin. Achiko covers her eyes from the wind and dust, but looking up she can't help but stare in awe of the figure posing above her. I am here. Everybody, even the mutant hound, shouts at the top of their lungs in astonishment. All Might. Henzu is the only to remain silent, frowning. Yes, it is I, All Might. The number 1 hero in his full glory and costume stands tall with his immortal smile as he holds Terraspin up in the air. After seeing the news feed, All Might had Tsukachi drop him off nearby. As they were approaching the mall, they spotted 2 large objects falling seemingly from the sky and into the far end of the mall, as well as destroying the cell tower. Assuming that's where the villain is, All Might charged right past the mutant animals that were blocking off the area, and straight to where the cell tower is located. All Might looks like the Greek hero Atlas as he holds a tucked-up Terraspin up over his head like a glorified trophy. All Might smiles down at the amazed girl. Fear not, young lady. I shall save you from these monsters and machines. Terraspin's eyes pop out from his shell. Wait, monsters? He doesn't think that I'm a mutant too, does he? Before he can say something, All Might throws him like he's a giant frisbee right at the enemies. Izuku can feel his shell spinning through the air before slamming through a robot, completely destroying it. All Might must have watched those old Marvel movies because like Captain America's shield, Terraspin ricochets off the wall before slamming into the Cerberus, pushing it back, and then the alien turtle crashes into the last robot, smashing it to bits. Terraspin finally pops out of his shell, his head spinning, and his ears are ringing. Ah, I think I'm going to barf, bleh. A shadow falls over him. The Cerberus's heads growl in unison at the offending turtle. Terraspin flails his arms about in an attempt to pick himself up. Ah! Detroit! All Might's voice gains their attention. Smash! The symbol of peace's fist collides with the side of the beast's face. The powerful blow dominoes to all three heads, and the force of the impact launches the Cerberus right at the cell tower. The mutant dog wails as it crashes into the metal exterior, breaking wires, cables, and the base of the tower. Red sparks immediately fly out and fry the hound, making it howl in pain before passing out. The red sparks, however, travel upward to the top of the tower where they violently discharge and dissipate. Dr. Anemo watches in horror as his plan goes up in smoke. No. No. Dr. Anemo scowls at the number one hero. How could you? Do you have any idea what you've done? Of course I do. All Might seemingly teleports in front of the villain. Before Dr. Anemo could even process what happened, All Might grabs him by the collar and lifts him up to eye level. I saved the day. All Might grabs the device on the doctor's head and rips it off. The transmodulator bounces off the ground, an antenna breaks off from the helmet, and red sparks violently fly out before the device falls silent and the red glow from the antennas die out. No! As Dr. Anemo falls into despair, red sparks begin to emanate from the mutant dog, and from what they can see in the sky, so do the mutant birds flying the perimeter. They can't see it, but all the mutants across the mall are having the same reaction. They all watch as the Cerberus begins to shrink and split apart, become three small puppies. It appears that the mutations must cause some major regeneration to occur, since the three puppies immediately wake up and begin playing around like nothing ever happened. Their fur aren't even messed up. Achiko holds her face, infatuation written all over her features. Aw, so cute. She runs over and scoops up the little darlings, who happily wag their tiny tails and lick her face with affection, making Achiko giggle. Everyone watches in slight confusion. Dr. Anemo struggles, waving his fists about. Curse you, All Might. He attempts to punch All Might, but he clearly has never thrown a proper punch in his life. You'll regret this. All Might literally laughs in the face of evil, or in this case Dr. Anemo, before cuffing him and dropping him to the ground. Stay put, I wouldn't like to hurt an elderly gentleman such as yourself. Who you calling old? You're only Dash. All Might chops Dr. Anemo behind the head, knocking him out cold. Ha, that's enough out of you. All Might finally notices something. That large turtle never transformed back? No. Terraspin is back up on his feet, rubbing his head in pain. Terraspin flinches slightly as All Might approaches him, sweat dripping rapidly down his face. Hi. Terraspin cowers in fear. Please don't hurt me. Despite his giant grin, a hint of shame can be expressed on All Might's face. My apologies, please. I beg your forgiveness. For what? For treating you as a villain. With all the different monsters running around, I just assumed you were one of them. Well, technically All Might was correct, but that assumption still hurts. It's okay. I get it. There's no need to apologize. Besides, Terraspin knocks his flipper against his shell. I'm pretty durable. Thank you. However, I deeply regret my actions. So please let me make up for it somehow. There's no need for that. You truly have a heroic spirit. But please, if there is anything I could do for you, just say the word. All Might's eyes shift down, examining the bipedal turtle before landing on the green hourglass symbol upon the creature's chest. Something seems familiar about the symbol. Where has he seen it before? Perhaps at the store? On a sign? Maybe a commercial? Pardon me, But that symbol on your chest. What is it exactly? Terraspin begins to panic on the inside. A voice calls out to them. There you all are. A hero in a spacesuit getup is jogging over to them waving. Achiko instantly lights up in excitement. Oh my gosh, it's 13. 13. Good to see you. 13 finally makes it to the group. They're slightly out of breath. Same, but we do have a problem. Terraspin tilts his head slightly. What's that? 13 deadpants. You broke the law. For a split second 13's eyes emit a terrifying and threatening leer at the transformed Izuku. Both of you, he gestures to Achiko, who finally released the fur balls. Partook in illegal quirk use. Terraspin's stomach drops. How could I forget my promise? Please forgive me. Achiko blanches. This really is the end for me. There's no way you will accept me now. There's no need to worry about that. The teens' whitened faces regain their color. I'll cover for you, I'll take responsibility. Plus, I have a trusted friend in the police force that can help cover this up. Don't worry, he can keep a secret. 13 considers the suggestion. They are still pretty upset though. Alright, that works for me. I would hate to ruin future opportunities for them. Terraspin clasps his flippers together as if praying, and tears of joy stream down his face. Thank you, All Might. And thank you for forgiving me, 13. 13 places a hand onto Terraspin's back as they start to lead him away. I'll lead them out to safety. The rescue hero waves back at All Might. You distract the other pro heroes and the media. No doubt they're swarming the place as we speak. Right, I'm on it. Farewell you two, but before we depart, can I at least get the names of today's real heroes? With amazement still glues to her face, the chestnut-haired girl answers first. I'm Achiko Uraraka. And I'm... For some reason Izuku's mind flashes back to his conversation he had with All Might from a month ago and to the despair he felt afterwards. He also remembers that he told All Might that he was quirkless. How is he supposed to explain his sudden quirk? He's been waiting for too long. How should he respond? His mouth seems to come up with a response for him. I'm Deku. Achiko and 13 are rightfully confused, but they choose not to say anything, one out of respect for Izuku's wishes, while the other assumes that Izuku is trying to keep his quirk and himself undercover. 13's eyes tell Terraspin that they expect an explanation later. All Might raises an eyebrow, finding the name a bit odd, but he doesn't comment on it. Thank you for indulging me. All Might notices that Dr. Onimo is stirring from his position on the ground. The hero throws the villain over his shoulder. Now if you excuse me, I have somewhere to be. And with that All Might disappears in a gust of wind. The three left behind have that same reaction. There he goes. 13 claps their hands together. Anyway, let's get you two out of here. Terraspin remembers something very important. Wait, our friend is here too. He got really banged up during the fight. 13 silently fumes in exasperation. Where are they? Achiko waves them over to the hallway where she hid Henzu in. He's over here, follow me. They are in for a surprise when they arrive. Achiko holds her head in alarm. Where'd he go? Indeed, Henzu is no longer present near the emergency exit. Quickly scanning the area, they confirm that he is no longer in the mall. I can call him. Terraspin pulls out his cell phone. Achiko's eyes widen in wonder. Where was he keeping that? Terraspin fumbles with the phone before accidentally dropping it. He leans forward to grab it, but his fins just can't seem to grip the tiny object. Curse these giant flippers. After what seems like forever, the watch finally times out, and in a flash of red Izuku turns back to normal. Izuku grabs his face to confirm it. Sighing in relief, he bends down and finally snags his phone off the ground. 13's eyes widen, trying to act like they're amazed. You must have a transformation-type quirk. While dialing Henzu, Izuku gives his mentor an odd look. 13 returns the silent inquiry with an expression that says, act like we don't know each other. Izuku catches on. Right. I mean yes. Izuku lifts the phone up to his ear, but the call goes straight to voicemail. He's not answering. But when he thinks about it, it makes sense that he would bail. After all, he's been arrested a few times already. Plus, Izuku has seen him take some real beatings before. He'll bounce back quickly. He should be fine though. 13 doesn't look too sure. Are you sure? Yeah, I can check up on him in person if need be. Okay, anyway I need your names and some basic info. Achiko and Izuku visibly tense up. Don't worry. It's just so we can properly cover this up. Izuku continues the act. Oh, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Izuku looks to his accomplice. Achiko Uraraka. A pleasure to meet you both. Now let's get you both home before your parents worry. But before that I'd like to take you both to the hospital. Don't worry, I'll cover all the expenses. The teen bow in gratitude. Thank you for everything. And with that said, the three sneak their way through the emergency exit and towards 13's car. A detective by the name of Nao Mesa Tsukachi intercepts them, and he explains that All Might has already filled him in on the situation. He does admit that he doesn't fully approve of it, but he ultimately sees no issue with it considering the circumstances. He also takes the time to thank the teens for putting their lives on the line. The two adults then lead the teens to 13's car, acting like they were victims that got caught in the attack as to not draw suspicion. Tsukachi waves them off as they drive away. The hospital is relatively close by, even so traffic seems to have built up thanks to the attack. Hey Midoriya. With the adrenaline out of his system, Izuku reverts back into his old shy self, now realizing that a real girl is seeking conversation with him. He shifts in his seat so he can face Achiko. Why yeah? Achiko gives him a kind smile, one that's full of respect. Thank you. For what? Achiko runs a hand through her hair, her finger plays with one of her bangs. You were really inspiring. You encouraged me to be a hero today. I don't think I could have done what I did without you there with me. Oh well, thanks for supporting me as well. Izuku looks away, trying to hide his furiously blushing face. It finally hits him that not only is he talking to a girl, but that he's been interacting with her, working with her, even physically coming into contact with her all throughout the day. It's too much to take in. But it all happened so fast, he wasn't even thinking when she climbed onto his back, or when he decided to pick her up and get her to safety. Achiko's voice brings him out of it. Can I get your number? Huh. Well, you said you wanted to get into UA earlier. You know, before this all happened. And I think it would be great if we continued to support each other. He did mention that earlier, didn't he? The Greenette doesn't take long to think about it. Having another friend would be nice, especially one that won't drag you into trouble. Might be a nice change in pace. Wait, didn't he do that to her? Yeah. I'd like that. With a smile, Achiko holds her hand out for his phone. Izuku obliges her, handing it over. She immediately types in her contact info. Achiko hands it back. By the way, can I call you Deku? Waff. Oh well, it's what you told All Might to call you. Is it a nickname? Izuku's nerves shoot up. And no, not exactly. It's actually an insult. What? That's so weird. I mean, Deku sounds like it gives off a "you can do it" vibe. So, I kinda like it. A blushing and a highly strung Izuku stiffens. You can call me Deku. 13 chuckles from the driver's seat. The teens freeze up. They totally forgot that the hero was even there. Oh, don't mind me, you two. Just pretend that I'm not here. 13 laughs, amused by their antics, and by the blushes that now adorn their faces. Moments like these are what makes being a teacher worthwhile. The opportunity to embarrass teenagers. Within a dark and garbage-ridden alley, a dark-haired teen limps by with an angry scowl. Henzu has definitely looked better, but he can't really complain. When All Might arrived, he took that as a sign to hightail it out of there. He has no desire to be arrested. Usually he'd feel pretty bad about leaving Izuku behind to fend for himself, but that anger and betrayal he feels about being lied to stops him from even thinking about it. What really set him off is when All Might so casually proclaimed that he'll take responsibility for their actions. Or as how Henzu sees it, All Might wants all the glory for himself. The #1 hero himself is going for an easy win that he didn't earn, and he's going to lie about it to the masses, for more fame and glory. But luckily, sneaking out of the mall wasn't too difficult. The exit he used was near the back of the mall, and most of the crowds had gathered near the front of the mall as to get a better view. Henzu limped away until exhaustion hit him. Leaning against the wall of the alleyway, he collapses to the ground. Henzu snarls, absolutely said with this whole FANG situation. Dimen, these heroes. And Diamen Deku. An armored police transport is making its way towards Tartarus prison. From within the holding cell, Dr. Anemo sits alone, cuffed, and soundly beaten. Curse those meddling kids. Curse the teenage mutant turtle. Curse you all might. Nobody understands the true genius, the epiphany of brilliance, that is Dr. Anemo. A calm yet shadowy voice whispers. I beg to differ. Dr. Anemo frantically looks about the cabin. What? Who's there? A wisp of black smoke swirls over Dr. Anemo's head. The pale green man stares up in both awe and fear as the shadowy voice whispers its answer. Someone that can appreciate your genius. And without a sound, the swirling mass expands, engulfing the mad doctor. It's early in the morning, the sun having just barely risen less than an hour ago, giving the sky a beautiful hue of colors and producing a tranquil atmosphere. But a loud clang of metal disrupts this atmosphere as a stream of highly pressurized water blasts apart a trash heap. Scraps of metal and garbage are thrown across a beach, splashing into puddles of water, while a red, mollusk-like humanoid with green eyes blasts water out from their palms. I gotta admit, water hazard is pretty nifty. Water hazard blasts a rusted car. The blast sends bits of trash and broken car pieces into the air. Seeing an opportunity, water hazard quickly fires out another stream of water, propelling the debris away. This is actually kind of fun. It's not supposed to be fun. The transformed Izuku stumbles in place. Watching, or more like glaring at him, is a steaming 13. The pro hero is rightly said about Izuku's stupid stunt at the mall a few days ago. That said, on one hand, the mentor side of 13 couldn't be prouder, but the professional and more responsible side of the hero overrides most of that feeling and replaces it with righteous fury and disappointment. As a result, 13 has been working Izuku's butt off this entire week during training sessions. So much so that Izuku has passed out on his bed whenever he gets home afterward. His mom actually had to shake him awake in order to feed him dinner and get him to bathe. However, through all of this, Izuku doesn't peep a word of complaint. He does have to face the consequences of his actions, if only those consequences didn't spread to school as well. The attack on the mall, or better known as the mutant siege, is the only thing anyone seems to be able to talk about. The media is blowing it up with praises of All Might for his victory against Dr. Anemo and his evil army of monsters. Speaking of the quack, the police are under fire for losing the villain that managed to organize a terrorist attack while holding off the heroes. The police transport vehicle arrived at its destination, but they were in for a shock when they had no prisoner and no trace of where he went. Of course, the media swarmed upon them like flies on a corpse, demanding to know how and why the police could let this happen. And of course, Izuku's classmates just have to give their opinions on both matters. Most aren't really concerned with Dr. Anemo's disappearance. Instead, they can't help but find the monsters cool, and obviously All Might is always the highlight of any conversation. All the chatter around the two just hammer on Izuku's conscience. After all, he did get a good scolding from 13 afterwards because of the villain. But what really has him bothered is Henzu. While he was getting checked over at the hospital, Henzu finally texted him back saying that he was fine but would rather be left alone for a while. Figuring that he would get a chance to talk to him at school, Izuku shrugged it off as nothing to worry about. It's been 5 days and Izuku's nerves of guilt and worry can't seem to leave him be. Apparently Henzu skipped school on Monday and Tuesday, and then on Wednesday he outright avoided Izuku. That move alone made Izuku feel absolutely shitty. In fact, he spent all of Wednesday chasing after his friend, but to no avail. Henzu actually ended up ditching class halfway through the day just to get out of interacting with his liar of a best friend. Don't just stand there. Keep it up. Water Hazard snaps out of his musing, but since he's not paying attention, with his hands down he accidentally releases a blast of water downward, causing water, sand, and a bit of trash so shoot back up at his face. Sand in my eyes. Izuku furiously rubs his eyes until he remembers that he's a living water gun before firing water at his face. The blast is a bit too strong and it actually knocks him backward. 13 watches blankly shaking their head as Water Hazard splashes himself in the face. Sighing, the hero pinches the center of their helmet where their nose would be. Alright, let's take a quick break. With a heavy sigh, Water Hazard unceremoniously falls back onto his rear, accepting the order. He could keep going, but he's just not really feeling up to it. This predicament with Henzu is really weighing on him. The guilt just won't go away. After all, he lied to his face. Henzu probably thinks that he's been lying to him since they met 4 years back. There's got to be some way to make it up to him, or at least to explain himself. Water Hazard falls back on the beach, grabbing his forehead. Maybe I should tell him the full truth. The watch, the plumbers, the aliens? Bad idea. I promised 13 that I wouldn't tell a soul. Heck, I haven't even told my mom. Well, I mean, I did sorta mention my new quirk to her, but that's it, I swear. By that he means he told her about developing a quirk late in life. Water Hazard comedically flails about in the sand, unsure about how to go about this situation. 13 can't help but find the alien flailing in the sand a bit odd, sensing that something else is bothering their young protege. Hey, are you feeling up to this today? Water Hazard springs up, sitting up straight. Wasp. Of course I am. 13 isn't convinced. No, you're not. It almost seems like the watch agrees with 13 because it coincidentally times out then and there. Rather than argue, Izuku blinks before slouching down in silent defeat, seeing no point in continuing to argue. 13 takes a knee, trying to be at eye level with the youth. You want to tell me what's bothering you? Izuku glances away, as if in deep thought, though he probably doesn't know what to say. Midoriya. Izuku doesn't turn to look. Understanding that Izuku's not going to participate in the conversation, positions themselves as to appear a bit more relaxed but still holding their attention on the boy. I understand if you don't want to say anything to me, but it's not good for you to keep your feelings pent up. Izuku's head turns slightly. Whatever's bothering you, you need to confront it, say what's on your mind, do what you have to, do what feels right. Okay? Izuku nods, accepting the advice. Okay. 13 nods. Good. 13 pushes themselves off the ground. Let's call it early today. Why don't you get ready for school in the meantime? Izuku doesn't respond, allowing the soft breeze of the ocean to calm him, but yet one can tell that he's uncomfortable, not because of the soft wet sand he's sitting on but from something internal. Assuming that they won't get an answer, 13 turns to leave. 13 turns and is greeted by a pair of emerald eyes staring back at them. Thank you. For everything. 13 smiles, and even if it's behind their helmet, Izuku can sense that they're smiling. You're welcome. Just keep at it, the entrance exam will be here before you know it. Izuku raises his left fist and gives his mentor a curt nod. Right. And with that, 13 turns to make their commute to you. This boy has a lot of growing to do. Not just with his skills but mentally and emotionally as well. I can only imagine what he'll become. 13 looks up at the awakening sky with a faraway look in their eyes as they reminisce about the past. There are still some stars lingering above, not yet having been outshone by the sun. He's just like you, senpai. As 13 heads off for work, Izuku takes a minute to think about his options. I need to confront whatever's bothering me. Maybe he should tell Henzu? After all, Henzu's been nothing but honest with him. Even when telling him to give up his dream, he does it not out of spite or prejudice, but because he cares. And it's an insult that he's not as honest in return. He has to make this right. He will make this right. Today. After school, I'm going to tell him all about the watch. Sorry, 13, I know I shouldn't, but I have to. Izuku is back on his feet, watching the sunrise make a full appearance in the horizon. I'll make this right. I promise, Henzu. Izuku takes off for home so he can take a quick shower and get some food in his system. Maybe I shouldn't mention 13 and the plumbers. I mean, it's not lying if I don't say anything. Right? Izuku is practically shaking with anticipation, watching the hands on the clock tease his freedom from the classroom. It's been a painstakingly slow day, so much so that Izuku's nerves and mumbling has disrupted the class several times throughout the day, usually resulting in him getting embarrassed, mocked, and/or laughed at by his classmates. Thankfully, the one advantage of the slowly paced day was that it gave the nervous wreck of a teen time to think of the best way to tell Henzu about the watch. Izuku was hugging his backpack ready to just spring out of his desk and make a run for it. If he's not on top of this, he'll miss his opportunity. He already knows that Henzu will try to be the first one out of his class, so he's got to be there immediately. Finally, after hours of anticipation, the bell rings and Izuku doesn't waste a second. He practically jumps out of his seat, nearly toppling his chair, and sprints the hell out of there. His classmates blink in confusion but don't pay it any mind, assuming the quirkless weirdo is just being his normal odd self. Bakugo glares at the door, having just watched Izuku book the hell out of there. He discusses, figuring it's not worth his time to chase the nerd down. But a small nagging part of him can't help but feel the urge to find the useless prick and get some info from him. Don't think that he hasn't noticed the subtle changes in Deku. He's been more confident, not breaking down into a ball of nerves as often. He even looks to be in better health these days. There's got to be a reason for that, right? No way the nerd is doing some kind of training for UA. That thought alone nearly makes Bakugo laugh out loud. Besides, even if he trains his body, there's no way UA will accept a useless F like him. Ha! Izuku arrives at Henzu's classroom, Class 3E, just after the students started to leave for the day. There amongst the crowd, Izuku can see his friend's black hair as he attempts to leave in the opposite direction. Not caring about the others in his way, Izuku pushes and budges his way through, throwing out a few apologies here and there. Henzu! Henzu! Damn it! It looks like he'll have to go there. Henshan! Henzu instantly spins around, looking very annoyed. I told you not to call me that. The scope of what he did hits him. Izuku can't help but chuckle, calling him Henshan never fails to get a reaction. Henzu, I have some explaining to do. Henzu rubs his neck, trying to act annoyed while not making eye contact. Yeah. Let's talk somewhere else though. Henzu's eyes dart to his classmates who are sidestepping around them. Too many ears here. Henzu turns and leads Izuku away to a staircase that leads up to the roof. Once there, the two teens stand opposite of each other with a fair distance between them. They remain like that for several minutes, while Izuku is literally twiddling his thumbs, unsure on how to start. I guess I should start with that, I'm sorry. Henzu doesn't respond and Izuku can't gauge his reaction thanks to his black hair covering his eyes. Unsure how to continue, and his nerves starting to rise up within him, Izuku figures that he's got to power through this. I'm sorry I kept this from you. I'm sorry that lied to you. He takes a breath, making sure he says all the right things. And I know that I hurt you by hiding the truth. I should have told you right away. Yeah, you should have. The response throws Izuku off, but he shakily continues. Alright. And well, I want to make amends and do what I should have done from the start. He's going to go through with this. Izuku fearfully raises his left hand, displaying the alien watch. You see this watch? Hard not to. Henzu glares at the watch as if it personally offended him. Let me guess, you lied about where you got it. Why? Sorry. But, it's the reason. Izuku stops, his breathing is shaky, and his body is trembling in worry. Henzu is clearly losing patience. The reason? Izuku takes a deep breath. Now is the time for the truth. The reason why I have a quirk. Henzu blinks in confusion. Truth is, I have always been quirkless. PV, no you're not. Henzu laughs, but it quickly dies down to that of a growl. Damn it, Izuku. I thought you were done with the lies. I am. Just let me finish. All right. Henzu tsks. Fine. About a month ago, after school, I went to Dagoba Beach where I found this sphere, this pod, and inside was this watch. He taps the watch, making sure Henzu is following along. When I reached in to grab it, it latched itself onto me. He rotates the watch to show that there's no clear way to remove it. And I can't seem to find a way to take it off. Not that I want to. Izuku thinks briefly. Anyway, this watch. After I found it, I discovered what it can do. While fiddling with it, I activated it and it gave me a quirk. Izuku makes air quotes when he says quirk. Or quirks if you will. Izuku pauses to allow the teen a moment to process the information. Wait, Are you saying that that watch is the reason why you can transform? Henzu asks in disbelief. Yeah, I know, just bear with me. Henzu's eyes narrow, but he nods, giving Izuku permission to continue. Izuku has to choose his next words carefully. After a moment to think, he figures that he's blown his friend's mind enough and he won't mention anything space or alien related. Anyway, I have no idea where it came from or who made it. All I know is what it can do. He silently begs Henzu for forgiveness, since he once again is omitting some info. And that is, it can transform me into 9 different forms, such as the ones you saw last weekend. Henzu's mind is going at 100 miles per hour as all these new revelations circle through his head. A few memories stand out in his mind. Wait, a month ago? Was that the same day as the sludge villain attack? Yeah. By chance, that hero with the black skin and tentacles, was you? Henzu makes hand gestures as to mimic having tendrils on his head and rear. Izuku, although still nervous, stands a bit straighter, feeling somewhat proud. Yup, and just for the record, that form is called feedback. He smiles, proud of the name. That's a stupid name. Izuku falls over, feeling dejected. Henzu eyes the watch, but now that he understands the full implications of the item, he needs to see it in action. Show me. Show me what you can do. Oh, not here. Feeling a little more confident now, Izuku takes Henzu to his favorite and only training site, Dagoba Beach. Once there, Izuku doesn't waste a second. He's too afraid that if he does, he'll break into a wobbling nervous wreck, and he transforms into an alien. After a few moments of Izuku demonstrating his form, both Henzu and him are laughing their butts off. 4 arms, hee. 4 arms swings a large heavy pipe right into a microwave like a golfer, sending it flying high into the sky before it curves and crashes down into the ocean. Henzu is clapping his hands together, laughing with joy as he nearly falls from his seat atop of a refrigerator. Oh man. Izuku cannot describe how happy he is with how Henzu is taking this. Feeling so overjoyed, he swings the pipe right into a junk pile, blasting the garbage away like a burst of confetti. Whoa, now that is cool. I know, right? 4 arms drops the pipe. Check this out. He falls to the ground, catching himself. With a cocky grin, the alien starts doing push-ups. After every push, he removes one appendage until he's using one hand. Look, one hand. Henzu is in such a good mood that he doesn't bother calling Izuku out on the lame joke. Instead, he laughs along. For the next 10 minutes or so, the two friends take time to make up for lost time. At one point, Henzu absorbs some nearby iron and he lets 4 arms to chuck pieces of scrap metal at him. Henzu in return punches the projectiles, breaking them into smaller pieces. Later, Henzu, still encased in iron, allows 4 arms to use him like a bat to smash at various appliances. Washing machines, fridges, and even a few cars. The two teens are laughing like idiots the entire time as they enjoy their stupidly violent fun. Eventually, though, Izuku returns to normal, and while he finds a comfy spot in the sand, Henzu goes off and comes back with sodas from a nearby convenience store. The rugged teen returns after a few short minutes. Henzu lazily falls back onto the sand next to Izuku, handing his friend a soda can. I gotta admit, but that watch was a pretty great find. Izuku takes the soda. Thanks. And I couldn't agree more. The two take a moment to enjoy their fizzy soft drinks as they watch the beautiful horizon. Izuku hasn't been this happy in a while now. Finally, he can share this amazing secret with someone, and not just anyone but with his best friend. Maybe he can talk 13 about letting Henzu in on the plumbers and alien stuff too. That'd be fantastic. Just imagine them teaming up to fight aliens, robots, and mad scientists. Oh wait, they already did that. Henzu is also having some fond thoughts. Just imagine what they can do with this. Wait, why think about it? He grins mischievously, finishing his soda. Hey, Izuku. Izuku takes a gulp of his drink. Yeah. Have you registered the watch or your quirk yet? Izuku can't help but feel a little embarrassed that he forgot to do that exact thing. Oh, no, not yet. He was going to wait until he had a good handle on each of his abilities. Is that so? Henzu's smile turns wicked as he crushes his empty soda can. Let's take advantage of that and have some fun. What? Izuku's eyes practically pop out of their sockets. Oh, come on. Henzu stands up, tossing the can to the side. Let's go make some fun, let's go have some fun. I mean, it's not like you'll get caught. What are you saying? Let's ditch this literal dump and continue our reunion. It'll be great, it'll be you, me, and possibly the cops. He throws in the last part as an afterthought. What? Not acknowledging the greenette, Henzu continues. Come on, Izuku. You already bailed on me once before. For a moment, Henzu's eyes glaze over with spite. He gestures at his wrist. Izuku understands that he's indicating to the watch. Izuku's shoulders slump as guilt once again overcomes him. Just go along with this. Just think of it as you making it up to me. Izuku is thrown for a loop. On one hand, he still feels guilty and thus he has to do more to make up for his mistake. On the other, this can turn out really badly for him in the end. But he owes him, he's done so much for him, he has an obligation to make amends. Henzu's smirk widens. So, what do you say? I guess it wouldn't hurt. Henzu ecstatically claps his hands together in victory. My man. That doesn't make Izuku feel better in any way. Something tells me that I'm going to regret this. Henzu, why are we here? The two teens currently find themselves within the confines of a local grocery store hidden by the freezer section. There's nothing too spectacular about the store, it's perfectly normal with no signs of trouble. The only things out of place are them amongst the small crowd of shoppers bustling across the various aisles. Henzu is leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Relax, man, don't worry about it. He pushes himself off the wall and slings an arm over Izuku's shoulders. Just do as I tell ya and it will all work out. Somehow that only makes Izuku feel worse. The blood is gone from his face, and tears threaten to leak out. Something's not right here. Izuku's been dragged into Hen's schemes before and none of them ended well. Sure, nothing too terrible took place, but it was always murder on his spirit. Henzu releases the nerve-racked Izuku, clapping his hands together. Alright, first order of business. Go ahead and transform. Sighing in SBMson, Izuku activates the watch and transforms. Luckily their location is secluded enough that no one notices the flash of green light. The morphed Izuku lightly knocks his red shell. I call this guy Water Hazard. Henzu's smile widens. Cool, so I assume he works with water? Water Hazard nods. You guessed it. In this form I can fire out high-pressurized water from my palms. Henzu's eyes flash with opportunity. Really? Alright, go ahead and spray the floor. He gestures towards the freezer aisle. Water Hazard tilts to the side. Why the hell would he do that? Spray the floor? Yeah, give it a good wash. Henzu slaps Water Hazard's back, shoving him forward. Izuku takes note of how the slap didn't hurt him, thanks to his exoskeleton. Anyway, Water Hazard shrugs. Okay, not sure what the purpose is, but okay. He walks forward, before squatting down, and placing both hands onto the floor. Water Hazard looks back up at Henzu, silently asking if this is okay. To which Henzu silently replies with a confident yes. Taking a deep breath, Water Hazard releases a stream of water against the floor. The pressure is low enough not to make too much noise but high enough that a large puddle of water starts to flow through the aisle. When a good layer of water has spread across the tile, Izuku cuts off the flow of water. Now what? Henzu laughs to himself. Now we wait. Wait for what exactly? Izuku would soon get his answer. A group of shoppers obliviously march through the soaked aisle and the result is immediate. The shoppers begin to slip, fall, and crash into the hard wet floor. Their carts are flung forward, causing them to crash into shelves and/or each other, spilling their contents of food products across the aisle. It's a huge mess and the screams and yelps of the victimized shoppers just add to the total chaos, especially as employees of the store run over to check the situation only to end up slipping across the tile themselves. All the while Henzu is laughing his butt off. He's brought to tears and his gut is hurting from how hard he's laughing. Ha, this is great. Hilarious. Ha. Look at them all. Ha ha. Meanwhile, Water Hazard's reaction couldn't be more different to his companions. This is awful. Those poor people, I have to help Dash. Just as he's about to move, a strong hand pushes down on his shoulder. Turning around, Water Hazard stares up at a smirking Henzu, who somehow was able to recover quickly from his laughing hysteria. Just relax, man. But Henzu dash. Seriously dude, it's alright. It's not like we're committing a crime. But dash. Come on, just let this one go. After all, despite his smile, Henzu's expression turns shady. You owe me, Izuku. Water Hazard freezes. He's right, he caused Henzu a lot of grief. So maybe just this once he'll let it go. That of course is easier said than done. The poor victims of their prank finally manage to compose themselves and begin to recover. Seeing that the fun is over, Henzu takes off for the exit with a large grin on his face. Water Hazard shyly yet hastily chases after him, not wanting to be left behind. Henzu leads Water Hazard out and away from the store. Henzu's smile never fades as the duo enter the main downtown area of Mustafu. They pass by various people as they go about their day. That was hilarious. Water Hazard catches up to the delinquent. No, it wasn't. That was awful, I can't believe I caused that. Those poor people, I bet they hate me. They must be covered in bruises, someone really could have gotten hurt, and we could have been caught. I really hope no one finds out about this dash. Not wanting to let Izuku's muttering storm to strengthen, Henzu cuts him off. Dude, chill out. No harm was done, trust me. Are you sure? Hell yeah. Oh, that's good. He's not convinced. The two weave in and out of waves of people. Don't let this get you down. We're just having some fun after all. Besides, technically, we're not doing anything illegal since you're technically not using a real quirk. I guess that makes sense. Still doesn't feel right though. It makes complete sense. Now let's head out. Henzu turns and starts to cross the street. Water Hazard stops to watch him. Head out? To where? Henzu makes it across and spins around, smiling. Anywhere that we can have some fun. He turns around and continues walking with a smirk. And stir up some trouble. And stir up trouble they did. As it turns out, the prank at the store was just the beginning. After Izuku transformed back into human, Henzu lead him to Tetsuin Station. The place was packed with people commuting home, and while others waited for their trains, they enjoyed themselves at one of the many food stalls and vendors. For most it was a rather quiet afternoon, but that couldn't be said for others. Since a gang of dittos were running around causing trouble by committing pranks on poor, unsuspecting commuters. Henzu assigned each ditto with a different prank ranging from tying shoelaces to elaborate schemes. For example, Henzu pressured a duo of dittos to drop banana peels across various areas. One ditto lazily tossed the peels around while the other ditto ate so many bananas that his stomach expanded. Another pair of dittos each stood at opposite ends of a hallway with a rope between them. They pulled the rope at the same time, tripping over a wave of oncoming people. The dittos ran off before anyone could spot them. One ditto found the whole thing very amusing, but the other clone was quick to reprimand him. Other dittos ran about tipping over trash cans, placed gum on top of water fountains, a group of clones poured paint atop a group of people, and one copy even made a stink bomb and threw it into the middle of a crowd. Admittedly, some of the dittos started to enjoy themselves a little too much, prompting Izuku to take a mental note to ask 13 if Ditto's clones can have slightly altered personalities. All the while the original Ditto cowered in shame next to Henzu, who was absolutely enjoying the show. Izuku was just happy that because of the huge crowds of people no one was really able to notice the little aliens running around, hopefully. Afterwards, at a nearby road crowded with more commuters, a huge whirlwind swept through the street, stopping people in their tracks as they braced themselves. Unfortunately, many of their loose belongings such as cash, papers, hats, trash, and anything else that wasn't tied down were blown off their person. If any of them had looked up, they would have been surprised to see a flying turtle shell hovering above them. A terrified Terraspin quickly disappears over the buildings, allowing everyone a reprieve. Many of them are disheveled as they try to gather their things and clean themselves up. At the same time, Henzu casually strolls up and snatches up anything of value he finds on the ground. Money, cards, he even found an expensive watch. Later, at a local beach, many beachgoers are screaming in fear as they flee towards their cars. A depressed and slightly insulted Ripjaws watches them from the water. Henza had him swim around and bare his fangs at a few swimmers. Speaking of that devil, Henzu was busy scavenging through everything that was left behind by the beachgoers. After that last incident, Henzu really started to push the limits of how far he could push Izuku into doing what he wants. He took Izuku to a junkyard and had him fight off some thugs as 4 arms. He was nice enough to allow the morphed Izuku to disguise himself, albeit with a big blanket that he used as a cloak. The fight was less of a fight and more of 4 arms throwing the thugs around. One of them managed to hit him with a bat, but it split in half when it collided with the brute's tough red hide. The whole time 4 arms is profusely apologizing for his actions. Henzu, of course, was digging through the guy's hideout for merch and goods. They then went across town to a storage facility for a video game company. There the black-haired delinquent got gray matter to hack the security system and allow them access. The whole time Izuku let his worries and fears hurt, but Henzu expertly persuaded him to see this through, and he promised that he wouldn't take anything. He just wanted to check out the newest games coming in. The tiny alien somehow bought the act, mainly because his worries clouded his judgment, but he remained outside while Henzu browsed the large crates and boxes. As they left, Gray Matter hopped a ride on the taller teen's shoulder. From up on his perch he could have sworn that he saw Henzu tuck something away into his pocket, something that said Sumo Slammers or something on it. Finally, the partners in crime made their way to an arcade. Their feedback used his tendrils to hotwire the rows and rows of arcade machines and games, causing them to spark to life and shoot out a torrent of coins, so much so that the aisles were flooded with the stuff. Henzu was nearly swimming in quarters as he used a trash can to scoop up the loot. Izuku is exhausted both physically and emotionally. This is all too much for him. Sure, he wants to patch things up with his best friend, but is this really the best way to go about it? This entire day is like nothing he's ever experienced. He's never felt so terrible or ashamed of himself until now. And with every task and scheme, the seemingly endless pit in his stomach worsens. And the current setting is not helping. The subway tunnel is cold and damp. The only light sources are the dim lamps creaking above their heads. Izuku's pretty sure that a rat ran across his foot at one point, and he doesn't want to even think about what that gooey substance he stepped in was. Henzu's voice pierces through Izuku's daze. All right, we're here. Izuku nearly trips as he comes to a halt. Shakily looking up, he finds himself in what appears to be an abandoned subway station with several tunnel entrances and a pair of train tracks running parallel to each other. The place clearly hasn't received too many visitors over the years, yet the train tracks still look to be in good condition, so trains must still be running through here. Come on. Henzu rushes over towards a fusion box and trailing point where a track intersects between the parallel rails. Henzu places his hands on the fusion box, absorbing the electricity that sparks off his bare arms. When he has enough, he grabs the large trailing point lever, charging it up until the train order lights turn on and the lever shifts. At the same time, the tracks clank in place, diverging the tracks into a single point. Izuku looks between the tunnels, unsure about what's going on. What are you doing? Henzu smirks. A cargo train that's supposed to be carrying a shitload of gold is supposed to be coming down this track. Izuku's stomach drops. And so, when it crashes into the oncoming subway train, boom. Instant payday. You'll transform into that XR8 guy, grab the gold, and get us the hell out of here. What? Clear panic rings through Izuku's voice. No. No way. I'm not going through with this. Henzu can't be serious. Taking quarters from an arcade is one thing, but a train heist is something else entirely. Did he say subway train? Henzu, the subway train, is it? The question dies in his mouth. It can't be true, it can't. Don't you worry about that, just worry about your part. Izuku's breathing becomes heavy, and despite the cold of the tunnel, he's starting to break into a cold sweat. Part. Henzu, sensing Izuku's hesitation, decides to divert his attention. After this will be square. Izuku is so shaken he struggles to come up with a response, but his eyes turn towards the taller teen. Look at it this way, when this is over, all will be forgiven between the two of us. He'll be set for life, and no one will ever find out about this. But they'll know, he'll know. How can he live with himself after this? Henzu has always been rough, but he'd never intentionally hurt anyone. That's a lie, he's obviously not against hurting others. He steals, he hurts, and he doesn't care about the consequences of his actions. Izuku's legs are shaking, his cold sweat has become worse, and the tunnel seems so dark and cold now. The shadows crawl up towards him ready to devour him into despair and agony. He tries to speak but a terrified choke squeaks out instead. He has to say something, do something. He can't let this happen. A single word manages to escape his lips. It's more or less a whisper but nonetheless it is audible. No. Henzu's smile disappears and the spark of mischief in his eyes are gone and replaced by that of malice. He can't bear to look at Henzu's face. I can't do this, it's wrong, so wrong. People can get hurt, can be killed. And, if I want to call myself a hero one day then I have to stop this. He takes a shaky breath lifting his head up to face this challenge with a smile just like All Might. I have to be a hero. He gives a shaky smile as to show his determination and hoping that Henzu will see reason. Henzu's fists ball up, his temper rising to dangerous levels. He's absolutely set off by this second backstabbing. How dare this wimp, this wannabe stand up to him? Who in the hell does he think he is? He's no hero. The thug snarls. Shut the F up. Izuku freezes in place, his pupils dilating out of dread. Who the f do you think you are, huh? All Might. Henzu grinds his teeth trying to hold himself back. If he screws up there's no way he'll have another opportunity like this. You listen to me, Yubi. He jabs a finger into Izuku's shoulder. You owe me. Izuku's fists ball up. No, I don't. I've done more than enough. You're just taking advantage of me. And I won't stand for that. He leers up at the taller teen. I don't owe you any dash. Yes, you do. Henzu roars out in fury. Izuku stumbles backward, not expecting that response. You owe me, you piece of shit. And I'm not just talking about these favors. Izuku's breath hitches in surprise. You owe me for defending you from that living pile of trash, Blasty. You owe me for hanging out with you. Henzu's rage is so toxic that he's shaking even though his muscles are tense. You owe me. Through his black strands of hair he locks eyes with Izuku. For making me trust you. And calling you a friend. Henzu grabs his head, throwing it back as if in defeat. In this world, everything is give and take. No one really cares for others. Even those stupid heroes are in it for their own gain, whether it's for fame, money, or attention. The only thing you can trust is that people will use each other to get what they want. So, you can't trust anyone. Yet, you were able to make me trust you. Within his rage and despair he begins to laugh hysterically as if this is all a cruel joke. He fell for it again, he can't believe it. He promised himself that he'd never be betrayed by someone that he trusted again. It's hilarious. A quirkless, useless wimp with no hope for the future was able to gain my trust and make me open up to someone. His expression turns dark once again. But then you go behind my back and betray my trust. And that is unacceptable. It hurts, the insults hurt, but they don't compare to the pain and regret he has for his friend, his best friend. After all, it really was a challenge for them to even consider themselves as friends. Hashtag. Flashback. Hashtag. It was the end of the school day for the students of Aldera Junior High. A 10-year-old Izuku Midoriya was strolling down an empty hallway heading towards the principal's office to drop off some papers that his homeroom teacher asked him to deliver for her. Hey, broccoli head. Huh. Izuku turns his head to see a taller boy with long black hair jogging towards him with a friendly smile and wave to boot. The taller boy catches up to Izuku. Phew, I caught up to you, huh? Izuku nervously yet curiously pipes up a question. See, can I help you with something? The taller boy's expression brightens. Yeah. He pats Izuku's shoulder. Give me your money. What? It's a shakedown? The delinquent lightly grabs Izuku's shoulder. Yeah, I'm short on cash and I really need some right away. The delinquent places his other hand against the wall. Just think of it as giving to charity. He activates his quirk, absorbing the matter of the wall and thus transforming his skin into the same thing. His grip tightens around the greenette's shoulder, and despite his friendly smile, the atmosphere around him is that of danger. So, do you think you can help a friend out? Izuku's legs nearly give out from under him. Some charity. And just like that, Izuku's wallet was drained completely dry and the delinquent got away scot-free. Izuku is bent over on the floor, his wallet laying below him. A few tears leak from his eyes. My poor wallet. I hope this never happens again. He has a feeling that that promise won't hold true. Sighing, he grabs his wallet along with the papers and continues on towards the principal's office. Who is that guy? And his quirk, I wonder what it is? It looked like he absorbed the wall or something. Can he only absorb what he touches? And if so, what kind of substances can he absorb? I bet with a quirk like his, he can become a very versatile hero. An idea strikes him. I know. I'll ask him tomorrow. But maybe I'll just leave my allowance at home tomorrow. The following day, Izuku manages to locate the delinquent's classroom. He asked some of the older students about a guy with absorbing powers, and luckily, they knew who he was talking about, but that doesn't explain why some of them looked scared when he asked about the boy. Izuku arrives at the classroom. He's in luck. The only soul present is actually the person he's been looking for. The person in question is sitting at his desk polishing what looks like to be a wrench. He spots Izuku at the door. What do you want? Oh, am I The delinquent springs from his chair and casually yet confidently sways towards the smaller student. What? Want me to shake you down again? Because I will. Izuku gives a nervous laugh. No. I just wanted to ask you something. The delinquent frowns and his eyes furrow. Oh yeah? What? Izuku begins to sweat and shake with nervousness. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and well, you see, I dash. Spit it out. Izuku yelps, shutting his eyes. When there's no strike, he opens his eyes and holds up his notebook. It's titled Hero Analysis for the Future number 10. I wanted to ask you about your quirk. Izuku gives him a cheery smile that would lighten up even the darkest cave. That was not what the black-haired boy was expecting. Waff. Yeah, I wanted to learn more about your quirk. So, can you absorb anything, or is it more of a specialist-type quirk? Would you classify it as an emitter, transformation, or mutation? How dash? Shut up. Izuku's mouth clamps shut as his body goes stiff. The delinquent is angry. The last thing he needs is for some stupid punk to try and get one over on him. That's my business and my business alone. The only ones that can know that kind of stuff are those I trust. But guess what? That means nobody. So, do yourself a favor and buzz off. The boy slings his bag over his shoulder and pushes past Izuku, knocking into his shoulder. The hit shoves Izuku into the door frame. Don't bother me again or you'll regret it. He marches off, leaving a shaken Izuku behind in his thoughts. What the heck was that? Did I offend him somehow? He takes a breath, calming himself back down. You know, he almost seemed sad. I wonder if something happened to him. Maybe I should apologize. He tucks his notebook closer to his chest and decides to head home for the day. He did say that those he trusts can know him, so maybe that's what I'll do. Yeah, I'll get to know him and then he can tell me all about his quirk. With a sheet-eating grin on his face, Izuku takes off for home so he can come up with the best way to approach the prickly boy. What followed the next few days was a series of failed attempts to even approach the black-haired boy. Every day, whether during, before, or after school, Izuku was doing whatever he could to approach the delinquent. The greenette tried intercepting him at his classroom in the morning, but when the delinquent spotted him, he turned right around and left. Izuku stayed there at least until the bell rang. He later returned but found out that the guy had actually ditched class all day. The next day, Izuku tried to locate his target within the cafeteria. The truant was sitting alone at his own table in the corner. Izuku was radiating with glee at the opportunity, but one mean look from the black-haired boy sent Izuku backing away. His sense of self-preservation was actually able to influence him for once. More and more attempts were made in similar fashions. Occasionally they were a bit more creative. For example, Izuku straight out tried to ambush the delinquent by hiding in a tree near the school gate. The guy in question easily spotted Izuku and simply kicked the tree, causing the smaller boy to lose his grip and crash to the ground. Fortunately, it was a rather short fall thanks to the bushes. After a bit, the delinquent actually found the attempts somewhat entertaining, but in an annoying type of way. Finally, on the 13th attempt did Izuku's luck change. "What did the hell did you just say to me, you bisu?" Bakuga's voice rings out from the schoolyard. Izuku rounds the corner so he can see what the commotion is all about. A 10-year-old Bakugu and a few of his cronies are standing off with the same delinquent Izuku's been after. The guy looks confident and really smug. He probably said something to PSS Bakugu off. Although that's not really that difficult to do. The guy smirks with spite. I asked, "If you farted, would an explosion come out of your butt?" Izuku can practically feel Bakugu's fuming anger from his position, and it nearly makes him pass out from shock. "You BSTRD. You're dead." The angry blonde charges, his palms bared and ready to strike a powerful blow. As if on instinct, Izuku's feet take off from the ground. "No, don't." The delinquent's grip tightens around his wrench, ready to absorb the material. Bakugu's hand lunges forward. "Now D." Just before an explosion can be let loose, a green blur jumps between the two punks. Bakugu's blast shrouds the figure in smoke and heat. The delinquent can't help but stare in confusion and shock at the kid with burnt green hair lying on the ground writhing in pain. No way? Why would he do that? Is he stupid or something? Bakugu's scowl hardens when he recognizes the interloper. "Damn it, Deku. What the hell are you doing? You wanna die or something?" Izuku gives the hot-tempered blonde a fearful grin. No Kaken, I just sort of moved on my own. Without thinking dash. Shut the F up, Deku. Izuku screams in response. Bakugu swings his right arm back for another attack, but the delinquent quickly realizes what's about to happen. The angry boy gives his lesser a nasty glare. "Just move it, or die." Another explosion fires out from his palm. But this time when the explosion was detonated, someone else had taken the brunt of the attack, except this time not a scratch or a burn mark could be found on the back-haired boy's literal iron hide. Bakugu is of course outraged, as if what he's witnessing is blasphemy. "What the hell? That should have burned you to a crisp. No one can stand up to my quirk." The defiant thug smirks with spiteful intent. "Oh yeah? Then this must be extremely embarrassing for you? Huh, Blasty? Don't even call me that, you son of a beach. I'll call you whatever the hell I want. Got it, Blasty?" The delinquent's smirk becomes larger. "Of course, you could always try and make me stop." He bangs his iron fists together and the sound of heavy metal clanging together echoes out. "But you'll have to make me." Bakugu's only response is to snarl. Izuku stares up at the iron-hided boy with something akin to admiration. "Just keep in mind, I'm sure a teacher or two heard your foul mouth, and in all honesty, I could care less about getting into trouble. So tell me," the delinquent's smile becomes wicked. "Which one of us has more to lose here?" Bakuga's hands are furiously popping out mini explosions. He so desperately wants to kill this smug-faced fucker, but even he has to admit that this guy has a point. If this becomes a drawn-out fight, the teachers will have no choice but to write him up, and the last thing he needs is a stain on his perfect record. "Whatever." Bakugu spins around, stomping away. "If I ever see your stupid face again, I'm going to blast it into a million pieces." He shouts back as his cronies nervously trail behind him. The delinquent's skin turns back to normal as he chuckles to himself. "I doubt that." With that out of the way, that only leaves one more nuisance to deal with. "So," the guy looks down on the greenette who has yet to pick himself off the ground. "Care to tell me why you jumped in like that? What do you have, some kind of death wish that involves a blaze of glory type thing, or what?" "Huh?" Izuku flails his hands in denial. "No, nothing like that. I just thought that, well, you may have, needed some help." The guy raises an eyebrow in confusion. This guy is so weird to him. Who in their right mind would take an explosion head-on and defend someone he barely knows? He must be after something, maybe. "You're an odd one, aren't you?" Izuku responds with a sheepish laugh. "Yeah, I guess you can say that." "So, did you do that just so you can find out about my quirk? For your own interest?" Izuku stops laughing, staring up at the taller boy with silent confusion and wariness. "No. I mean, sure, that would be a plus, but that's honestly not why I did it." "So, No, I didn't do it for my own interest. That actually surprises the delinquent. Come on, there's got to be something you want from me? Izuku blinks, he tilts his head down thinking over his response. Well, I guess there is one thing. The guy tenses up ready to hear what this kid, this enigma, is after. How about your name? For a split second the only noise is that of the wind rolling across the lawn as the black-haired boy deadpans. Haha. The sudden burst of laughter makes Izuku cower in surprise. Ha, really? The delinquent asks between laughs. You've been chasing me all week and you don't even know my name. He wipes a tear from his eye. Man, what a surprise this turned out to be. This kid is really entertaining. Izuku's sweat drops. Yeah, well, it's not like you gave it to me. The guy chokes back his laughter. True. He stops to think, smiling softly to himself. Maybe this one time someone won't betray him. But there's only one real way to find out. Alright, then let's start from the beginning. He reaches his hand down towards the smaller youth. The name's Henzu Wichi. Izuku smiles warmly. Nice to meet you, Wichi. I'm Izuku Midoriya. He grabs Henzu's hand. I think we'll be good friends. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Hashtag 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 and flashback. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Izuku cries out, shouting in desperation, he has to make this right. I am your friend. And as your friend I would never betray you. Did I lie to you? Yes, that was wrong of me and I'm so sorry. Henzu roars back at him with fury that can outmatch Bakugu's. Shut up. You're not my friend. You're just a useless quirkless. Do you? Something inside Izuku snaps. Henzu, how could he? He knows. He knows what that name means. How could he? Izuku feels like part of his heart had shattered, every memory of Henzu replays in his mind like a film, but rather than the usual bright colors and fondness those memories usually bring to him this time they are seen with regret and melancholy. Even with that garbage on your wrist you'll never be anything more. Now get out of my way, Deku. There it is again. He called him Deku? No. I'm not a Deku. I'm not. All of Izuku's regret and sorrow has festered to that of anger. No. I'm not a Deku. I'm Izuku. I'm the hero. Henzu's rage subsides thanks to being surprised by Izuku's outburst, but before his rage can spring back Izuku continues his tirade. I am a hero, damn it. I've fought killer robots. I saved people's lives. I even saved Kaken. The sheer anger and resolve in his eyes are enough to make Henzu take a step back. And if I want to continue to call myself a hero, then I can't let you do this, Henzu. Henzu is more than a little shocked. This can't be right? Izuku has never stood up to him before. He's too much of a coward. He's weak and quirkless. He's supposed to be his friend, someone he can trust, but here he is defying him. But if he's being honest with himself, maybe they were never truly friends. Hell, he had a feeling that it would never last anyway. Remember, in this world, it's every man for themselves and sometimes you have to step over others to get what you want. Are you really going to get in my way? With a determined glare, Izuku activates the watch, disappearing in a flash of green light and having his human form replaced. More precisely, he's replaced by a tall alien with its head floating between arch-like horns on its shoulders. It's black with yellow markings along its crab-like claws, feet, and chest. Izuku has transformed into the alien he calls Lodestar, an alien he first transformed into during his off time a few weeks back. He had wanted to see what other aliens he had, and this one is currently his 9th. Lodestar looks back at Henzu, who is starting to come to his senses after staring at this odd form. He glares, standing tall, and with a purpose he gives his answer. Yes. Henzu grinds his teeth together in frustration. It's official now, they are no longer friends. Deku is no longer his friend. He slams his hand against the track lever, absorbing the steel into his body. Fine then, just remember, using his strength, added with the strength of steel skin, he snaps the lever in half before throwing the broken half away. You asked for this. He charges, readying his fists, trying to make the first strike. Lodestar aims his arm out and an invisible force waves out from his hand. Suddenly the steeled Henzu finds himself flying backwards away from the extraterrestrial. He falls backward and is pushed across the ground until Lodestar cuts off his power. It's not too late to stop this, Henzu. Henza doesn't respond, instead he gets right back up and charges ahead at full speed. Lodestar pushes him back once again, but this time the pulse is so strong that Henzu is flung against the wall. That's when he realizes this transformation's true power. Smirking, he gets back on his feet, grabbing the wall, and absorbing the stone instead. I get it now. That form messes around with magnetism, doesn't it? Lodestar doesn't like that he was able to figure it out so quickly, but he nods, seeing no point in hiding the truth at this point. Henzu chuckles, he's thrilled with his discovery. Now he knows he can win. You're going down, Deku. He charges, and this time Lodestar can't stop him. Even with this distance between them, not even Izuku can come up with a plan to win. What do I do? Lodestar is internally panicking. He hasn't had a lot of practice with this transformation, all he can do at most is repel and attract metal. Wait, that just may be enough. Acting fast, Lodestar sticks both hands forward, allowing a field of magnetism to grow and intensify. The tunnel rattles and even shakes, dust falls and spurts out from the air as nails, screws, metal shards, loose piping, and metallic trash comes flying towards the tall being. Time it just right, and now. With expert timing, Lodestar is able to adjust the pull of the magnetism just before a swarm of metal can lodge themselves into him, making the items crowd around him like a large veil of metal. Seeing that Henzu is close now, Lodestar proceeds to step 2 of his plan, reversing the pull of the magnetic field. Acting fast, Lodestar holds himself tight, holding back the energy before releasing a powerful pulse that launches all the metal surrounding him backwards and right into his attacker's path. Seeing the wave of scrap and metal flying at him, Henzu stops and braces himself. The metallic items crash into him. Tin cans harmlessly bounce off, some nails are able to embed themselves into his skin, but they don't go far. The most damage comes from the bigger pieces of scrap metal and pipes, which are able to knock him back. Henzu growls. Throwing garbage? That's your plan? He flexes his muscles, breaking off the nails, thus removing any hindrances. Is that really all you got? I thought you were able to fight off monsters and robots? Or was that all just dumb luck? Lodestar gives Henzu an offended look. It wasn't dumb luck. Oh yeah. Yes, and I can prove it. Lodestar points towards the broken track lever. Henzu warily yet curiously glances over, and what he sees makes him gasp out loud. The lever and the tracks have been switched back to their original positions. But how? Lodestar must be able to tell what he's thinking just from his expression. The final magnetic pulse had enough strength behind it to push the lever to reset the track. Good luck trying to reset it. It's true, since Henzu broke the top half of the lever, the only part of the lever is what's encased in the ground, thus inaccessible to him. His plan has failed, there will be no payday today. Henzu roars out in anger as he charges forward, and this time Lodestar has no time to react. You bastard! His fist slams into Lodestar's gut, making the alien wheeze and bend over in pain. Henzu flings his knee up, striking his former friend in the gut again before raising his elbow and slams it down on his back. Lodestar hits the ground hard. Lodestar groans in pain as he rolls over, but before he can pick himself up, Henzu pushes him down with his foot. The heavy stone easily pins him down. Henzu glares down at the altered form of his former best friend, his eyes screaming at Izuku that his betrayal hurt him more than he could ever know. He's breathing heavily, but he refuses to let up his quirk. You cost me a fortune. You owe me for that. Lodestar is able to choke out an answer. I don't owe you shit. That actually makes the delinquent laugh a little. Huh, tough guy. Look at you, huh? He jabs a finger at the dial on Lodestar's chest. But that tough guy act is a facade. These transformations are nothing but costumes, masks, for you to hide yourself behind. Isn't that right, Deku? No, that's not true. This is me. The only reason you can do what you can do now, why you can call yourself a hero, is because of this thing. All because of dumb luck, and by chance you found it at a dump of all places. Huh, fitting since you're a piece of trash anyway. Now that's the real you. The real you is useless. The real you is quirkless. The real you isn't a hero. And this will prove it. Henza gives Lodestar a malicious frown as his hand opens up and over the watch's faceplate. Lodestar's eyes widen with worry. Wait, what are you dash? Henza cut off, not by a shout or scream, but by a whisper. You don't deserve this gift. Henza grabs the dial, activating his quirk. As he tries to absorb the energy, to absorb the watch, and take it for himself, green energy sparks wildly out of control from the alien device. Lodestar screams out in pain. It hurts so bad. But why? Why does it hurt so much? It's as if his heart is being pried right out of him. Stop it! Stop it! His cries of pain go unanswered as Henzu continues to tug at the device. Come on, give it up. He groans, trying his hardest to pry the device away. Since you made me lose out on being set for life, I'm going to take this as compensation. Henzu's starting to feel it. Whatever energy this watch is omitting is finally starting to be absorbed by his quirk, and that makes him smile. I bet I could get a real pretty penny for it. He grins crazily, feeling excited as the prospects of what this could mean for him are. Or maybe I'll just use it for myself and go on a crime spree. With access to so many powers and my quirk, no one would be able to stop me. Not even All Might. Even though he's in pain, and the green energy has only begun to become more erratic as it discharges from the device, Lodestar is able to speak. Teeth, going to happen, Henzu. He can't let it end like this. He can't let this villain take the watch for himself. Just imagine the harm he'll do with it. I refuse to let this watch fall into the wrong hands. It's my responsibility as a hero to keep it out of the wrong hands. And just like that, the sparking dies down and the device becomes silent. Henza smirks. Ha, what was that you were dash? Bang. A blast of green energy bursts out from the watch, engulfing both combatants. The two boys are flung backwards, and both had returned to their original states. Henzu is now leaning against the opposite wall and a normal Izuku is lying between the two parallel train tracks. The boys groan in pain. They are bruised, battered, and dirty. They struggle to pick themselves back up. That blast really took it out of them. Izuku is able to lift himself up before bowing over in pain, clenching his wrist, and struggling to breath. He felt like he was being choked to death suddenly. It must be a side effect from trying to extract the watch. Henza meanwhile is able to get on his feet. He's breathing heavily, and something definitely feels broken. But that doesn't matter. What matters is finishing what he started. He barely takes a step before a cargo train speeds right past him, its whistle howling through the tunnel. Henza blinks in confusion. He also notices that the subway train is running along the opposite track. An important detail sticks out to him. Izuku is trapped between the two trains. The black-haired teen smiles, finding this amusing. Of course, Deku's luck would put him in a situation like this. He places his hand against the wall, ready for his quirk to take effect. A moment passes and there is no change. Wind whips at his face as the trains continue to zip by. Izuku meanwhile is stumbling about, trying to pick himself back up, but failing. Henzu stares at his hand in confusion. He counts all 5 fingers. He's touching the wall. What could be the problem? He thinks for a moment, trying to come up with a possibility. Then it hits him like a truck. Quirkless. No! Henzu slams his hand against the wall, trying to get his quirk to work. To see if it's still there. No. No. He slams his hand against the cold stone wall. His hand stings and it's bleeding. There's even a red print of his hand on the wall surface now. This can't be happening. It can't. Now I'm just like Dash. He spins around, locking eyes with Izuku through the gaps of the train. Izuku is breathing heavily and staring back at him. I'm just like Deku now. That thought alone almost wants to make him fall over and cry, but he won't. He has to get out of here. Now Deku is the strong one. Henza turns around and sees an old sewer drain. Izuku is exhausted. He can't stand much more of this, and the watch has timed out for some reason. It's blinking red and making that annoying buzzing sound as it recharges. He can somewhat see Henzu through the gaps of the train, but it's hard with dust and wind whipping past him. But it doesn't matter. He will defend himself. He will fight for what he knows is right. Both of the trains disappear through their respective tunnels, leaving Izuku alone in the dark and cold silence. Izuku cautiously scans the tunnel before realizing that Henzu is gone. He left, ran off to save himself, and leaving an exhausted Izuku behind. Henzu has officially turned his back on him and left him behind. And with that, their friendship has officially ended. It hurts more than the cuts and bruises coating his body. Not even the tears that stream down his face provide any relief. Izuku drops to his knees, the tears pour out as he cries out in anguish and grief. "I'm sorry, Henzu. I'm so sorry for ruining our friendship." The only response are the echoes of his own wails of heartbreak from losing the only friend he had. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Henzu's limping and holding his side, he knew something was broken. He hates this, especially how the tunnel reeks plus it's filthy, but that's a given. A few rats scurry about running away from the much larger being. "I hate you, Deku. I effing hate you." Henzu grips the wall trying to prevent himself from falling over. "Next time I see you, Deku, you're so dead." His fingers scrape the wall in anger, but he doesn't expect the sound of shredding metal to accompany the action. Staring up at his hand, Henzu's eyes widen in shock and amazement. His hand has claws, large sharp claws with webbing, and coated in dry gray scales. Bringing his hand to his face, Henzu stares at it, trying to comprehend what has happened to him. The rest of him looks normal, but his hand is... Then he realizes the truth, this glorious truth, and it makes him laugh. He laughs hard with maddening joy. He didn't notice it before, but he feels the change. He can feel something where his quirk used to be. He throws his head back, letting this newfound power to invade his entire being. He can feel scales spread over parts of his body, a fin or two stretch out from his elbows, and the sharp jagged teeth only help to make his smile that much more menacing. And why shouldn't he smile? Just imagine what kind of trouble he can get into with this newfound gift. Things are not going well. 13 is tapping their foot, watching as Lodestar struggles to levitate a swarm of swirling metal trash over his head. "Come on, concentrate." The sad part is he really is. "I am." Lodestar replies impatiently. His arms are shaking slightly from the tension of the magnetic waves he's producing. For the last week, 13 and Izuku have been training on Izuku's biosubversion form. Their goal is to get Lodestar to compress his magnetism as to focus in on singular objects rather than generating an entire magnetic field that affects everything in the vicinity. You need to focus. The swarm of trash shakes violently as the magnetic wave begins to falter. "I'm trying." The magnetic pulse begins to break apart. Some of trash manages to get loose and gets flung away. In the end, though, Lodestar can't hold it any longer and the horde of trash comes crashing down onto the beach below. Lodestar glares at the trash like it personally offended him, and in a roar of frustration he releases a magnetic burst that blasts away several trash piles surrounding him. Luckily, 13 happened to be standing by a pile of tires. Thus, they were able to use them as a blockade. The pro hero steps out from their hiding spot, shaking their head in disapproval. The alien device blinks red as it does. Izuku falls back onto the sand with a humph. 13 strides over as Izuku falls back, staring up at the few seagulls flying above. Their squawks kind of sound as if they're mocking him. And they might as well be, because Izuku's progress hasn't exactly been that remarkable all week, unless you count failing every exercise this week remarkable. All because of the heavy weight on his heart. 13's head comes into his view, blocking out the seagulls. "How are you feeling?" Izuku gives his mentor a look and asks if they're being serious. "Frustrated." "That's obvious. I meant, what's bothering you?" Izuku turns his head. He can feel sand grinding against his green locks. "Nothing. I'm just kind of out of it." 13 sighs, crossing their arms. They're looking for a real answer. "Be honest with me, Midoriya. I am a teacher after all. I can tell that something's weighing on your mind." Izuku's cheek presses on the sand. He can't bother to look 13 in the eye. "It's nothing really." He's lying. Anyone can see that. But what? Something must have happened. Rather than call him out, 13 steps over Izuku's prone form and sits down next to him. They gaze out of the ocean silently, not speaking a word, just watching as the waves roll across the shore. The setting sun gives the view a magnificent hue of color. God, this beach would be beautiful if it wasn't so trashed. but it is getting better thanks to Izuku's efforts. At least now there are parts of the beach where they can sit on the sand without having to worry about shards of glass and nails. Izuku lays there waiting for 13 to speak. After a moment the teen props himself up. Following 13's line of sight, he too watches the ocean. The two sit in silence, gazing out towards the warming light and soft ocean breeze. Izuku inhales the calming smell of the sea, letting it ease his frustration away. 13 takes a soft, soothing breath, releasing all of their tension. It's okay to be frustrated, just don't let it fester. They wait for Izuku to react. Before continuing, "You don't have to tell me what's wrong, but everyone needs someone to confide in. Hopefully this advice will get through to the boy. Sometimes it's good to get everything off your chest, to let it all out, and just by talking to someone you can ease your troubles." 13 looks over and finds Izuku watching them with a thoughtful expression. "Do you get what I'm saying?" The soft wind makes his hair sway as he thinks for his answer. He gets what 13's saying, but honestly he's not so sure he can follow through with it. Either way, he quietly nods his head. 13 appreciates the answer though. "Take the weekend off, alright? Take it easy and figure out your feelings. It's never good to let them build up." And like that, they are back to enjoying the serene atmosphere. 13. "HMP. Thanks." "You're welcome." Inko leans over her plate as to get closer to her son, who's busy fumbling his food around his plate. "How was your day, sweetie?" "Good, Mom." Izuku states rather bluntly without looking up from his distraction. "What did you do today?" "Train." There it is again, the uninterested and somewhat annoyed tone, and he's back to stirring his food around his plate. Inko's gaze falls to her own dish, feeling rather dejected. "Izuku." She speaks gently, not wanting to upset her dear child. "Is everything all right?" "Yeah." "You are sure?" "I'm here if you want to talk." "I know, Mom." With that, the two Midoriyas fall into a sullen silence, with only the clink of their plates and utensils making any sort of noise. Inko really looks like she wants to say something, but she hesitates and allows the stillness of the room to overtake them. An excited smile stretches across her face as a great idea pops into her head. With an excited smile, she stretches her hand out, she activates her quirk, and a few moments later 2 letters float towards her from the living room. She grabs the letters from midair. "These came in today." She holds out the letter that hasn't been opened out towards Izuku. "It's a letter from your father." That gets his attention, although he doesn't show it. His eyes shift towards the letter, observing the crinkled edges and somewhat faded scribble of their address. "He actually sent 2, but this one is for you. I've already read mine. Oh, that man, he's such a charmer." Inko holds the side of her face, reminiscing about the good old days when they were both young. For some reason the disappointment in Izuku's heart grows as he hesitantly grabs the letter. At least she has fond memories of him. It's such a shame his job sent him away for so long. It's been a decade now. Yeah, a shame and convenient that his job pulls him away just after the doctor identified me as quirkless. But I guess that's to be expected when you work for the self-defense force. Of course, he has to work for his family rather than be here with them. I've already written my response. I even mentioned how hard you're training nowadays. He'll be so proud. Would he? Oh, I know you should tell him about your quirk finally awakening. Izuku's breath hitches and his grip nearly tears through the letter. That'll really surprise him. It sure did for me. To think you were just a late bloomer. I'm so happy for you, Izuku. Even though he appreciates the sentiment, he can't deal with this right now. Izuku springs out of his chair, startling his mom. Thanks for dinner, Mom. Oh, sure, honey. Without looking at her face to gauge her reaction, he unceremoniously grabs his plate before trudging off for the kitchen. Inko is internally panicking. Did she upset him somehow? Is everything okay? Yeah. Izuku dumps out his leftovers and heads for the sink. I'm just tired. Oh, well, all right. Inko grabs her plate and follows. Why don't you just leave the dishes there? I'll take care of it. Izuku nods and walks off for his room. All right. Inko watches in quiet remorse as Izuku walks away from her, his head hung low, and the letter being harshly crumbled into his fist. Clenching towards her heart, she turns to stare longingly at an old photo hanging on the wall. It's one of her husband who's holding up a baby Izuku in his arms. She holds up the photo staring longingly for her significant other, Hisashi Midoriya. She takes a moment to examine his handsome features. She can't help but notice how much her boy has grown to look so much like his father. The resemblance is uncanny, the main differences obviously being age, Hisashi's hair being black, their eyes with Hisashi's being brown, and the fact that Izuku's face is much rounder, but that's as far as the differences go. They both have similar freckles speckled on their cheeks, unruly hair that can't be tamed no matter how much Inko tried to comb it back, and that special glint in their eyes that just radiates cheerfulness and goodwill. Inko strokes a finger across her husband's smiling face, hoping that he'd return. "Oh, how I wish you were here. You would know what to do." Izuku falls back leaning against his bedroom door. The room is dark since he doesn't bother to turn on the lights. His mind mixing between anger, regret, and depression, and all of those feelings are now focused in on the wrinkled letter. Izuku lumbers over to his closet. Pausing slightly, he slowly swings open the door. There's nothing out of the ordinary in there, except for Izuku's collectible All Might hoodies. However, tucked in the corner behind a strategic pile of laundry is a little shoebox. Getting onto his knees, Izuku digs it out from its tomb. The box is old and covered in dust, but despite that it actually has some weight to it as the contents shift inside. He holds the letter, his finger playing with the folds, but there's no real attempt to open it. "Proud of me, huh?" He gently takes off the lid, revealing a stockpile of old, unopened letters, each one written out to the same person and address. I have to wonder if that's even true. He has no intention of ever opening or answering those accursed letters. They're just sad attempts for that man to say he has some sort of connection with him. But they don't. It's even gotten to the point that Izuku doesn't even register the few photos that there are of the man. But why should he? He took off a little after reality tried to crush his hopes and dreams. He's just using work as an excuse to not admit that his own son is a quirkless weakling. He drops the letter, adding it to the ever-growing number of unread questions, stories, and possible connections with his father. With the deed done, Izuku places the box back into its hiding place and hoping that his mother never finds it. Izuku scoffs at himself. God, I never learn. After all, lying and keeping secrets from those he cares about is what got him into this state of mind to begin with. Just look at the secrets and lies he told. He lied and betrayed his only friend. He lied about his quirk awakening late to his own mother. He even has the gall to keep the truth of it all away from her even now. Maybe the universe just hates me or something. Things after all have been pretty shitty all week, and not just from his lack of progress during training but at school too. His grades haven't been too hot this week, but that's the least of his concerns. What's really weighing on him is Henzu's absence. He never showed up for class the entire week. Izuku even contacted Henzu's foster home, but they didn't seem too concerned since Henzu rarely spends any time there. He tried calling him too, but Henzu's phone is no longer in service, so no dice. In full honesty, he's not going to put in a police report for several reasons. He already betrayed Henzu once, so he can't bear to rat him out to the police. Henzu has some experience with avoiding police. That should have been a red flag, but he was the only one that was nice to him. And it may draw unwanted attention to himself and, more importantly, the alien watch. So, he has even more secrets and lies to keep. God, I have a problem. I guess this is how things are going to be from now on. He grips the watch, remembering the choking feeling of Henzu trying to pry it from his chest. I'll just have to deal with these issues myself. Izuku's eyes snap up at attention, his eyes quickly scanning the room. But there's no other soul in sight. What was that? That ping is familiar to him. Oh, it's my phone. Yup, it was a text that snapped him out of his daze. There are two texts on his phone. The first text was a simple greeting with Achiko stating that it's in fact her contacting him. The second text was her explaining how she wants to explore more of Mizudafu, but she'd like someone local to guide her, and the only person she knows is him. Izuku is not sure how to respond. Should he say he's too busy? He's not available? Those are just more excuses and lies. He can't be doing this for every single thing. Besides, it might be good to get out of the house for a while. Especially because his mom is going to be even more attentive to him after his episode. After weighing the pros and cons, Izuku decides to accept the invitation. Achiko is quick to respond with a resounding great and smiley face emoji. They agree to meet up tomorrow at the train station. That makes Izuku sweat a little, his mind flashing back to previous events. Once all of that is set, Izuku flops onto his bed staring up at the blank ceiling. Maybe he should grab a new All Might poster while he's out, he has a great space for it. Trying to distract himself, Izuku pulls up his phone to read up on some of the latest hero activities. Looks like Kamui Woods is chasing after a thief that raided a hero commission transport vehicle. I wonder what was inside. DMN, that was close. A shifty silhouette props open a window of an abandoned warehouse that contains nothing but large crates, some heavy machinery, and a number of pests scurrying about the dust and grime. They swing their leg over the ledge and into the warehouse from atop a pile of crates, and from there they jump down to the ground. This person approaches a single table, the only item that isn't covered in a layer of dust, and conveniently has the only light source hovering above it as the only working lamp swings above it. They are a woman, one in their early 20s, she has dark maroon hair and pale skin. Her lips have been applied with black lipstick that matches her brown jeans and gothic black jacket with its spikes and skull insignias on each shoulder. Her piercing and the spikes of her jacket sheen in the light. On her side is a large brown duffel bag which is clearly holding something large and bulky. Oh, Roho, you've done it again. Roho praises herself as she drops the heavy bag onto the table, letting it clang against the hard metal surface. She really did a good job. She not only was able to rob a heavily armored transport vehicle from the hero commission, but she managed to escape scot-free. Well, mostly her favorite blaster got scrapped by that human tree guy. Diamond, it was a costume job too. This thing better have been worth it. Roho opens the bag before lifting up the contents. She glides her hand across the slightly bent surface of the heavily damaged hover drone. The drone is heavily damaged, its head is bound to its body by wires, an insectoid arm dangles from its side, and the outer shell is heavily dented. Apparently, it's part of one of the rumored robots that attacked some mall along with some giant monsters or whatever. The sight of the item makes Rojo's heart pump. This will hopefully give her the edge she needs. For you see, it's all part of her quirk. Her quick attachment allows her to attach technology to her body. It does have its limits. For example, just because she attaches a phone to her arm doesn't mean she can use it at will. She would still need to physically type into the phone to make a call. She's also limited. She can only attach tech to the surface of her body, and even then, she has to be sparse with it or it'll hinder her maneuverability. That's kind of why she's upset about losing her blaster. She had it embedded into the top of her arm and a special activation switch on her hand that acted as a trigger. This way she wouldn't have to be holding the gun, and she keeps her hands free. But Kamui Woods latched onto the blaster, thus forcing her to release it so she could escape. That's why this score better be worth it. Apparently, this robot was able to hold its own against the mutant monsters, and sure, it may have gotten obliterated by All Might, but so what? It's not like she plans on taking him on anytime soon. Either way, if she can figure this thing out, she might just change her luck. But first she has to make sure it can actually power on. She lugs over a car battery, and after some tinkering, she's able to successfully attach the robot to the battery. Come on. Come on. She tries and tries, but the robot just won't activate. Damn it. Roho yells out in anger, slamming her fist onto the table, denting it slightly. By some miracle, the orange-red eyes blink to life as electricity surges through its components. The drone makes strange sounds as it tries to move and access its missing limbs. Roho grabs and pokes at it. Now what is it you can do? Roho watches curiously as the drone shakes and shifts, and then suddenly, without warning, wires and cables burst out from its body and latch onto Rojo's arms and torso. Whoa, what the hell? Roho tries to step away, but the drone refuses to release her. Let go of me. She struggles to free herself as the cables tighten around her. Acting on instinct, she activates her quirk attachment. The effect is immediate. Suddenly the entire drone seemingly jumps up and latches onto her like a metal parasite. Roho panics, screaming and flailing her arms about to get the thing off of her, but all attempts fail. The husk of the drone seems to meld onto her body. She can feel as electricity and a powerful headache strikes her, making her scream out in both pain and shock. The cold, strange metal claws at her skin as it embeds itself. Finally, after a few grueling minutes, the pain is over. Rojo is freaked out, breathing frantically, holding herself up against a crate trying to regain herself. She grabs her head, trying and failing to stop a migraine. Glad that's over. Her hand. What the hell is wrong with her hand? It's not her normal pale tone but dark red with long metallic fingers that look like they can tear through a car. After some internal panicking, she rushes over where she knows there's a mirror. She finds it behind a junked forklift. She throws off the blanket that's covering it, and what she sees nearly sends her jumping back in fright. It's her she's looking at, she can tell right away, but she's drastically different from before. Her entire body has been transmuted to a shade of red. She has not 2 but 4 red cybernetic eyes, and strange red orbs protruding from her shoulders. Running along her arms are sharp gleaming blades. She's buffer too. She can feel how much her muscle mass has increased, so much so that her jacket and pants have torn around her arms and legs. Even her feet have expanded to the point that they ripped through her boots. What the hell? She grabs at her face, trying to comprehend what had happened to her. Then it hits her, and it makes her smile. This had turned out better than expected. She's been upgraded. For once her quirk was actually useful, and whatever this robot was, it has power, strange, unexplainable power. And she loves it. This is so great. She eyes the forklift. Smiling, she slashes at the vehicle, creating a huge gash into its side while also pushing back. This is so goddamn great. I wonder what else I can do. In response, the red orbs on her shoulders move upward, propped up by metal limbs. The orbs glow red before beams of light shoot out, burning away at part of the ceiling. Rojo grins with mad amusement as she traces the scorched marks left behind. With this power, I can get my biggest score yet. She glides her long claws, long body as the orbs retract themselves. Look out, Japan, because Rojo's going to have some fun. Izuku is so not ready for this. Currently he's in downtown Mizudafu waiting by a water fountain surrounded by crowds of people. He's fidgeting in place, pulling at his collar. His hands are clammy with nervousness. If it weren't for the fact that he's in public right now, he would be having a full-blown meltdown. The reason being is a girl. It didn't hit Izuku until this morning that he had agreed to meet up with a girl. He agreed to take Achiko out by himself, with nobody else, in public. Man, he's so nervous, so much so that he begins to spout out his concerns under his breath. Holy shit, this is happening. Should I have combed my hair? Did I overdress? I mean, it's just a black polo and khakis, but still. No. What if I'm underdressed? What do I do? What do I say? I don't even know where to take her. What would we even talk about? Maybe about heroes, the weather, life-changing questions? And dash. Hi, Deku. Ah. Izuku nearly falls backward in surprise. Achiko Uraraka looks a bit worried. Izuku's response kind of startled her. Are you okay? Izuku tries to save some of his already little dignity by standing up straighter and fixing the hem of his shirt. Why, I'm all good. He takes a moment to examine her. She's wearing a lavender shirt with a teal skirt and black leggings, along with pink Converse and a matching drawstring bag on her back. That's good. Achiko leans forward, smiling up at him, pumping her fists. She's so close. Thanks again for accepting my invitation. Oh, it was no problem. Yeah, well, it would have really been boring by myself, so thanks anyway. Achiko claps her hands together, smiling with anticipation. Now what do you say for getting this show on the road? Oh, yeah, sure. Let's do that. Achiko's smile brightens in appreciation. She twirls around and heads for the nearest shop that had caught her interest. Izuku tails behind her before matching pace with her. She gives him a cheery grin to which he returns in a similar fashion, albeit sheepishly. Maybe this won't be so bad after all. Master. One of the humanoid drones in red and black armor reports to his ship's commander, who is still regaining his health from their battle. We are receiving a combined signal from the planet. The commander takes a minute to breathe through his breathing apparatus. Explain. One of the drones has somehow merged with one of Earth's life forms. The drone types away into a table-like device, pulling up more information. We are receiving one combined signal and that signal is on the move. An interesting development. Perhaps one head is better than two. Look out. What is that? Ah? The sounds of lasers being fired out in tandem can be heard emanating from within the jewelry store. It's a small store located in a less populated part of town, which means not a whole lot of heroes patrol this area thanks to the lack of news coverage. And that is unfortunate for some of the local shops such as this one. People flee in fear from the jewelry store as lasers fly at them, thankfully none connect. Rojo is grinning, she's very happy with how easy this job is. All she had to do was give a mean glare to make them run away, albeit the lasers shooting out from her shoulder blasters did help. She aims one of the lasers, protruding from her shoulder, down at the glass display. She fires out a laser melting away the top part of the display case. Her smile widens as she reaches in and grabs the jewels inside. She opens her palm admiring the very expensive gems, wondering how much they'll fetch for. Her thoughts are interrupted when a high-pitched sonic wail pierces through her head. Rojo groans in pain holding her head before falling to her knees. The high-pitched sonic wail ceases but is replaced by baleful voice. Listen to me, whoever you are. She wobbles as she keeps to pick herself up while still holding her aching head. Who are you? She's able to fight through the receding pain so she can stand back up. How'd you get in my head? She frantically observes her surroundings looking for the culprit. Books. No questions. The voice screams out in irritation. You are here to serve me. That makes Rojo scowl. Guess again. I work for me and only me. The high-pitched sonic wail returns but this time is far worse. The wailing is louder and a shock of pain courses through her entire body causing her to keel over, screaming out in pain. Mercifully the shocking stops rather quickly, but the thread is clear. You now possess power you could have never imagined. The voice continues to echo through her ears. Fulfill my demand and I will give you even more power, more technology for you to equip. However, if you fail me then I will turn you to dust. The proposal is tempting. This voice, whoever it is, must be the creator or owner of that robot she stole. And look at what one broken drone did to her. What would happen if she got a hold of more tech just like it? She could be unstoppable. So, what do you want? She can almost hear the voice smirk despite not seeing their face. Only one thing. A piece of valuable technology missing from my possession. And luckily you are already programmed to find it. In that moment, a visual display like that of a video game appears in her vision. It already appears to be tracking the item in question. Now go and get me my Omnitrix. Ah, what a cute little playground. Achiko gushes at the public playground just a few yards from their perch on a park bench. The recreational area is decently sized with trees, large playground sets, a volleyball court, gazebos, and even a pond for ducks and fish. Izuku figured that he should show Achiko some of Mizutofu's main attractions. And what else than the local park? Izuku visibly relaxes in his seat. Yeah, it's pretty nice here. It's a great place to hang out outside, get some exercise and think. Achiko nods in agreement, watching as a mother duck leads her young towards the water. No doubt this will be perfect when I eventually have to move here. Or I should say, if I have to move here. Izuku grimaces with tension, although the UA entrance exam is still a way off they still have a lot of work to do. Far more work before they can even consider passing the exam. Oh yeah, you plan on taking the UA entrance exam, too, right? Sure do. Achiko sheepishly rubs the back of her head, trying not to look overconfident. But I have to admit that I'm still pretty nervous about it. Yes, same. An idea pops into his head. Oh hey, Uraraka. What's up, Deku? It makes him flinch when she says Deku, but she doesn't seem to notice. That's good because he really doesn't want to start feeling depressed anytime soon. I had some questions about your quirk. Would you mind answering some of them? He holds up his hero analysis for the future number 13 notebook for Achiko to see, making her wonder where he was keeping that thing anyway. Achiko is slightly put off, but she sees no harm in it.
I'm sure.
Why not? With the go-ahead, Izuku begins his interview. So, your quick, zero gravity allows you to make anything you touch weightless, correct? Yes, but there's more to it than that. The gravity manipulator holds out her open palm, displaying the tips of her fingers. They somewhat remind the greenette of paw pads on a cat. It's my fingers, all 5 have to make contact with whatever it is I want to float. Admittedly, there's also a limit before I get nauseous. She looks a little embarrassed admitting that. It's really nothing that special. Izuku can't help but feel somewhat offended, not for what she said, but for what she implied, that her quirk isn't good enough, that she isn't good enough. Are you kidding? Wadash. You have an amazing quirk. With a quirk like that you'd be a key player in rescue operations, especially in disaster zones. You could float rubble away from civilians, heck you can even float large heavy objects at villains to use them as weapons. Achiko blinks, not really sure how to take all this praise. Yeah, I guess you're right. She twiddles her thumbs, not sure how to feel. But it's nowhere as versatile as your quirk. What does it do exactly? Now it's Izuku's turn to blink. Yeah, he totally overlooked that part. Oh yeah, I guess I never fully explained it, did I? He already knows this will leave a bad taste in his mouth, but he can't tell her the truth. So, for now, he'll use the cover story both 13 and him worked out. My quirk is called One-Man Army. It allows me to reconstruct my DNA so I can transform into about 9 different forms. Oh, and each one has its own abilities, weaknesses, and I think they somewhat alter my personality a little bit. Izuku chuckles thinking about Ditto's sass, Forearm's confidence, and XR8's excitable demeanor. Achiko stares. That's mind-blowing. How could one person be so lucky to be born with a quirk like that? Wow, now that's amazing. Almost seems unfair. She can't help but sulk about her own usefulness. Izuku can seemingly sense the doubt she has in herself. After all, he has a lot of experience with that. I wouldn't say that after all I have a time limit of when I can use my quirk, and that includes a recharge time. Oh, I also have to use this special device. He taps a finger against the bulky watch. To help me activate my quirk, it also acts as a timer, letting me know when I can transform and even helping me select which form to take. Achiko eyes the watch and Izuku has a hard time gauging her thoughts. Pleased by that explanation. Achiko shrugs, figuring that it makes sense. Nearly all quirks have some kind of drawback after all. Well, except for maybe All Might's quirk, whatever it is. Huh. Well, it's still a pretty awesome quirk though, right? Yeah. It is amazing. This watch has an impossible ability, but yet it's sitting on his powerless wrist. But sometimes I think this power is more trouble than it's worth. After all, it did cost him a friendship. Achiko notices the change in Izuku's demeanor. His shoulders are sagged, and his eyes have a far-off look. Hey, Deku. Izuku tenses, but he slumps over trying to look calm. Are you okay? Huh, I'm fine. That's all the brunette needs to hear. No, you're not. She states with all seriousness. He looks away, trying to avoid eye contact. Achiko leans forward, trying to keep his attention. I can tell when people are trying to keep their problems to themselves. My parents often try to do the same thing, especially when the bills start to build up. And I can tell that it's weighing you down. Achiko silently assesses him. He's clearly trying to think of what to say, and she doesn't want to interrupt his thought process. Honestly, she might be pushing him too far. They don't really know each other that well. Heck, this is only their second time interacting with each other. So he really doesn't know her answers, but she can't just let this sit. He's clearly hurting, and if she can help then she will. Izuku's astonished she saw right through him. Then again, he was never very good at hiding his emotions. But what can he say? Tell her that he's one of the sole keepers of some ground-shattering secrets, aliens, the plumbers, and this powerful watch. How is he supposed to explain his feelings while also withdrawing information? He remembers how 13 also tried to help him by getting him to converse. He remembers their advice, that sometimes talking to someone can help ease one's pain. So, maybe he can talk about something, talk about what's really plaguing his mind. There have been some things bothering me recently. He admits, his eyes hesitate to meet Achiko's. The round-faced girl shifts from her spot, situating herself, allowing Izuku to know that he has her full undivided attention. Izuku prepares himself, taking a breath, trying to ease his worries. Do you remember Henzuichi? Achiko nods. Yeah, a friend from the mall. Yeah, well, we sort of got into a fight and now. Izuku can feel tears begin to form, so he looks away slightly as to not let Achiko notice. We're no longer on speaking terms. Izuku presses a hand over his heart, remembering the ripping away sensation when Henzu pried on the watch. The pain almost seems unbearable now thanks to the betrayal and shame he feels. Achiko notices the change in Izuku's emotional state. I'm so sorry. Are you all right? I'm fine physically, but emotionally I'm not. He takes a shaky breath. God, why is this so hard? A bit of tears starts to drip from his eyes. He runs his hands together, trying to keep himself together. He was about to do something that we'd both regret, and I had to stop him. He begins to sniffle. He runs his arm across his face in a poor attempt to wipe away his tears. I know I did the right thing, but it hurts. Why does it hurt so much? The dam broke. Tears streaming down his face, he hides his head in his arms, trying not to let Achiko see him. Why does it hurt so much? I did the right thing. I did what a hero should, but I lost a friend, the only friend I've ever known or had. And the worst part? He's shaking while festering in a pit of melancholy and regret. The worst part is that I caused all of it. He's having a hard time speaking between his tears and sniffs. I lied to him, and so that propelled him to do it. If I had been honest from the start, then we'd still be friends. And none of this would have happened. Izuku wails out, throwing his head down in defeat, giving up on trying to hold back his emotions, allowing the tears to flow unhindered. Achiko isn't sure what she could say to make him feel better. So, she doesn't say a thing. She shifts over, placing a gentle hand on the boy's back, letting him know that he's not alone in this. Izuku remains in a heaping mess as he lets his tears run their course. After a few minutes, he finally calms down enough to wipe his face clean. Izuku is able to compose himself and get his breathing under control. Thanks, Uraraka. Sniff, sorry for dumping all of that on you. It's okay. Achiko keeps her hand on his shoulder, allowing him to lean on her slightly. Just tell me, do you feel better now? Izuku thinks about, and honestly, he does feel a lot lighter and somewhat refreshed now. Yeah, I do. It felt really good to get that off my chest. That makes Achiko smile, both for Izuku's emotional health and the fact that she was able to help him in a small way. Izuku can't help but smile too. He really does feel a whole lot better. I guess 13 was right after all. Sometimes it is good to just talk to someone, even if it doesn't solve the issue. It does help to calm my emotions. What was that? Izuku flails his head about, looking for the source of the growl. Achiko covers her mouth, trying to stop herself from outright laughing in his face. PFT. Izuku hears that. He spins towards her, his eyes wide and nervous. His expression is what sets Achiko off into a fit of laughter. As Achiko tries and fails to hold back her laughter, Izuku stares at her as if she's gone mad, only for another growl to resonate from his stomach. Oh, it was me. The realization makes Izuku want to crawl into a hole for a little away, at least until the embarrassment wears off. I think that's a sign for us to have lunch. Achiko manages to take a breath, clearing her eyes of tears. Sounds good. Any place in mind? Feeling like he regained some dignity, Izuku stands up. There's a great restaurant I know of not too far from here. Sounds good. Achiko follows his example. Lead the way. And with that, the two teens make their way out of the park and towards the downtown area. Roho is frustrated, to say the least. She's still trying to understand all the strange symbols showing up on her visual display. The only comprehensible icon on her display is that of a lock-on symbol that has her tracing it with her eyes. The target symbol is moving across the screen, but she can't see or even tell how close the Omnitrix is. So, to help locate it, she climbed onto the tallest building she could find in the area. Now where is it? She scans the area until finally the target symbol moves towards the open street and locks onto a black watch with a green hourglass symbol on it. There you are. Meanwhile, Izuku and Achiko stroll through the street passing by quiet stores, services, and a small number of pedestrians. Achiko leans in close, staring in awe at the green glowing watch wrapped around Izuku's wrist. Whoa, so what's that one do? Izuku can't help but chuckle. He's currently walking Achiko through his arsenal of transformations by displaying their silhouettes on the watch's dial. I call this one Ripjaws. Basically, I become a tall fishman with razor-sharp teeth and claws. I bet it's hilarious to see. Izuku winces in embarrassment. I wouldn't hold my breath. He grins awkwardly, hoping his joke was somewhat funny. It works in a way, because Achiko spit takes in response. Pifty, was that a joke? She tries and fails to hold back her laughter, making Izuku slouch in humiliation. It was that bad, huh? No. Achiko waves off his concern. It was good, just need to work on your DLVI. Izuku is able to smile, appreciating the advice but feeling self-conscious for even having to be given advice at all. I'll try. A moment of silence falls over them as they continue their trek. Hey Uraraka? Achiko stops, blinking in curiosity. Yes, Deku. I never asked, but, oh, God, is he nervous? How are you doing? I'm doing fine. Why is he asking this now? Is he trying to start a conversation? Or what? Sensing her confusion, Izuku clarifies. What I mean is, how are you doing after the mall trip? Mall trip. She takes a moment to think about what he means, and when she makes sense of it, a feeling of dread fills her stomach. Oh yeah, that trip. She's clearly become uncomfortable, Izuku notices, but he's unsure what to do about it. He's too afraid of accidentally upsetting her. He attempts to reach out to her, but his hand shakes so badly with nervousness that it's slow to get there. His hand never reaches her shoulder to comfort her though. The day in the mall, when I really think about it, it was the scariest thing I've ever done in my life. The blood drains from Izuku's face. Achiko cradles her stomach as if she's going to hurl as the images of mutant animals and a deranged doctor flow through her head. It was terrifying. We could have been killed. Tears start to leak out from her eyes. We shouldn't have gone after the villain. We should have never even fought those monsters. She grabs at her eyes, trying to stop the inevitable stream of tears to break through. I can't bear the thought if one of us had died, and what that would mean for those we care about. And like that, the dam breaks and tears pour out as Achiko chokes on her regret. Izuku is beyond stunned, but mostly he feels guilty. Guilty because it was him that dragged her into it, it was him that nearly got her killed, it was him that nearly cost her everything. I'm sorry. Achiko gives a harsh sniff, wiping her nose with her arm. Why are you sorry? It was all my fault. I led you and Henzu into that fight. I was the one that risked our lives. And I am so sorry for putting you through that. That's right, he's the one at fault. And he truly regrets involving them in his theatrics, but in all honesty, he doesn't regret what they accomplished. In full confidence thou, I'm obliged to say that I don't regret what we did. Achiko's eyes widen in shock. How could he be so insensitive? Realizing how badly he worded that, Izuku continues. What I mean is that I regret forcing you to action, but I don't regret nor am I ashamed that we were able to save lives that day. He states this like the fact it is, full of confidence and conviction. We saved a lot of good, innocent people that day. His eyes lock onto the brunettes. We were heroes. He gives her the most comforting smile he can offer. Achiko inhales sharply, even though she still feels like she's going to break down from the experience. She can't help the sense of pride and gratification she feels as well when she really thinks about it. A tiny soft smile just barely begins to form on her face. A woman's voice interrupts in a sarcastic tone of voice. Ain't this cute? Both teens look forward and instantly alarm bells are ringing in Izuku's head. Something's not right about this woman. Her features are off, but they're familiar. And then it hits him. The alien drone. Is she one of them? Achiko also senses something off. She can't help but find something familiar about this person. Who are you? Me? I was a nobody, but now, Roho smirks, flexing her metallic claws. I can be whatever I want, and I want to be powerful. Well, there goes the possibility that she's friendly. Izuku and Achiko take a step back, ready to run if need be. Izuku leans forward and positions his hand over the watch. I guess she's not an alien robot then. She must have merged with one somehow. Maybe it's her quirk. Roho notices Izuku's hand hovering over the watch, reminding her of her mission. But I can only do that if you hand over the Omnitrix. That throws Izuku off. The what? Achiko looks over towards the greenette. What's she talking about? Don't play dumb. Roho snaps, annoyed with their reactions. The red plates on her shoulders move upward and begin to buzz as a laser begins to charge. Now are you going to hand it over, or will I have to take it from your melted corpse? She sticks her hand out, ready for these kids to willingly hand over what she's looking for. Achiko turns to him, worry written across her face, looking for an answer. This is bad. Izuku grimaces. What's he supposed to do? What is she even talking about? What could she possibly want from them? Roho is losing patience. She needs the Omnitrix in exchange for more technology. Please. Time's up, give me the Omnitrix. She stomps forward, standing next to a light pole. She swings her arms, slashing through the steel with her razor spines on her arms. Or I'll slice off your arm to get it. The light pole tips over, crashing onto the street with a loud clang. What is she? Izuku slowly peers down at his wrist as realization dawns on him. She's referring to the alien watch. No, he can't allow her to take it. If someone like her were to have control over this device, it could be catastrophic. Who knows what mayhem she'll cause or how many people she'll harm. One thing is clear though. He'll do what he can to stop her from getting it. Izuku grips the Omnitrix, ready to defend it. If you want it, he grips the Omnitrix, disappearing in a flash of green light. You're going to have to pry it from my cold, dead hands. 4 arms flexes, raising his fists as to exaggerate his point. Nailed it. He thinks smugly, happy that he was able to get a quip in. Achiko gasps silently at Izuku. Is he crazy? They should run and call the police, maybe find a hero to handle this. Roho is taken aback by this development. That DMN voice should have told her about this kid's quirk. Whoa, hey, what the hell just happened? 4 arms grins. Simple, I buffed up. Tisk, funny guy. Well, I'm more than willing to accommodate. Roho raises her claws, positioning herself like that of a beast ready to pounce. Let's dance, big boy. And with that, Roho leaps into action. She's fast. In less than a second, she's cleared over half the distance between them, her arms stretched to the sides as to ready slashing attacks. 4 arms, noticing the outstretched claws, readies to defend himself. By some odd coincidence, his experiences with Bakugo as well as Analysis heroes and their battles over the many years have given Izuku a good, albeit inexperienced battle sense. But as of now they are paying off, seeing as his prediction was correct. As she approaches, Roho draws back her left arm before lunging it forward towards the red alien. Using his bulky forelimb, 4 arms easily parries the attack. Roho swipes with her other claw, but it's effortlessly blocked. Now that both her attack and defense are down, 4 arms uses his 2 lower arms to grab onto Rojo's arms. DMN. Roho snarls, trying but failing to pull away thanks to 4 arms' grip. Let go of me. Sure thing. 4 arms swings his body, pulling the robotic villain along with him. There you go. He throws her around both him and Achiko towards the upper floor of a nearby building. Roho bounces off the brick wall before landing with a loud crash onto the hard street below. She doesn't move, thinking they're fine. 4 arms takes a moment to check on Achiko. Her face is written in worry and nervousness, her eyes glued to the still form of the villain. Uraraka, she flinches, drawing her attention towards the hulking mass of muscle. Go ahead and dash. You bastard. Achiko gasps as Izuku scowls when they realize that Roho is fine. As she stands up, 4 arms takes note of the fact that there's not a single scratch on her. She doesn't even look fazed by being thrown at a building. You think you're hot stuff? You think that thanks to your quirk then that makes you some kind of hero, don't ya? Although she's fine physically, it's clear to anyone that she's more than said. Hate to break it to you, but with my new power, her fingers begin to shift, becoming thinner and notably sharper. Not only will I be taking the Omnitrix, but I'll make sure to hurt you so bad that you won't even be able to hold a F&D pencil. Her newly formed claws sheen in the light of the day. They are twice as long as they were before. They are more akin to blades. Prepare yourself for a world of pain. She runs forward, swinging her blades wildly with no real technique or plan other than to tear through the kid's hide. Fearing for not only his life but Achiko's, Forearms grabs the brunette before jumping backwards, just barely avoiding Rojo's attack. She doesn't let up though as she chases after her prey, who has little to no time to defend himself as he continues to dodge attack after attack. Forearms, using one arm to secure Achiko, does his best to parry, dodge, and defend from the onslaught. Luckily, this alien's hide is tougher than one would think, so not many of the slashes actually pierce through the skin, thankfully. However, human flesh is a different story. One wrong move and he risks Achiko's life, and if he doesn't finish this or get them away in time, he'll revert back to human and it'll for sure be over for them both. Achiko is terrified. This villain really has her on edge. All she wanted was a peaceful afternoon, one that doesn't involve monsters, robots, or villains. But why? Why is this happening? What the heck is she after? What? Why aren't I doing anything? Forearms dodges another slash. Acting fast, he grabs Rojo's wrist, and then he flings her into a light pole. The light pole bends as the villain is slammed into it. Deku is so amazing. He's scared, I know that, but he's still able to stand and fight. And here I am terrified out of my mind, unable to help. Rojo quickly springs back up and continues her assault, but this time Forearms is able to counter with his own punches, while using his body to shield Achiko. I'm a hindrance. He's only trying to defend me. Rojo manages to get a clean strike to Izuku's chest, making him wince as he stumbles backwards. I'm slowing him down. Rojo lands a solid punch to Forearms' gut, making him keel over, wheezing from the blow. Not so tough now, are ya? While bent over, Forearms latches onto Rojo's leg, lifting her up. He then swings her downwards, slamming her into the ground again and again until he launches her away. The robotic woman skids across the ground. The sound of metal scraping across the concrete accompanies her. With a small moment of reprieve, Forearms finally puts Achiko down. She wobbles on her feet, her nerves now allowing her to keep her balance. Uraraka, go and call for help. Achiko looks somewhat relieved but still very much worried. Are you sure? Forearms nods his head. Yes. While those two have a quick strategy meeting, Rojo leaps back onto her feet. Seeing that his opponent is back on their feet, Forearms readies himself to continue. Meanwhile, Achiko remains rooted to her spot, her eyes glued to Rojo's metallic red form. What's going on here? A male voice shouts out from afar. Forearms and Achiko spin around, spotting what appears to be a hero running towards them. They must have received a call about a couple of mutant quirk users duking it out. The pro hero appears to be Mr. Brave, at least that's what Achiko and Rojo are able to make out from Forearms' muttering from when he recognizes the lesser-known pro hero. Rojo also spots the pro hero making a beeline for them. Sheet. I got to think fast here. This is bad. She's already wasting too much time with this overgrown child, and now a hero is here to arrest her. If this fight drags on any longer, no doubt more heroes will show up to help take her down. She may now be stronger, but even she knows that the numbers in battle can defeat the strongest of foes. She has to think of a way to keep the hero at bay while also getting this brat alone. She glances over, taking note of the girl that the red brute's been hauling around. Rojo smirks gleefully as a devious idea forms in her head. Mr. Brave is nearly upon them, and with no time to waste, Rojo sprints forward and grabs onto her target. She binds her arm around the surprised and terrified Achiko before jumping onto the outer wall of a 5-story building. She digs her free claw and her clawed feet into the wall, allowing her to hold to the side. Forearms realizes his blunder of letting his guard down, fearing for Achiko's life. Uraraka! Deku! Achiko screams out, squirming in Rojo's tight hold. She is unable to get her hands free and thus unable to reach anything that she can use her quirk on and allow her to break free. Roho crawls up the wall as Ochako squirms and begins to tear up. As she hops onto the roof, she calls back down at Four Arms. If you want your girl back, you'll have to give up the Omnitrix, you brat. And with that she takes off via leaping from roof to roof. Hey, get back here, villain. Having just witnessed a kidnapping, Mr. Brave takes off after Roho, but due to lack of acrobatics he must follow from the streets below. Four Arms calls out to the pro hero. Hey, wait. But it's too late, the pro hero is already out of earshot. This is really bad. Four Arms takes off running, chasing after the pro hero and the villain. This is all my fault. How could I have let her get taken like that? Oh, I hope Uraraka is okay. He's now in a full-on sprint, passing by driving cars and unsuspecting bystanders. From above he can spot Roho Roof jumping with a struggling Ochako in her arms, and not too far away is the hero Mr. Brave, who looks to be calling in backup. What do I do? What do I do? Roho turns her head to analyze the situation. She grins, spotting both the hero and big red muscle head following below. She continues on her way, but with much more urgency. Noticing the change in speed, Four Arms attempts to speed up as well, but he's so busy trying to keep an eye on the kidnapper that he fails to pay attention to where he's going. More precisely, he fails to see oncoming traffic. Clang. A truck slams right into the bulky alien. Four Arms yelps as he bounces off the grill and onto the street. Pedestrians gasp and some even wince as they witness the large mutant getting plowed by the heavy vehicle. Ow! Four Arms groans as he pushes himself off the ground, holding his head with one hand and holding his side with another. After taking a moment to pat himself down, he's happy to report that nothing appears to be broken. The worst thing he has is probably a very large bruise and road burn. Thank God he was Four Arms and not Ditto. He definitely would have ended up like a bug on a windshield. People surround him asking if he's alright, but he's a bit preoccupied. He's scanning the roofs looking for Roho. Sheet. He can't see her, nor does he spot the pro hero anywhere. No. This can't be happening. He's panicking as he stumbles here and there, trying but failing to gently move those around him as they can only stare at him in confusion or concern. Where are they? Where are they? They went that way. A cool, calm voice responses from within the crowd. What? Four Arms spins around and for a second he thinks he's staring at another alien, but he quickly brushes off that idea. A tall and rather muscular young man with pale gray hair that's swept forwards and that covers most of his face and his eye. He has 6 arms that are all attached to each other by a web of skin. His 2 upper arms have hands at the end, but the rest end in what appear to be ears, eyes, and even a nose. He's also wearing a blue mask that happens to cover the lower half of his face. Izuku is instinctively curious of what's under the mask. The young man steps forward. As he approaches, Four Arms takes note that the young man is about a foot shorter than him. You were chasing after that villain, right? The one carrying the girl? Four Arms' heart begins to race as he remembers his mission. Yes, she took my friend. Do you know which way they went? Yes, I saw them heading in that direction. The multi-armed man points west. I can even hear them from here. Just go down a few blocks and you should be able to hear sirens. When you do follow them. Those are some specific directions, must be thanks to his quirk. Okay, thanks so much. Four Arms bows his large body, making it a rather hilarious sight. I really appreciate it. No thanks are necessary. The young man waves it off as Four Arms stands back up. Now you better hurry, sounds like things are only escalating over there. Right? Four Arms breaks into a run. As he does, he waves back at the helpful soul. Thanks again. The masked youth gives the Red Hulk a thumbs up in response. What a nice guy. Izuku thinks to himself. As he rounds the corner, the watch, or more precisely the Omnitrix, flashes red, regressing Izuku to his original form. And it couldn't have happened at a worse time. Even though he's been training, his athletic ability is nowhere near Four Arms, meaning it takes him longer than anticipated to get into earshot of the sirens the tall, muscular man had told him about. After nearly 3 minutes, Izuku can finally hear the sound of police sirens in the distance. He follows the sirens until it's clear where they are originating from. After taking a shortcut through an alleyway, Izuku finds himself lost amongst a rather large crowd of people. What the? Due to his stature, he is unable to make out what is happening. So, he follows along the edge of the crowd, making his way around until he gets a clear enough view of the situation. A number of police and pro-heroes such as Mr. Brave, Air Jet, Death Arms, Backdraft, Slugger, Kamui Woods, and Mount Lady are present, and they seem to be surrounding a store that seems to specialize in selling various appliances, fridges, washing machines, dishwashers, etc. What's happening? Where's Uraraka? A very familiar and welcoming voice calls out to Izuku. Midoriya. Instantly recognizing that voice, Izuku spins around and spots someone approaching him from behind. 13. Indeed, 13 has arrived behind. Is their car left a distance away from the crowd as to not get in anyone's way or to draw attention? What's going on? 13 frowns. It's not good a villain has taken a hostage. I know that already. Izuku stats rather bluntly. 13 gives him a questioning look. Excuse me? Rather than let his blunder throw him off, Izuku focuses in on the main issue. The villain took Uraraka while we were together. 13 recognizes the name as the girl that Izuku fought Dr. Anemo with. Alright, explain everything. Alright, Izuku takes a single deep breath before explaining all that's transpired. We, Uraraka and I, had met up earlier today, and while we were heading for lunch when the villain. 13 nods. Right, and then they kidnapped Uraraka. Izuku tenses up, realizing that 13 doesn't in fact understand the full situation. No, the villain, they wanted something from me. Izuku grips the watch in a tight hold as if even finishing the sentence will magically teleport the device away. 13 instantly picks up what Izuku's trying to say. They wanted the watch. They say it like it's a fact and not a question. Izuku nods. They wanted the Omnitrix. It's what she called the watch. He finishes after 13 gives Izuku a puzzled look. The Omnitrix, huh? Yeah. Izuku nods, his hands fumbling together. He's trying his best from his letting his nerves take over, and he goes into a panic. She demanded that I hand it over, and when I didn't, she took Uraraka. He takes a quick shaky breath. In the meantime, 13 keeps their full attention on the fearful Greenette. And that's not all. The villain, it looked like she's fused with one of those attack drones we've been encountering. 13's eyes visibly widen. It must be thanks to her quirk or something, but she's fast, strong, and dangerous. Oh, she also doesn't know what the Omnitrix does, but for some reason she's after it. He throws in the last bit of info rather haphazardly. 13 allows all the information to process in their mind. Okay, that explains quite a few things. I had gotten a ping on my surveillance system about alien technology being activated, and I tracked it here. Well, that explains why they're here in the first place. However, the fact that the technology has fused with the villain is not at all comforting. Izuku begins to shake, but he wills himself to keep it together. Whoever this person is, they know about the What Omnitrix, a major power boost with unknown capabilities, and a hostage. We'll have to search for answers later, especially about why they're after the Omnitrix in the first place if they're not even sure about what it does. Now comes Izuku's panic attack. He's sweating as dark thoughts swirl in his head. This is terrible. It's all my fault. I must have done something, someone must have found out about it and hired her to get it or something. Maybe it was Henzuichi. And now Uraraka could be hurt or worse. And the villain might get away. And if they get what they want, who knows what they'll do. And Ash. A firm yet comforting hand grips Izuku's shoulder. It's a firm grip that is well practiced in calming panicking and hyperventilating victims in disaster zones. Izuku calms down, allowing 13's presence to comfort him. Relax, all right? Although he was much calmer now, he still can't help the feeling of dread and regret rise up in his throat. How am I supposed to relax? When it's thanks to me that my boyfriend is being held against her will. Those robots, they've been targeting me, and while I'm around, everyone I care about is at risk. How can I just stand by and do nothing while those I care about are caught in the crossfire? Amongst the storm of Izuku's tirade, 13's firm voice cuts are through the barrage of panic. Then don't. Izuku instantly quiets down, unsure what the pro-hero means. You've never, not once, since I've known you have you been willing to just wait for someone else to save the day. That is somewhat true, Izuku thinks. It's why you're so quick to use the Omnitrix, because for the first time in your life you have the power to do something, to save others, and that's incredible. So why stop now? 13 grabs both Izuku's shoulders and gives him a quick shake, anticipating an answer. Izuku is still lost. What are you getting at? 13 sighs. He needs to be forward with this one. I'm going to be honest with you. What I'm about to say could get me reprimanded, but I think it's necessary. The villain has the appliance store sealed really good and we, the heroes, don't have a clear idea about what's going on in there. Izuku's breath hitches. The villain is refusing to respond to police negotiations and none of the heroes can make a move without risking Uraraka's well-being. Why are you telling me this? I'm telling you all this because They pause to correct themselves. We need you to sneak in there and stop the villain. What? 13 isn't at all surprised by the teen's reaction. I know, but hear me out. 13 points at the store. That villain has fused with technology. Alien technology. Meaning this situation falls under plumber jurisdiction, but 13 leaves the sentence hanging, hoping their message finally clicks with Izuku. It does. We can't risk being found out. Izuku finishes, his voice is serious but obviously full of fear. Exactly, and if pro-heroes get involved, not only will they have the villain, but they'll have access to level 10 alien technology. 13 shivers, not wanting to think about what could potentially happen if that's the case. And that could be catastrophic. And since there's no chance that I can get in there, let alone by myself, I need you to go in there and stop this villain. I need you to disable the alien technology within them. And so we need you to save your friend. Saying that this is a lot of responsibility is an understatement. How can he possibly do this by himself? This different than anything he's tackled to this point so far. Monsters and robots are one thing. They can't strategize, adapt, or process emotions, but a villain, a human with the ability to make decisions, and a hostage is a whole other ballpark. Noticing Izuku's discomfort, 13 decides that he should be responsible and not try to force his protege into this. If you don't feel comfortable with this, then I understand. Izuku can tell what they're trying to do. They're trying to give him an out, a chance to step away. But that would mean risking the risk of alien technology being released into the world, the villain getting away, and abandoning Ochiko. How could he possibly do that? Can he really just walk away? No, he can't. Despite his nervous disposition, he delivers a steely glare. I'll do it. 13 is a bit surprised, but they really shouldn't be. They definitely can't stop the sense of pride rising in their chest. Izuku gives the pro-hero a shaky and somehow a confident grin. And I think I have a plan. If 13 wasn't wearing a helmet, Izuku would have seen one of the biggest grins of his life. Then let's hear it. A few miles away, All Might, in his civilian clothes, holds up a very dizzy and possibly concussed purse thief. Fear not, citizen, this thief will not trouble you anymore. A small crowd of admiring faces have gathered, awing in All Might's glory. A single woman bows repeatedly as All Might returns. Her purse to her. Have a wonderful day, now watch as I make my exit. And just like that, All Might disappears in a blink of an eye. The only evidence of him ever being there is the end tied up, unconscious thief and a gust of wind. The small crowd barely starts to disperse. Many of them are still hyped up about encountering and witnessing the symbol of peace in action. Whoa, look at him go. How? He took off so quick. He's so cool. You're amazing, All Might. An extremely thin All Might overhears and blushes from the praise, glad that he could help. He steps out from his hiding spot, the backside of a nearby dumpster within a nearby ally. He takes a moment to regain his breath. After all, he's nearly at his limit for the day already. He's just about to walk away as the chatter behind him continues. I wonder where he went? Probably to that hostage situation across town. That makes the pro-hero freeze up. A hostage situation? The two pedestrians continue, not noticing the skeletal man eavesdropping on their conversation. Yeah, the heroes got the whole place taped off and they can't seem to get inside. Apparently, the villain has a strong quirk and the hostage is just some middle school girl. That's too bad. I hope it all turns out okay for her. Yeah, me too. All Might's mind can't help but remember the slime villain attack, but more precisely he remembers how useless he was. He couldn't be the hero that day for a lot of people. Not for the crowd, the hostage, and definitely not for that boy, Izuku Midoriya. No matter how much he'd like to, he'll never forget what he did to that poor boy. A quirkless boy so full of hope, and he outright crushed it with little to no remorse. I could have done more. I should have done more, but I didn't. I just turned his back on the kid. He feels uncomfortable when he considers how much that must happen to the boy, how often people turn their backs on each other because of their status, appearances, and/or abilities. Maybe he was the one. It's not the first time he's considered this. Perhaps that boy could be his successor, but would he even want to see me? Would he even listen? Would he even accept after everything I said? A dreadful feeling tells him that no, the boy would not accept him. Sure, he could go and track him down, but would that really fix things? Probably not, and they may never know. Maybe in an alternate reality it all worked out from them. But in this reality he has to find the right successor, one that understands what it means to be a hero and can become a symbol. But for now, he's the holder of one for all and the symbol of peace, so for now he'll focus on his duties as such, starting with the hostage situation. As fast as he can muster, while in his weakened state, All Might takes off calling Tsukachi to find out where the villain is held up. Hopefully he can make it there in time. Someone please hurry. Clank. The sound of metal being smashed echoes throughout the building, making Achiko recoil in fright. Roho pulls her fist away in frustration from the smashed washing machine. Damn it, he's taking too long. Roho snarls, kicking a different washing machine. She kicks it so hard that it's flung away, bouncing off other appliances before landing hard onto the tile floor. Achiko flinches from her seat on the cold floor. Her wrists are bound to a pipe as to not let her slip away. The villain also took her phone and her bag, throwing them towards the opposite corner away from her. Ever since Roho brought her here, after nearly making her lose her lunch from hopping from rooftop to rooftop, they've been cooped up in this appliance store for nearly 15 minutes, and already she can hear the sound of police and heroes surrounding them. It gave her hope knowing that they're here, but it's been fleeting ever since they tried to hail the villain to negotiate, but she answered back with a round of lasers from her shoulder blasters. Now here she is, scared witless as a killer robotic psycho paces back and forth through the store as if expecting something to happen. Arf! Roho screams out, slashing down at a refrigerator, knocking it to the ground in a fit of rage. She spins around, marching straight towards a terrified Achiko. Where is he? She screams directly into the girl's face. Achiko can smell the older woman's breath, and she grimaces as specks of spit fly at her face. Who's he? Roho spits out her reply. Your boyfriend. Oh, Deku. He's not my boyfriend. She, comedically, yelps out in embarrassment and shock. Roho clicks her tongue. Whatever, either way he'll be showing himself sooner or later. Achiko tenses up, knowing the risk of accidental provoking the villain. Why do you say that? Roho smirks, she can practically taste victory. Simple, he knows what I'm after. She pinches Achiko's face with two metallic fingers, squeezing her cheeks. Achiko has to fight the urge to pull away as to not risk getting her face sliced off. And if he doesn't want anything to happen to your cute round face, Roho clutches her hand. Then he'll have to deliver the Omnitrix to me on a silver platter. Roho mercifully releases the girl's face. Achiko rubs her cheeks. The Omnitrix? Yeah, that thing on his wrist. She can't be serious. His watch. Why would she be after that thing? Its only function, as far as she knows, is to help Izuku control his quirk. She doesn't know why, but she has one final question that needs to be answered. Why? The question makes Roho pause before drawing her full attention onto the prisoner. But why do people do anything? Achiko's not sure if she should answer, so she remains quiet. People will do anything for power and money. Those are the only things that drive people to do anything in this life. Roho states this with such righteous confidence that Achiko actually starts to consider what she's spouting out. Just look at me, I'm effing jacked. Roho gestures to herself, admiring her red and mechanical physique. I finally have the firepower to do what I want, and after this I will be even more powerful. The blasters on Rojo's shoulder extend and blast an unexpected dishwasher, burning a hole right through it. And with this power, this strength, I can take and do whatever I want. I'll be rich and known as one of the greatest bandits in the whole world. After this, I bet, I'll even be able to take on All Might himself. A shiver runs down Achiko's spine. She's insane. Roho seems to notice Achiko's reaction. You're right to be scared, because no hero will come to save you. If that's not true, isn't it? Roho asks rather coldly. Those heroes out there are not here to save you, but to make themselves look good so they can become famous, get a fatter paycheck, and with that comes power. That's also why they won't risk coming in here. Because if they fail, then that's bad press. With bad press comes a loss in popularity, which equals a real loss of money. Achiko hates how much sense the villain is making. With a giant grin, Roho glances towards the large store windows, watching the number of heroes, police, and innocents outside waiting for something to happen. Don't you see? The only way you're getting out of here is if your friend delivers the Omnitrix, or... Roho makes a slicing motion to her neck. In a body bag. Achiko breaks down into a fit of tears, turning her head away as to not give the villain the satisfaction of seeing that she got to her. Roho chuckles to herself, satisfied with the girl's reaction. She then marches off to survey the situation outside. Achiko is really having a tough time keeping it together as she slumps down in defeat, her hands bound over her head thanks to the binds. She just really wants to be home right now with her parents, wearing her favorite pajamas. She'd rather be anywhere but here. It's not true. She's wrong. Someone will come. The heroes will come. Don't let her get to you. A squeaky voice chirps out from above her head. With tears clouding her eyes, Achiko peers up, not knowing what to expect. She certainly didn't expect to see a gray frog with bulging green eyes staring down at her. The little frog-like thing is hanging off the side of the pipe that she's bound to. She blinks away the tears, and that's when she notices the familiar green hourglass symbol on the medallion-like disc on the frog's back. Deku. Gray matter nods, gesturing for Achiko to keep her voice low. Yeah, it's me. Achiko stiffs up, and in a fit of panic she quickly scans for Roho, but the villain isn't in her direct line of sight. What are you doing here? She whispers harshly at the gray bipedal frog. Gray matter slides down the pipe until he's resting on Achiko's arm. He grabs the bindings, sticking the rope into his mouth, before biting down hard. As he chews away, he tries to reply. I came to get you obviously. And with that, Achiko's arms are free. The brunette rubs her wrists gently, trying to regain blood circulation within her hands. Roho is nowhere in sight, thankfully, but she can return any moment, and how the hell are they supposed to get out of here? Make a run for it? No, they'll get caught before they can even make it to the door. She'll easily find them. No chance. Even though she's no longer tied up, the cage of defeat still looms around her. She holds gray matter in her hands, the little alien looking up at her with his big eyes that are full of concern and worry. You should just leave. The question comes totally out of nowhere for gray matter. What could she possibly mean? Just what did the villain do to her? Uraraka, I can't just leave you here. We need to get out of here. Achiko gives her little friend a soft but deeply saddened smile. Thank you, Deku. But you shouldn't have come. Gray matter has no idea how to react to this. Should he say something? What should he do? Achiko chokes back a sob. Why risk everything for me? I'm no hero. That really hurts to admit. I can't do what you can do. I'm not powerful, I'm not skilled, I'm just a stupid girl with an unachievable dream. So, please Deku, just leave me. Uraraka, I'm so sorry, this must be so terrifying for you. And it's thanks to me that you're even here. He has to make this right, but first he has to get her out of here. He will get her to safety, and he'll beg for forgiveness. He'll do whatever it takes to make it up to her. Uraraka What's this? A red hand seemingly out of nowhere snatches onto the tiny alien. Achiko yelps back in fright as Rojo holds up the frog-like alien, examining it and noticing the dial on its back. Gray matter flails about, struggling to break free from Rojo's grip. Deku, are you okay? Gray matter tries to push and pull himself free of Rojo's claw. Yeah, she just has really cold hands. That's probably not the most pressing matter at the moment. Gray matter's body seems to squeak like a rubber duck as Rojo gives his body a few squeezes. I knew you'd show up. Ready to give up the Omnitrix? If he wasn't an amphibian, he would be breaking into a cold sweat right about now. Not really. I'm rather attached to it, in case you haven't noticed. Rojo actually finds the quip amusing. I'll be taking it anyway. Her silver claws gleam as she turns gray matter over and tries to tinker with the strange alien device, trying to find some way to get it off. Gray matter can feel the cold, sharp claws scratching and digging into the Omnitrix faceplate and his flesh. He starts pounding on Rojo's hand, but it hardly phases her. It doesn't even tickle. Instead, it provokes her to tighten her grip to the point that he's actually struggling to breathe. In between breaths, he's somehow able to call out to a frozen Achiko. Uraraka, run. The order goes unanswered as Achiko continues to cower, watching helplessly as her friend is being tormented by the mad woman. Even when your back's against the wall, you're still looking out for others. I'm not like you, I'm not a hero. She hates how something deep in her mind seems to agree, and it hurts because it's true. How can someone like her, someone with such a weak will, possibly be a hero? She's nothing like Deku. He never seems to hesitate to help others, but she always does. She can't even save herself. She can't even will herself to move. How could I even consider the possibility of getting into UA and becoming a hero? How can I ever take care of my parents? Her parents, they work themselves to the bone just so they can keep a roof over their heads, clothe themselves, and get food on the table. And to thank them, she really wanted to make a lot of money as a hero to give them the life they deserve. It's ironic really with how right the villain was. Heroes only act for their own self-interests. No, that's not true. Just look at Deku. What could he possibly be getting out of this? Not fame, fortune, or power. He's here for the sole purpose to save her so she can live her life feeling safe and with a happy smile on her face. Happy smiles. That's what really drew her into the appeal of pro-heroes. They just seem to make everyone feel safer and happier with their presence alone. She had always dreamed of that the most, bringing smiles to people's faces, allowing them to live their lives free of fear and harm. That's the future she strives for, one where not only her parents, but everybody can live their lives free of worry and strife. They can live their lives with smiles on their faces. Something clicks inside her heart as she gazes up at the pathetic struggle above her. Gray matter is doing his best to break free while trying to choke back the squeals of pain from having what feels like his own heart being tampered with. If I want to achieve my dreams, then I have to make a stand. I have to fight back. I have to save my friend. Seemingly without thinking, as if by instinct, her legs seem to move on their own. Leave him alone. She lunges at the villain. Acting fast, she presses a firm hand onto Rojo's shoulder, making her weightless, and without any hesitation she throws the much bigger woman backwards and right into the ground. The attack didn't so much as hurt, but it certainly came as a surprise, and it does manage to knock the wind out of her, allowing her to lose her grip and thus lose her quarry. Without a second to lose, Achiko grabs gray matter and makes a beeline straight for the exit at the front of the store. From within a much warmer and friendlier grip, gray matter calls out to his savior. Uraraka, that was amazing. She doesn't voice a reply, she's too focused on getting them out of there, but her eyes sheen down at her friend, soundlessly appreciating the comment a great deal. Rojo screams out in outrage. You beach! The morphed Izuku spins around in Achiko's hand, his eyes widening in fear, as Rojo leaps up to her feet and the shoulder blasters extend upwards. Look out! He barely shouts that out before a pair of laser beams are fired out right towards them. Either by luck or skill, Achiko falls to the ground, allowing the lasers to zip past her head, although the smell of singed hair does reach their noses. The lasers continue forward, blasting apart a poor, unexpected drying machine. The blast is loud enough that everyone such as the news, heroes, and police are able to hear it. Get back here, you brats! Roho roars out as she sends out a rapid fire of lasers. That watch is the key to my successes. Achiko frantically ducks behind a row of refrigerators. The large machines provide enough cover to keep her out of sight, which is good because Roho fails to notice Achiko scrambling towards the opposite end of the aisle and away from Rojo's aim. Gray matter peeks over the side, observing the situation. He takes a moment to examine Rojo's body, taking note of how much that alien drone actually melded with her human flesh. Perhaps to the point that he could rewire her. He could shut her down or make her go haywire. As gray matter, he'll definitely have the know-how to complete such a task, but first he has to get close to her to do that. Uraraka, try to get me close to her. What? Achiko harshly whispers. She accidentally squeezes the tiny Izuku, making him wheeze. I think I can disable the technology encasing her body, but I need access to her inner wiring and components. He pauses to consider their options. He needs to stop her and retrieve the alien technology. Maybe with Achiko's zero gravity she could float him up and he could sneak up on her from above. Throw me while she's not looking. Achiko considers the order, understanding what he's trying to do, but she quickly realizes the possible risks, such as Deku being spotted as she throws him. No, that won't work, but this will. Without warning, she takes off in a sprint back towards the entrance of the store, not bothering with stealth, her hands tucked in front of her as to keep gray matter out of Rojo's sight. Roho takes the bait. She snarls in frustration, not liking the idea of losing out on her payday, and gives chase, leaping over and throwing machines that are in her way. Stop running. The Izuku within gray matter rears his head as he has a panic attack. What are you doing? Achiko speaks with the most conviction she can muster. Giving you an opening. She activates her quick on her friend, who instantly feels the effect of being weightless. While still running from a fast-approaching Roho, she tosses him up and over her head. Thankfully, gray matter is smart enough to remain quiet despite how much he wants to scream out in fear. It feels really weird to be floating in midair and watching as your friend flees for her life as a mad woman chases after her. Speaking of which, Achiko glances back at the nearing Roho when the sprinting villain is nearly underneath gray matter. The brunette gives a shaky smirk as she presses her fingertips together, releasing her quirk. Gray matter falls from above and lands, somehow quietly, on Rojo's shoulder. Thankfully, with how much she's running around and crashing through things, he goes unnoticed by her. Which is good because he's struggling to crawl his way towards the back of her head thanks to all the thrashing around. But he has to do this, he promised 13, plus it wasn't exactly easy to get in here. Those vents were extremely dusty. At this point, Roho is practically at Achiko's heels, so much so that she takes a few swipes at the poor girl. Despite the real threat of being slashed into pieces, Achiko is surprisingly calm, she only a few aisles away from the exit. Sensing an oncoming attack, she ducks her head forward, avoiding a swipe to her head. She then banks left into an aisle of more kitchen appliances. Microwaves, refrigerators, etc. Roho follows, but with a less than gentle manner. With a swing of her arm, she bashes her arm against the stacks of appliances, knocking them away. A few stray microwaves clash against Achiko's legs, tripping her up. The brunette tries her best, but ultimately, she lands on the tile floor with a loud thud. Achiko groans, propping herself up. She's just about to get up when a shadow looms over her. Roho is huffing down at her with malice. You're beaten. Now hand over the Omnitrix. Achiko glares up at her, but her expression breaks for a second, not because of the villain but because of the little gray alien climbing on her shoulder blade. The adrenaline must be keeping her from noticing, or maybe the robot skin is preventing her from sensing the additional weight. No, I don't think I will. With a cheeky smile, Achiko reveals her empty hands. If it weren't for her altered eyes, they would be widening in surprise. Where is he? From behind Rojo's neck, gray matter can make out what appears to be the main circuit board of what was once the drone. Achiko takes a second to examine what's around her, and from the corner of her eye the perfect weapon stands out. She then peers up at the villain, deciding to humor her question. He's closer than you might think. What? Meanwhile, gray matter has somehow gotten through the steel skin to the circuiting underneath, and with as much strength he can manage with such a tiny body, he tugs on the wires, breaking a few of them free. Ah! Rojo screams out in pain as a high-pitched static screeches through her head and electricity sparks out from the back of her neck. The sparks nearly fry the little alien who's holding on tight as to not get thrown off by Rojo's floundering. Rojo desperately tries to grab at gray matter, but the little alien is a bit too slippery for her to even touch. With the villain distracted, Achiko reaches for the one kitchen appliance that stood out to her. "What are you doing to me?" Rojo roars out in desperation, trying to get rid of the gray pest. She can feel it. She's losing control over her own body. It's weakening. The strength, the surge of electricity, the power is all starting to fade away as the little pest continues to rip away at her inner wiring. "Hey!" Rojo spins around to face the girl. What she sees really takes her by surprise. Achiko's wielding large silver refrigerator, holding it the cord, making it look like a giant-sized balloon. The large size makes her look even smaller than she really is. But somehow that only enhances how intimidating she is right now with such a determined look in her eyes. "Have a taste of this." Even though she's scared, even though she's exhausted, even though she feels like she may puke at any given second, she will not back down from this. She swings the fridge as if it was a giant flail right at Rojo. The refrigerator slams right into Rojo, who stands there like an idiot thinking that her armor would protect her. It does not. Because in that same moment gray matter was able to complete his part of the mission, thus bringing her defense down to that of a normal human being. As the large machine slams into Rojo, Achiko not only lets go of the cord but releases her quirk, enhancing the impact of the attack. The impact comes in so fast and hard that the hit shatters the robotic exoskeleton, making it crumble away like a potato chip being smashed. Add in the fact that now about 300 pounds of moving force not only has the strength to break things but to launch them too. Both Rojo and the fridge are sent flying towards the store entrance. Both crash right through, taking the crowd of reports, heroes, and bystanders by surprise. Rojo passes out as she skids across the street, completely stripped of her power and enhancements, reverting her back to her normal self, as a broken refrigerator lies not too far away. Everyone's attention is so focused on the downed villain that most people don't notice the gray amphibian roll across the ground at the same time the villain was launched through the store. The entire crowd is silent as they all gaze up towards the store entrance, and there waiting to greet them is a battered and exhausted Achiko Uraraka. She's out of breath and slightly queasy. Either way, she remains composed and standing. She wipes away sweat from the side of her face with her arm and breathing heavily while glaring down at the once mechanical criminal with disdain. What she says is a mere whisper, but because of the silence it is clearly audible. "I can be a hero. And I will keep everyone safe," Achiko declares out to the world with a tired yet victorious smile. And with that the crowd goes insane with thunderous applause and cheers, which totally take Achiko by surprise, making her pink cheeks become even darker in color. The noise seems to snap the pro-heroes and police out of their daze as they charge in to apprehend the villain. Some of them enter the store to make sure no one else was inside, and a few pro-heroes immediately descend upon Achiko as well as any reporters that were starving for an interview. Empty Lady makes it to Achiko first. "You were absolutely amazing," Achiko squawks, making a comically confused expression with her mouth agape. "Waff." The reaction makes Lady squeal with delight. "You're so goddamn adorable. You just gotta join my agency when you go pro." Before Achiko could reply, even more words are thrown right in her face by other pro-heroes and reporters. "That was spectacular. Miss, how are you feeling right now? How did you manage to defeat the villain? What exactly is your quirk? Do you plan on becoming a hero? If so, join my agency." Gray matter watches on at first, but it becomes increasingly difficult as reporters move in, nearly crushing him in the process. Luckily for the little guy, a friendly hand snatches him up, bringing him to eye level. 13, holding gray matter in his open palms, watches as the Galvan tries to calm his racing heart. "You okay?" Gray matter nods, waving off the adrenaline. "Yeah, just give me a minute." As his heart rate calm, gray matter takes a moment to look over to where Achiko is. She's smiling and blushing profusely as heroes and reports praise her for not only rescuing herself, but for managing to bring down a dangerous villain all on her own. Even though the praise is extremely flattering, it's clear that Achiko is really suffering from embarrassment. 13 takes note of how uncomfortable she is amongst the swarm of new fans. Come on, let's go rescue her again. You got it. 13 places gray matter onto their shoulder before proceeding to squeeze their way through the sea of people in order to save Achiko from the barrage of praise, inquiries, and agency offers. Unbeknownst to the two of them, they pass by a strange man with blonde hair and sunken eyes. He's dangerously skinny, his clothes hanging off of him, and he's having trouble breathing, not surprising considering he ran all the way here and was able to catch the tail end of the ordeal. Thanks to his lankiness and height, he watches as the police lead the round-faced girl away for her statement and a checkup. My search just might be over. Meanwhile, someone else comes to their own realization. Worthless. The alien commander with an octopus-like head roars out in anger. Oh, how he urges to destroy or kill something, but alas, he can only voice his frustration thanks to being stuck in a healing pod. He continues to spout out words of anger until they begin to wheeze and cough. Of the humanoid drones is busy monitoring their commander's vitals through a holographic screen. Master, please, you are still recovering. The commander's wheezing stops, thanks to the breathing apparatus attached to his mouth and gills, and he composes himself, silence. The commander of alien cruiser peers upward at a large holographic monitor which is projecting what appears to be the day's events from Rojo's point of view. The commander watches as the monitor replays the same scene over and over, the scene of a human girl somehow managing to take down his agent with a single attack. This endeavor has proven to be fruitless. Master, should we send more drones? The commander takes a moment to think. How does he continue from here? How can he possibly retrieve the Omnitrix now? The inhabitants of this world are proving to be a greater nuisance than originally foreseen. The so-called pro-heroes are crawling all over this place called Japan. One of them was even able to take out his attack drones with a single strike. And now an adolescent child was able to defeat his minion. This cannot stand. However, it is clear that drones will not get him what he so desperately desires. No. All of the drones within the command center stop what they are doing to check on the status of their leader. Master? We will decrease the deployment of drones. For now we will stand by and observe. We will take time to learn about this backwater planet and its inhabitants until an opportunity presents itself. Yes, this is the right strategy. He needs time not only to heal but to work around those pesky heroes. He cannot just simply use force to take the Omnitrix, he needs to be more resourceful. So, for now, he will learn what he can, and perhaps if the hero presence on this world is so great, then so too must be the criminal underworld. Perhaps a solution lies there.